Chapter 51. The Inheritor. Let's say, if that man is caught, if everything stops. What do you mean? Dippet stood up from his chair as he spoke, his voice a bit harsh. Riddle, are you saying you know something about these attacks? No, sir. Riddle said quickly. Dippet sat back, looking slightly disappointed. You can go now, Tom. Riddle slid out of his chair and trudged out of the room. Several people followed. They descended the spiral staircase and emerged from the monstrous gargoyles in the darkening corridor. Riddle stopped, and they stopped, all staring at him. Cyrus had a very strange feeling. Although he had watched this memory countless times, this was the first time that he had brought others to watch it, especially since the owner of the memory looks exactly like him now. In the memory, Riddle was thinking seriously, biting his lip, and wrinkles appeared on his forehead. Then, he seemed to suddenly make up his mind and hurried away, followed quietly by several people. Along the way, they saw no one. Finally, they came to the foyer, where a tall wizard greeted Riddle on the marble stairs. What are you doing, Tom? Why are you still wandering around so late? It's Dumbledore. Ron stared at the wizard dumbfounded. He was none other than Dumbledore, who was 50 years younger. This is a very strange feeling, as if they are traveling in time. The gray world seems to be the color of time, and they are going upstream. I never thought I could meet such a young Dumbledore, Harry said dully. The Dumbledore of 50 years ago was different from the Dumbledore of today. At that time, he had long flowing auburn hair and a long beard, and his cheeks were not as old as they are now. However, perhaps due to the gray filter of this memory, Harry felt that he looked a little too sad, as if he had walked out of a wet rain. He didn't know what sad things Dumbledore had experienced at that time, but it seemed that the old man was already discouraged. What kept him alive was not hope, but more like punishment. Cyrus knew it very well. 50 years ago, at this time, Grindelwald was still carrying out their plans around the world, the vow they made until death as young boys, but they had already drifted apart. In a few years, people would be cheering for the day he lost his love. In this way, Harry and Dumbledore are also very similar. But Ginny remembered the night she met Dumbledore in her night out, and it seemed that there was no difference between it and now. Even if his appearance was somewhat different, the thing that remained unchanged about Dumbledore was his eyes that could see through people's hearts. I just had to see the headmaster, Professor. Riddle said. Okay, now please return to bed. Dumbledore said, staring at Riddle with the penetrating gaze that Harry was very familiar with. It's best not to wander in the corridors these days. Since it's already. He sighed heavily, said good night to Riddle, and strode away. Riddle watched him walk out of sight, then quickly walked up the stone steps leading to the underground classroom. However, Riddle did not lead them to a secret passage or a secret tunnel, but to the underground classroom where Snape took potion lessons. The torch was not lit, so when Riddle pushed the door almost shut, Harry could only see Riddle standing motionless in the doorway, staring at the passage outside. They stayed there for at least an hour. Cyrus could tell that Ron was getting a little impatient, because they could only see Riddle's figure standing at the door, peeking out from the crack of the door, waiting like a sculpture. Don't worry, the person who opened the secret room was hiding here with the monsters he raised. Cyrus' words made them calm down. Just when their patience was about to run out, there was movement outside the door. Someone was walking quietly in the passage. They heard the man walking past the underground classroom where Riddle was hiding. Riddle was as silent as a shadow, sidled through the crack in the door, and followed. Cyrus led them over. They heard a door creak open and someone whisper in a husky voice. Come out, come up here, come to the box. Is this the heir? This person's voice seems a bit familiar. Hermione frowned and said. They saw the dark figure of a large boy squatting in front of an open door. There was a large box beside the door. Soon they knew why they felt familiar, especially after the dispute between Riddle and Hagrid in their memories. Good evening, Rubeus. Riddle said sternly. It's over, he said. I have to turn you in, Rubeus. They are discussing about closing Hogwarts if the attacks don't stop. I know you didn't mean to harm anyone, but monsters are not ideal pets. I guess you just let them out and move around, so. It definitely didn't harm anyone, the big boy said, taking a few steps back and leaning against the closed door. Harry could hear a strange rustling and clicking sound coming from behind him. Riddle moved closer. The parents of the dead girl will be here tomorrow. Hogwarts can at least ensure that the thing that killed their daughter is killed. No, it didn't kill anyone, the boy yelled, his voice echoing in the dim passage. It won't, and never will. Get out of the way, Riddle said, pulling out his wand. This move immediately made Harry and others nervous. They were looking forward to seeing a wonderful duel, but they were also worried about Riddle's safety. Riddle's spell illuminated the corridor with a sudden burst of fire. It also lit up the huge boy's face. It's Hagrid. The young wizards shouted in surprise, but they were unwilling to believe it was true. How could it be Hagrid? The memory did not stop because of their surprise. Riddle's spell knocked Hagrid into the opposite wall, popping open the door behind him. A huge, hairy, low body flew out so fast that it was almost hard to see what it looked like. Riddle raised his wand again, but it was too late. The creature fled, knocking him to the ground, then dashed down the corridor and disappeared. Ginny and Hermione were both frightened, but Cyrus knew that Riddle had deliberately let the acromantula escape. A person killed by an acromantula looks completely different from a person killed by a basilisk. Riddle stumbled to his feet and looked after it. He raised his wand, but Hagrid rushed at him, seized the wand, and knocked him to the ground again, shouting, "No!" Hagrid's rough voice shattered Riddle's memory. Cyrus stood in the dark space with several young wizards and fell into silence. They seemed to have not been able to get over the truth they just saw. After a long time, Hermione frowned and excused her friend. "Mr. Riddle, could it be that you have found the wrong person? He may not mean it, but you also know that he has a soft spot for huge monsters," Cyrus said, trying his best to take Hagrid's good personality out of the conversation and focus their attention on the monsters. The monster escaped at that time, and now someone may have brought it back. But Harry opened his mouth. He wanted to defend Hagrid, but he knew that Cyrus was telling the truth. When they were at Hogwarts last year, Hagrid had tried to raise a fire dragon in his cabin, and the big three-headed dog he called Fluffy was something they couldn't forget for a long time. Back then, when Hagrid was still a teenager, if he heard that there was a monster hiding somewhere in the castle, Harry knew that he would definitely try his best to see it. Hagrid probably thought it was outrageous to keep the beast imprisoned for so long, and that it should be given a chance to stretch its legs. Harry could even imagine 13-year-old Hagrid wanting to put a leash and collar on the beast and make it his pet. But Harry also believed that Hagrid would never intentionally kill anyone. "I'm afraid that's the truth. Ron, do you still remember the fantastic beasts and where to find them you lent me?" Ginny asked. "The Ministry of Magic labels the most dangerous creatures, and there was your note, or whatever Hagrid likes." Ron tried to change his perspective. "You sound a lot like Percy. After all, who told you to tell on Hagrid?" he grumbled. "But the monster killed someone, Ron." Cyrus pretended to be helpless and said, "I know Hagrid is your friend, and he is a good person, so Dumbledore is willing to vouch for him. But he has some issues. Really, I can't just sit back and watch more attacks happen. The attacks have stopped since Hagrid was kicked out. If they close Hogwarts, then I'll be back in a Muggle orphanage. I'm sure you'll understand that I have a legitimate reason to want to be here." The original. Of course, Harry understood. Several people were silent. After a long silence, Hermione hesitantly asked the most difficult question. "Look, should we ask Hagrid about these things?" "Wow. Then should we go to him and then simply ask him?" said Ron. "Hello, Hagrid. Tell us, have you let any wild, furry things out of the castle recently? You think he'll tell us?" So they decided not to say anything. Chapter 52. Casting Spells Without a Wand. The truth seems to have been revealed, but it has become another unspeakable secret. Ginny and the Golden Trio's hearts were heavy, and they were a little out of breath. Except for Cyrus. He returned to the Slytherin common room, intending to find a solitary time to continue planning the attack. "I remember that the fourth and fifth attacks happened almost at the same time, and it was because of these two attacks that the school was almost closed." Cyrus thought, "It's not the time to close the school yet. It must be done step by step to make them think that the situation is not too serious, and it is best to let Dumbledore leave the school smoothly. At that time, it will be much more convenient. We still need to keep in touch with Lucius." Cyrus muttered to himself, sitting alone on the sofa in the common room and crossing his legs. After a while, a tall and strong man came over. From a distance, he looked like a huge green troll. Marcus Flint frowned. "Why are you still here? Go to practice Quidditch. If we win the game with Ravenclaw, then we still have to play. Slytherin lost to Gryffindor in the Quidditch match last semester. At that time, they had the most advanced brooms and had an absolute advantage. However, Malfoy was too busy taunting Harry, forgetting that he was still competing, and missed the opportunity to get the golden snitch first. After that incident, Marcus Flint was very dissatisfied with Malfoy. But who doesn't know that Draco's father is the school director, and Slytherin's broom was donated by his family? Even if you are dissatisfied, you can only endure it. According to the schedule system, each house actually has to compete with the other three houses. The final victory is actually calculated based on the points scored during the game. They have lost a game with Gryffindor. If they beat Ravenclaw by 300 points, they still have a chance to enter the finals. In fact, their chances of winning are very high, and the gap between brooms is difficult to close. The problem is that since losing to Gryffindor, Draco Malfoy seems to have lost interest in Quidditch. Although he was still training, he was not devoted at all. Seeing the most important seeker in the team had this attitude, other players inevitably began to slack off. With such an attitude, it is really difficult to win. Therefore, when Marcus saw Malfoy doing nothing, he immediately asked him to go for practice. Malfoy, I made an exception by letting you be the seeker, not just to lose. He strode up to Cyrus, his angry face like a twisted gorilla. Because of you, everybody says that the quality of the team seeker is much lower than that of other teams. And we can't beat the other teams by more than 150 before the golden snitch appears. Do you understand? If you still have this attitude, I will definitely kick you out of the team. Marcus became more and more agitated thinking of all those things as he spoke, and finally even stretched out his finger to poke Cyrus in the chest. This pissed off Cyrus. Slap. Cyrus coldly slapped Marcus' hand away. Don't point your fingers at me, Marcus Flint. Or do you want me to hang you from the ceiling? Not to mention that he doesn't like to be told what to do by others. Draco, the owner of this body, is still his close friend. How can he be bullied like this? How dare you humiliate me? Marcus's gorilla face immediately turned red. He felt humiliated. Ever since the incident at the duel club, everyone knew that he was literally hung up and beaten by a freshman, so he received a lot of ridicule. Of course, in response to this ridicule, he naturally used brute force to shut up those people. But now, the little Draco Malfoy actually dares to open up his wounds and pour salt on it? What about the Malfoys? Flint is also one of the 28 pureblood families. Looks like I'm going to teach you a lesson, Malfoy. He pulled out his wand angrily and said threateningly, I'll make your face full of pockmarks and make your teeth look worse than that mudblood from Gryffindor. You remember her name, right? Hearing this, Cyrus, who was a little angry previously, suddenly laughed. It turns out that these evil little Slytherins are nothing more than that. The most evil way they can think of is just to make people pockmarked. It's really funny. You know, just now Cyrus had planned to hang Marcus up first, then take off his pants and stuff his head into the toilet. Then do as you say. What? Expelliarmus. Cyrus didn't even take out his wand, but directly shot out a red light with his bare hands, knocking down Marcus's wand. He casually took it and held the other person's wand in his hand. The wand is made of blackthorn wood, and the core doesn't look like unicorn hair. Cyrus flicked it slightly, and it felt much easier to use than Draco's awkward wand. He thought the core of the wand might be a dragon's heartstrings or the nerves of a fire dragon. Then, let's see how you look. Dinsajo. A curse immediately hit Marcus, and then his two front teeth began to grow crazily, turning his otherwise good gorilla face into a rabbit face. It's a pity he did not look as cute as a rabbit. The pain of teething surrounded Marcus. The protruding teeth stretched his mouth open, making it impossible for him to speak a word. All he could do was whimper. In the common room, other people had already discovered this scene. They looked panicked and rushed out to find Snape. Cyrus turned a blind eye, never taking such a skirmish to heart in the first place. Instead, he mercilessly released a magic spell towards Marcus again. This time, his face was like a blooming gypsophila, covered with dense black spots. Marcus was rolling on the ground in pain. I hope you can learn your lesson and be more respectful to me next time. Cyrus no longer looked at Marcus and found a comfortable position to sit down on the sofa. Also, I won't be participating in Quidditch training, but I will be there during the game. There is really no need to participate in Quidditch training. The Quidditch competition this semester will be cancelled because of him anyway, but he does plan to participate in the competition. Although he has no interest in Quidditch, if he doesn't participate, wouldn't Draco be kicked out of the team? He didn't want to make his close friend sad. Not long after, Snape arrived with a gloomy expression. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Marcus Flint rolling on the ground. The other little wizards were frightened and surrounded the culprit sitting on the sofa. Marcus Flint again. First, he was hung from the ceiling by a first-year student, and now he was beaten and rolled all over the floor by Malfoy. But Snape actually knew very well that although Marcus' grades were not very good, it was impossible to say that he was a waste. Ginny Weasley beat him because she had something wrong. But how could Draco Malfoy beat the other person like this? He knew how much Draco Malfoy was capable of. Snape had taken great care of him since he entered Hogwarts. The purpose is to repay the kindness he received from Lucius for helping him back then. Therefore, he knew better than anyone how much Draco weighed. At best, he is on the same level as Potter, or even a little bit worse. He can actually defeat Flint. He lowered his head and glanced at the embarrassed Marcus. After finding that the other man was fine, he immediately called 2 classmates to take him to Madame Pomfrey's office. Then he turned to question Cyrus. Mr. Malfoy, what have you done this time? Nothing. Cyrus spread his hands and looked directly into Snape's eyes. I was sitting on the sofa this morning, and then Flint came over and asked me to go to training. I asked him not to point fingers at me, and he just threatened to make my face pockmarked and my teeth to be as big as Miss Granger's. He was the one who threatened me first, Professor. That's why I hit him back in the same way, using the Expelliarmus you taught us in the dueling club last time. Have you learned it? Snape's tone contained a hint of surprise. He had only demonstrated the disarming spell once, but he didn't expect that someone actually learned it. Cyrus nodded. He didn't boast that he could cast spells without a wand. Next time something like this happens, come to me directly. He obviously knew that Cyrus was not lying. Even though I promised your father to take care of you, don't cause trouble for me or... Hearing this, Cyrus immediately nodded obediently. Underscore. Chapter 53, Bloody Hell. Failed again. Cyrus looked at the potion in the crucible that gradually turned from bright red to black, and he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. He couldn't remember how many times he had tried to refine the magic stone and failed. This does not include the number of failures he had simulated in his memory. I have strictly followed Flamel's notes and the 22 techniques summarized from other people's experiences, but the result is still a failure. What other secrets are there in the Jewish Book of Abraham? What variables existed when Nicholas Flamel was refining the Philosopher's Stone that even he didn't know about? What is the so-called essence? He only felt that a large number of mysteries were popping up in his mind one after another. My mind feels like it's going to explode. Cyrus knew that even if he continued to think about it now, he might not get the answer and it would just be a waste of time. When Cyrus waved his hand, everything in the room disappeared. Since there is no progress in alchemy for the time being, it is better to practice magic spells first. He took out the Book of the Red Dragon, the Book of Solomon, the Book of Roger Eyre, and the complete collection of Dark Curses, these banned books. The books are considered forbidden due to their powerful and terrifying curses, as well as their obscure and complex nature, which are not easy to understand. Fortunately, Cyrus's talent in this area is much better than that of alchemy. The Book of the Red Dragon records the method of resurrecting the dead, but after analysis, Cyrus discovered that this was actually just a method of creating inferi, and the resurrected dead could not be considered a true resurrection at all. How to refine the inferi? This is something that Voldemort already had in his memory. Although the method recorded in the Red Dragon book is different, perhaps the efficiency of refining the inferi is faster. But Cyrus really doesn't like the necromancer's approach. Moreover, the inferi do not actually have very strong combat effectiveness. They can serve as cannon fodder, but they are completely defenseless when faced with fire. And it just so happens that most of the powerful wizards in this world have powerful fire magic. For example, Dumbledore's Firestorm Charm, Cecil Lee's Vulcan, Grindelwald's Blue Fire Protego Diabolica, and even the relatively advanced version of Voldemort's Fiendfire. Many others are also good at using powerful fire. Cyrus actually wanted to create his own flames, and coincidentally, the Book of Red Dragons recorded the devil flames of red dragons and the ice flames of white dragons. He planned to combine several kinds of magic with fierce fire, and the mention of a kind of hellfire in the Book of Solomon also made him excited. You can add protective spells, defensive spells, phantom transformations, and enemy trap spells into the flames. Grindelwald's Fire Shield is integrated with many spells. In fact, the power of this magic is not as terrifying as Fiend Fire, but it is more controllable and applicable. The power to destroy Paris is just incidental, and it is more important to identify his true believers. However, Cyrus said that he wanted it both in terms of power and efficacy. And even better, inventing new magic is an interesting thing for Cyrus. Although failure is inevitable, this kind of failure is not a real failure. At most, it is just that the magic invented does not meet his expectations. Not a failure, just a stone on the way to success. It's like he tried to copy Grindelwald's Fire Shield first, but found that the most difficult thing was not to add those defensive spells to the flames, but to let them distinguish between ourselves and the enemy, and only attack those who were not loyal enough to him. This complex magic is like a program, starting with if, and then forming a fork. After the command given to the flame identifies the target through the if condition, it will show different characteristics. To the enemy, burn everything. To protect the believers, to defend against the attack. Now, Cyrus understood why the Fire Shield Protego Diabolica was not as powerful as Fiendfire. The magic of this world is closely related to the wizard's emotions. Fiendfire is the craziest of all fire magic. It has no other use than burning and destroying, spreading and swallowing everything. This absolute destructive power and determination to destroy everything makes it so powerful. Fire Shield Protection is not such a magic. It is controlled. The power of protection contained in the magic has to make the caster's heart become more peaceful rather than crazy. Two different emotions must reach a balance. In this way, the power of the fire shield's body protection is naturally impossible to match that of fiend fire. But when it comes to letting Cyrus make his own choice, he still prefers Protego Diabolica. Not only because it looks more beautiful, but although there is some gap in the power of these two magics, it is enough if it's just used to destroy something. Bullets can accurately kill the enemy and leave hostages. There is no need to use nuclear weapons to kill the enemy and the hostages together. In the room of requirement, Cyrus held Flint's wand in his hand and slowly circled it like an elegant musician. Hot blue flames ignited around him, like a radiating wand. The anticyclone gradually spreads until it fills the entire interior space of the room of requirement. But when he walked in the flames, he didn't feel the heat or danger of the flames at all. Instead, he felt as happy as walking in the green wilderness. Protego Diabolica. The swaying flames are like clusters of bluebells swaying in the wind. Although Grindelwald's signature skills were reproduced, Cyrus was actually not very satisfied. He once again added many transformation spells to the flames, and demons with blue heads immediately emerged from the hell of bluebells. Then, he added 2 dragon fires from the Book of Red Dragons, and the Hellfire and Fire Jade from the Book of Solomon to the flames. The color of the flame changed immediately. The originally beautiful blue flame seemed to be soaked in blood and became the color of death. The bluebells seemed to wither and wither. However, a bloody mandala bloomed on its corpse, paving a path of fire. In this way, a brand new fire magic was born in his hands. Many black spells and magic fires have increased the power of the flames, making up for the lack of the fire shield's power. Of course, this insufficiency can only be said to be relative. After all, it was a powerful spell that could destroy Paris. How could it really be insufficient in power? What if the curse of creating the inferi is also integrated into it? Cyrus suddenly thought. Although he looks down on the inferi, if the enemy sees his comrades swallowed by the flames stand up from the flames again, how will this situation affect the opponent's belief? Cyrus immediately opened the Book of Red Dragons and incorporated the spell for making the inferi into it. In an instant, this terrifying spell finally took shape. Even Cyrus himself was struck by the evil of the curse. What a great spell! First, destroy the enemy, and then drive the enemy's corpse to fight with their original companions. Such cruel magic may even make Voldemort himself become Cyrus's #1 fan after seeing it. When Satan himself comes, he has to hand him some flowers. Cyrus suddenly had some resistance to this magic, or maybe it was a resistance to the evil hidden in his heart. But now that the curse has been invented, even if you don't plan to use it in the future, you should at least give it a name. I remember that in Bleach, Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni's Zanpakuto seemed to have similar abilities. After the swastika, the residual fire Tetonin Fire 10 Trillions Death Burial Formation is a move to recall the corpse of the deceased. However, this name is a bit too awkward to shout, so Cyrus plans to call it Bloody Hell. _____________. Chapter 54, The Fourth Attack and Conspiracy. Dumbledore didn't even have time to straighten his beard before he hurried towards the school infirmary. A few minutes ago, he met Professor McGonagall's patron saint, a silver tabby cat. Minerva, Phileas, how are you? From a distance, he saw a worried-looking McGonagall and an equally worried Flitwick standing at the door. Flitwick was only about half as tall as McGonagall. Lockhart was joining in the fun, and he simply couldn't stay out of focus for even a second. Same as before, petrified. McGonagall saw Dumbledore coming and immediately seemed to have found a backbone. The person who was attacked was Penelope Clearwater, a Ravenclaw student, a good student with both good character and academic performance, plus a prefect of Ravenclaw. Percy Weasley found her in an empty classroom on the 4th floor this morning, McGonagall said. Dumbledore immediately walked into Madame Pomfrey's office, and several other professors quickly followed. Madame Pomfrey was bending down and taking something out of Penelope's hand. A small mirror. Dumbledore immediately guessed how Penelope had escaped from the basilisk, but he didn't know about the attack. After Cyrus noted that the portrait in the castle was Dumbledore's spy, he naturally refused to make the same mistake again. Instead of moving the basilisk through the corridors, he kept it inside the pipes and only let it out at the moment of attack. This is the 4th attack, Albus. 3 students were injured. McGonagall was full of worry. I'm afraid this matter can't be suppressed. What will the school board say? No response yet. Dumbledore shook his head. He originally thought that the school board might intend to close Hogwarts, but in fact, it did not. Maybe it's because no real murder has happened yet, or maybe someone thinks it's not the right time yet. That would be great, but we have to find the culprit. We will find it, Minerva, Dumbledore whispered. There was almost no expression on his face, making it difficult to see what he was really thinking. Yes, we will find it. As long as I do it myself. Lockhart found the right moment and jumped out immediately, showing his signature smile. McGonagall immediately showed a disgusted expression. To be honest, at other times, even if she didn't like Lockhart, she would never be so rude. But now that the situation is so serious, Lockhart thought it was child's play, and it was annoying. After all, he is still the same Gilderoy Lockhart. It's the same Lockhart who, in order to attract attention, transformed the Death Eaters during the war years and launched his name into the air to create panic. If I remember correctly, you seem to have been trumpeting that the successor had been driven away by you 2 weeks ago. Snape appeared behind Lockhart at some point and sneered. Then, regardless of Lockhart's reaction, he came directly to Dumbledore and whispered, Ginny Weasley didn't go anywhere this morning. She stayed with Potter and the others. But there is something I must tell you. His voice dropped lower. In the end, he almost didn't speak but looked directly at Dumbledore. Ginny Weasley lost something? This information immediately made Dumbledore's mind clearer. After he noticed that Ginny had a problem before, he asked Snape to pay more attention to her. Now it seems that Voldemort was probably aware of this kind of surveillance, so he took the initiative to leave Ginny Weasley and maybe took control of the other little wizards. And that lost thing must be the Horcrux left by Voldemort. You've left too many holes, Tom. Dumbledore couldn't help but think. But the question is, what is that missing thing? Snape just shook his head. Legilimency is not an omniscient spell. The memories of Ginny and others have been modified by Cyrus. They can't remember anything that was lost in their minds. Naturally, Snape also knew that it was impossible to know the answer. Now it seems that the other party is still very cautious. Dumbledore held the mirror he took from Penelope and groaned. 50 years ago, Tom Riddle took Myrtle's life without hesitation. It was actually an accident. And now, from Miss Norris to Penelope, no one has truly died in the hands of the monster. The water in the bathroom, the camera, the ghost, and the mirror. Everything seemed to be just a coincidence. But he knew that there couldn't be such a coincidence in this world. The only possibility is that Tom doesn't want anyone to die. Naturally, Dumbledore would not think that Tom Riddle had repented and had grown compassion. The only explanation is that he didn't want the school to close. It was understandable to Dumbledore that he didn't want the school to close 50 years ago. But now, what is it that he desires? What is it about this school that attracts him? Dumbledore thought for a moment and came up with the answer. Harry Potter. That's right. If there was anything that interested him, Tom Riddle, it would probably be Harry Potter. When he, the Horcrux, would have used some method to learn from Ginny Weasley that Harry Potter had destroyed the man, you know who. The soul in the Horcrux, who knows nothing about this matter, must be wondering, what kind of magic power does a baby have that can defeat Lord Voldemort? He'll find the kid. The thought flashed through Dumbledore's mind. And as he thought about it, he became more and more certain that this would definitely happen. From the first attack, the other party has been blaming Harry as the attacker. On Halloween night, Harry, who happened to be absent from the dinner party, encountered the first attack. The second person attacked was Colin Creevey, who took many embarrassing photos of Harry. The third person was Justin, and Harry just happened to be caught in the act by Filch. All the evidence points to Harry. Tom Riddle must be trying to get Harry into trouble, trying to lead him to take the initiative to investigate the Chamber of Secrets and the successor. Only in this way can they finally meet alone. And this is exactly what Dumbledore wanted. He knows what I want. Dumbledore quickly understood that this was a game. Tom Riddle threatened him with the life of his student to eliminate himself as a threat and confront the little boy. If I guess correctly, I'm afraid it won't be long before I have to leave Hogwarts because of some things. But Dumbledore wasn't actually too worried. Tom thought he could win because his opponent was just a second-year wizard. But Dumbledore thought that Tom was underestimating Harry. ___________. Chapter 55. You are quite nice. Early the next morning, when news of Penelope Clearwater's attack spread throughout Hogwarts, the young wizards thought that Harry Potter must be crazy. At first he only attacked those who were against him, but now he has started to target all wizards from the Muggle world. Ernie Macmillan said matter-of-factly to everyone he knew. He almost believed that Harry was the culprit, and even fabricated the story of how Harry directed the monster to attack others. He also questioned why the professors didn't expel Harry. It's like he saw it with his own eyes. Ron rolled his eyes and defended Harry. I feel like almost all the rumors came from Ernie Macmillan. During the charms class, Cyrus deliberately got rid of Malfoy's 2 lackeys and came a little late. With no other seat, he could only sit behind Harry and Ron, in the same row as Hermione. He deliberately showed an expression of disgust on his face to make others think that he was not so willing. But secretly, he was bickering with Hermione. Hermione blushed, remembering the Mr. Riddle she had seen in the pensive not long ago. Let me ask you, when did you start possessing Ginny? Hermione lowered her head and asked in a low voice with a blushing face. P.S. The bath. Hoo-hoo. The first time she was possessed was not long after school started last year. After Colin Creevey was petrified during the Quidditch match last semester. And until Christmas, I was mostly in control. Why though, what happened? No, it's nothing. But Hermione's face was even redder than before. Cyrus could feel the heat, even as he sat next to her. She changed the subject, poked Harry sitting in front of him with her quill, and threw a note over. What should we do? Maybe we should go find Hagrid and ask about this. But Hagrid has no way of knowing who opened the Chamber of Secrets this time, Harry replied reluctantly. Asking him to question Hagrid would be worse than killing him. He couldn't help but think back to the last time Justin was attacked. At that time, Professor Dumbledore took him to the principal's office, and Hagrid rushed in to speak for himself. Hagrid believes in me so much, but I'm doubting him. At least we can ask what the monster is in the Chamber of Secrets, Hermione said immediately. The other person who was as reluctant to go to Hagrid like Harry was Cyrus. You must know that his current identity is the Riddle who had framed Hagrid and got him punished. Although not many people know the truth of that year and Voldemort's true identity, maybe even Hagrid doesn't know. But if two people meet like this, it will never be a wonderful encounter. He had to stop Hermione. It's better to wait. He stretched out his hand to intercept the note. Maybe there are other ways. I believe the professors will not remain indifferent. Hagrid did not intentionally commit these crimes back then. We can't just ask him such questions. His scars are too cruel. Harry looked at Cyrus with emotion. Mr. Riddle, I didn't expect you to be such a nice person. Hermione still felt that this was not good. But if someone else if someone is attacked again, we will go find Hagrid. Cyrus said forcefully. We'll ask everything clearly. What if someone is killed again? We have to go find Dumbledore. Fred and George had a rare disagreement. We must make everything clear. But this way our secret will be completely exposed, George said with a frown. There is no difference between being completely exposed now. Fred said, think about it. The heir stole the Marauder's map. Do you still expect that he will return it to us after using it? Now there is another victim, a prefect. Have you seen how frightened Percy has been in the past 2 days? We have to do something. George said nothing, but the scales in his heart began to tilt. Fred has a point. If the heir takes their map and attacks the little wizards in the castle and then escapes, then they are no different from accomplices. And the possibility of getting back the Marauder's map is almost zero. In this case, what does it matter whether the secret is exposed or not? Think about it. If the clues we provide are helpful, maybe we will be the heroes who catch the heir. Fred suddenly said, did you know that Ron and the others are also looking for the culprit? If we can be one step ahead, haha, Ron will definitely be furious if we catch the heir before them. Hearing this, George immediately smiled knowingly. Rather than becoming a hero, they were more happy to have their brother work hard for a long time, but get nothing. I can already imagine his frustrated face. George touched Fred's shoulder, and the two of them walked towards Professor McGonagall's office in unison. Professor, regarding the successor, we have important information that we want to report to Headmaster Dumbledore. Heir. Professor McGonagall's dignified face trembled a little. She stood up and looked seriously at the two troublemakers in front of her. George, Fred, I hope you understand that now is not the time to play pranks. We didn't. How could you think so? That's right, you won't find better-behaved students at Hogwarts than us. The twins looked hurt. Since the first day you came to Hogwarts, there have been no rules you haven't broken. McGonagall's eyes widened, but she still led them towards the principal's office. Listen, if you dare to do anything funny about this, I'll write a letter and ask your mother to take you home to reflect for a semester. So no pranks. Do not worry. Absolutely we won't. McGonagall led them to the gargoyle statue and gave them the password. Today's password is Jelly Slug. Go up yourselves. She held both hands in front of her and looked seriously at the spiral elevator rising. George and Fred immediately took the elevator up, and it was obvious that they were very excited. The elevator lifted the two of them up. After slowly opening, a spacious and beautiful circular room immediately appeared in front of them. The room was filled with all kinds of funny little noises. On the table with slender legs, there were many strange silverwares placed, spinning and spitting out small puffs of smoke. The walls are covered with portraits of old principals, both men and women, snoring gently in their respective frames. There was also a huge table in the room with claw-shaped legs. Dumbledore was lying on the table, raised his head, and looked at them in surprise. What advice do you two have? Fred and George had to take their attention away from the novel things in the headmaster's office. We have something important to report to you about. About the air. Underscore, 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 underscore. Chapter 56, 7 Secret Paths. An important thing? Dumbledore looked even more surprised than before. He was sitting there thinking about what Ginny Weasley's lost thing could be, or what the Horcrux could be. Unexpectedly, 2 guests came. Do I have to say it now? We thought it would best to say it before the next attack happens. The twins shook their shoulders at the same time. This obviously piqued Dumbledore's interest, and according to the twins, it seemed to be related to the attacks. Perhaps the doubts that are bothering me at the moment will be solved soon. Please sit down, gentlemen. He stood up and poured them a cup of black tea himself. I think I can listen to you slowly describe what happened. It's best not to leave out any details. This matter has something to do with our sister. Headmaster, you may not know that there was a thief in her dormitory not too long ago. Something very important was lost. It's a magic item. Fred and George spoke, looking at each other one by one. Oh, I had heard something like that had happened. Dumbledore said with a smile on his face. So, do you know what she lost? Who would have thought that a second ago, he was pondering over doubts that he had no clue about. Now the answer was delivered to him. That evil thing must be Horcrux. The secret Horcrux will be revealed soon. Dumbledore's eyes showed anticipation, but his expression did not change much. Of course we know. In fact, it was ours. The twins said at the same time, but this made Dumbledore confused. Your stuff? When did they manage to get their hands on a Horcrux? It can't be considered ours, but we did discover its secret. He sat upright and emphasized again. Please talk about it carefully. Don't leave any details. The twins had to start from the beginning again. So, when you were in first grade, you discovered a Marauder's map, and you were saying that it could mark the location of everyone in the castle, right? Dumbledore finally figured out what the twins wanted to talk about. It was not the true identity of the Horcrux he imagined, but another magical item that could be called great. Moreover, this is indeed a very important piece of information. That's right. Even my name? Dumbledore confirmed. Everyone's name. Fred and George nodded in unison. Padfoot, Prongs, Moony, and Wormtail made them. They are great people. They are specially made for those of us who encourage and violate school rules for fun. It was such a great map. But now this map may have fallen into the hands of that successor. Yes, Ginny wanted to use the map to find the attacker, but not long after, her dormitory was searched and the map was stolen. Fred said, we were worried that if the attacker used this map, he could do more attacks than previously. Or if he used it carefully, we won't be able to catch him, George added. Your worries are very reasonable. Dumbledore agreed very much. I am very happy that you are willing to share this important secret with me, an old man. His eyes flickered. After hearing what the twins said, he already knew who made the map. It's just that he didn't expect that the 4 Remus Lupin's group actually had such abilities. A magic item that even he was marked on. What would happen if Riddle got this map? He can confirm his location at all times to ensure that he can choose the right path and leave Hogwarts safely. Who can find him then? Let me confirm again. Can the Marauder's map only mark the locations of people who are only inside the school? That's right, Fred replied. However, we also found that the map cannot mark every location in the castle. For example, the location of the secret room of Slytherin is not displayed on it. Obviously, those 4 who created Marauder's map had not found the location of the secret room. Hogwarts always has so many surprising secrets. Dumbledore smiled. Then, can you please tell me? Now, what are some unknown secret passages someone could take if he wanted to roam freely or leave the castle? There are 7 in total. Filch knows 4 of them. But we think the attacker might not care about Filch, they said. The remaining 3, one is behind the mirror on the 4th floor, and the other is behind the statue of the one-eyed old woman, leading directly to Honeyduk's cellar. We usually use these 2 when sneaking out before. Hey, George, don't say what we did. Fred patted George on the head. Sorry, I spilled the beans. Don't worry, I won't punish you for this. Dumbledore laughed. I think sometimes you have to take a little adventure to make life interesting enough, right? Yes, absolutely. I cannot agree more. The twins exclaimed exaggeratedly. We don't think many people have used the last one. It's located next to the Whomping Willow. But if the successor is strong enough, he might not care much about the Whomping Willow. As long as he doesn't care about making a big noise, they said. Dumbledore knew this passage better than anyone else. He originally planted the Whomping Willow tree, and he prepared the passage under the Whomping Willow for a special student. The twins thought that there was a dangerous Whomping Willow guarding it, and that the heir to the Chamber of Secrets would never escape from there. But Dumbledore thought exactly the opposite. It would be easy for Riddle to kill the Whomping Willow, not to mention that it was not impossible for the majestic Dark Lord to not even know how to subdue the Whomping Willow. Just touching the scar of the Whomping Willow can silence the terrifying willow tree. I have to say that the information you provided me is really important. Perhaps it will be directly related to whether we can catch the culprit in the end. Dumbledore was not shy about his thanks. Oh, don't mention it. The twins were also very happy that they could help. In return, I think I can promise you that if I find the map, it will be returned to the school prankers, back to your hands. And I will keep this secret for you until you graduate. Dumbledore winked playfully. Really, you are not pranking us, right? You can trust this old man. He gave them some chocolates and shooed them. After sending Fred and George away, the relief on Dumbledore's face immediately disappeared. He returned to his chair, bowed his head, and pondered. Which secret passage will you choose to leave? Or dash? Can you beat that boy? ________. Chapter 57. I am the captain. There were no more attacks until March. Several mandrakes that had become taciturn became noisy again and held a lively and noisy dance party in the third greenhouse, which made Professor Sprout very happy. It is estimated that in another month or two, they will be fully mature. At that time, those who were petrified can finally wake up. Cyrus was also very happy. As time went by, resurrection seemed to be close at hand. The joy in his heart made his patron saint gradually take shape. It was not very clear, but he could still tell that it was a huge one, related to flying birds. When the mandrake matures, I can steal a leaf, and after resurrection, I can try to transform into an animagus. Voldemort was not an animagus, and he looked down upon such useless moves. He didn't even pay attention to magical animals, let alone ordinary animals. But Cyrus had no such idea. An unregistered animagus was simply a symbol of freedom. In the early morning, Cyrus sat on the Slytherin seat, eating breakfast and reading the letters sent by Lucius Malfoy. During this period of time, he had been communicating with Lucius in Draco's name, and occasionally urged Lucius to act faster in the name of Riddle. However, the school governors of Hogwarts are no pushovers either. The prestige of those families is no less than that of the Malfoy family. What Cyrus needs is not something that can be accomplished quickly, not to mention that Lucius had to find the right time to cooperate with Cyrus to put pressure on the Ministry of Magic so that they would be forced to send Hagrid to Azkaban for a few days. In fact, when Cyrus used Ginny's body to get along with Hagrid, he still liked the big guy, but in order to be resurrected, he could only give in to him. Azkaban is so great, the people there are so expletive, well-spoken, and everyone is very talented in dark magic. Cyrus convinced himself, while picking up a fork, forking a piece of sausage, and stuffing it into his mouth. What Azkaban? Why are you still sitting here? Isn't your Slytherin team playing against Ravenclaw today? Ginny couldn't help but see him sitting alone and eating slowly, so she ran over and asked. Originally, she didn't care whether the Slytherin team won or lost, but it was different now. Mr. Riddle became Slytherin's seeker. Although the other people in Slytherin were very hateful, Ginny still wanted to see him play and to see if could win the game. Quidditch. Cyrus raised his eyebrows and then remembered another thing. Not long ago, Marcus Flint specifically asked him to train for this purpose. I simply forgot. He stood up. I wondered why there were so few people eating breakfast today. Although Cyrus is actually not very interested in Quidditch, it is rare for him to travel to this magical world and possess Draco. If he does not experience Quidditch, he is missing something. What's more, if he misses this time, he will probably not have another chance in the future. The main thing is the sense of experience. The two walked towards the Quidditch pitch, and most of the students were already seated. Many students also brought binoculars. The seats were literally raised into the air, but it was still difficult to see the action at times. Are you nervous? Ginny opened her mouth and asked in a low voice. Seeing so many spectators, even her heart seemed to be suspended. What's so stressful about this? Cyrus shook his head relaxedly. He had been dealing with more serious stuff. If he and Dumbledore were not careful in their affairs, he might die. All those petrifying attacks and learning dark stuff made him more nervous. Quidditch game? Just a little relaxation. They separated at the entrance, and Cyrus walked directly towards the Slytherin team's lounge. The game will be starting around 11 o'clock in the morning, but now, all the players are here, even the Seeker. Now, last year's Seeker, Terrence Higgs, was looking at Draco with a surprised look on his face, as if he didn't expect him to appear here. He didn't even come to practice before. Immediately, surprise turned to fear. Malfoy, why are you? Terrence Higgs was incoherent, and he couldn't help but tighten his hand holding the broom, sweat dripping from his palms. Marcus Flint, who is still the captain, seems very embarrassed. Since the last time Cyrus gave him a severe lesson in the Slytherin common room, not many wizards in Slytherin were willing to mess with Cyrus. After all, with his strength here and the protection of Professor Snape, he would not be punished for beating anyone. It was Marcus who said that you would no longer participate in Quidditch, so I. Terence stammered, and he did not hesitate to shift the responsibility to Marcus, but it's actually pretty much what he said. So Cyrus set his sights on Marcus. I had told you I would participate. Are you deaf, or do you really have the mind of a troll? Cyrus said, and pulled out the wand. The wand he was using was Marcus's, but now it belonged to him. Do you want me to treat your mind? Or do you prefer me to open your ears? Seeing him pick up the wand, all the members of the team took a step back in fear, shivering and hiding behind the slender broomsticks, as if the thin broom could hide their appearance. But you don't come to the training. Marcus could only say bravely, but I said I would come in the match. Cyrus took the broom from Terence's hand unceremoniously. It is what it is, Terence. I'll go first this time, and you can come next time. After giving the little snakes a little Dark Lord shock, Cyrus stopped teasing them. He completely deliberately wanted to create this unreasonable appearance of himself. If these little hooligans didn't know the pain, they wouldn't understand how powerful he was. Cyrus didn't want any more trouble. I just feel a little sorry for Terence Higgs lol. He is a good young man, but unfortunately, the Nimbus 2001 in his hand has not warmed up yet, so he has to hand it over. Okay, now I'll take command dash. Cyrus's interest was extremely high. This is a bit like experiencing a roller coaster or bungee jumping. Although he is not that interested in Quidditch, it is still interesting to participate once in a while. And since he participated, he wanted to win. Wait, I'm the team's captain dash, Marcus shouted quickly, but before he could finish speaking, his mouth seemed to be mute, and he couldn't pronounce a single syllable. Oskazi. Heh, not anymore, Cyrus said without looking back. I will lead you guys to victory. By the way, who is the seeker of the Ravenclaw team? ______________. Chapter 58. Harry has a crush. ____________. You're finally here, Ginny. Hermione stood up tall and waved to greet Ginny, who was belatedly arriving. They sat at the farthest end of the auditorium, where the view was the best. Although it was a bit far, they could still see the game clearly with the telescope kindly provided by Hagrid. You're too slow, Ginny, Ron muttered unhappily. Why did you come this late? Oh, I was coming here with Mr. Malfoy, Ginny said as she sat down next to Hermione. He really forgot that today was the Quidditch match. I knew he didn't look like he was interested in Quidditch, Hermione said with an expected expression. He is much more interested in studying than Quidditch, and the books he reads are so complex. I can't even understand it, especially alchemy and runes. You two should learn from him. The latter sentence was addressed to Ron and Harry. Harry smiled awkwardly, and Ron immediately changed the subject. To be honest, I never dreamed that I would cheer for Slytherin in this life. If someone had told me this last year, I would have given him a slap to wake him up. But if Slytherin really won, Harry, you will have to face their Nimbus 2001 again, he said worriedly, having the urge to immediately boo Slytherin. What are you talking about? Mr. Riddle is our friend. Ginny was so angry that she spilled the beans by shouting his name. Fortunately, there were nearly 1,000 spectators, and almost 800 people were cheering for Ravenclaw with their voice rising a lot. Naturally, no one heard what they were saying. Harry was not worried at all, and said, the possibility of winning is very small. Quidditch is not just good at broomstick. As far as I know, Malfoy doesn't seem to have participated in a single training, right? He must have gone rusty. I think he just wants to experience Quidditch after a long time. After all, it's hard to get the chance, so let's cheer him on. After hearing what he said, Ginny and Hermione began to worry that Cyrus would make a fool of himself. Don't worry, Ron saw their emotions. It's not impossible for someone of that team to fly worse than Malfoy. The four people laughed at the same time. In fact, Malfoy's flying skills are still very good, worse than Harry, but better than most people. It's just that the real Malfoy does not so much motivated to win as he is motivated to mock Harry on a daily basis. In the previous match, his eyes were almost on Harry's body when he should have been looking for the golden snitch. Look, the people from the Ravenclaw team are coming out, Hermione said suddenly. Harry immediately stretched his neck and looked over there. He remembered that the seeker of the Ravenclaw team was a girl. He didn't think much of it last year, but the last few times he saw her, he found her more and more cute. How good is the Ravenclaw team? Hermione asked. She wasn't particularly keen on Quidditch and hadn't watched any other games besides Harry's games last year. Not bad among all the teams at Hogwarts, Harry said seriously, which can be said to be quite euphemistic. In fact, the overall strength of the Ravenclaw team is indeed worse than the others, but in fact the gap between the four teams is actually very small. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw have never been favorites to win the championship. If Slytherin doesn't secretly do something evil, there is still hope of winning. Harry said from Zhang Chio's perspective, she is so cute, isn't she? Hey, Why are you saying Slytherin can't win? Don't forget who we are here to cheer for. Besides, if you like her so much, why didn't you confess your love to her on Valentine's Day? Ginny crossed Hermione and patted Harry's cheek. A tap on the back of his head brought him out of his dazed state. If I confessed to her at that time, then I would really have no hope. Harry complained, rubbing his head. He now felt a little nostalgic for the shy Ginny back in the summer. On the field, the captain of the Ravenclaw team, Roger Davis, captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, was seriously saying to his subordinates, "Be careful. People in Slytherin tend to become hooligans when they play, so be careful." Injured. They also changed the broom this year. I think we are hanging. Chaser Jeremy Stratton said in frustration, shaking his head. Don't think so. At least we know that their seeker is terrible. Cho Chang said with a smile. Since Harry Potter can beat him, so can we. And we can win even more beautifully. That's right. Roger nodded. Chang, when the time comes, you will do your best to find the golden snitch. Jason and Duncan, your task is to protect Cho Chang and don't let Slytherin's people do something funny. Randolph, Jeremy, and we will attack with all our strength. There will definitely be more score points. Grant, guard the goal. It sounds pretty easy, Jeremy said, trying to joke. Come on, it will be easy. Will it hurt to laugh? Once, Jeremy said helplessly. The Slytherin team members are also coming out. Someone said something. Everyone on the Ravenclaw team immediately looked into the distance. And sure enough, they saw a row of green rapeseed flowers standing together. But what makes them strange is that Marcus Flint, who should have been in the leading position, is now standing at the end with his tail curled up. On the contrary, Malfoy, who had lost to Harry in the last competition, stood at the front. His white hair reflected in the sun, making him look like a bald man. Malfoy, what's going on? Slytherin changed captain. Sure enough, you still need to bend your morally in face of money. If my father could replace all Ravenclaws with Nimbus 2001, would I also be able to be the captain? Randolph said enviously. Shut up. Roger wanted to hit him with a broom. But to be honest, if the other party can really get 7 Nimbus 2001, then it doesn't really matter if he gives up the captain's position. But gifting everyone with Nimbus 2001 is obviously impossible. In the face of a formidable enemy, there is no need to say more such boring nonsense. At this time, Madame Hooch was standing in the center of the court, with a whistle hanging around her neck and her right arm raised, signaling the two teams to move towards her. Roger was naturally very familiar with the process of Quidditch and led the team members through it. Cyrus on the other side also walked to Madame Hooch's side with his other team members. Look, I want everyone to play fair and honestly. She seemed to be talking specifically to Marcus Flint, because when she discovered that Marcus was standing at the back of the team uncharacteristically, she gave him a very strange look. Then, she saw Marcus hinting towards someone, and her eyes turned to Cyrus. The Malfoy brat. Well, to her it was still someone who needed to be warned. I say it again, be fair and honest. I'm the fairest, Cyrus said, raising his chin. Very well, then everyone please ride on the broomstick. Cyrus steps into Malfoy's Nimbus 2001. Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle hard. Underscore. Chapter 59, Malfoy, our king. The game begins. 15 broomsticks jumped out at once, and the Slytherin team was obviously much faster than Ravenclaw. However, speed is only one aspect. Flexibility is the aspect that tests the true strength of a Quidditch player. Cyrus cheated at the beginning and cast a psychic spell on himself, so he could rely on magic to find the location of the golden snitch without using his eyes. Make sure that when it appears, you won't ignore it because of the blind spot in your field of vision. In fact, calling it cheating is not necessarily true. After all, the rules of Quidditch only emphasize that you cannot use wands, but they do not say that you cannot use magic. It's just that there are not many wizards who can cast spells without the help of a wand, not to mention the more difficult spells like the supersensory charm. Once you open up God's vision, Quidditch becomes much easier. He flew directly to the top of the court, almost as if he was out of the game. The other Slytherin players took advantage of the 2001 broom and quickly launched a powerful attack. For the Ravenclaw team, if they want to win the game, they can only try to prevent Slytherin from scoring, and at the same time, catch the golden snitch before the score is opened by 150 points. Cho Chang's task was very difficult, as Adrian Pusey had already hit the quaffle into their frame first, scoring 10 points. Then Marcus also launched an attack. This time goalkeeper Grant did not fail and save the quaffle, but Randolph failed to intercept Slytherin's third chaser Graham, and was defeated by the Slytherin team, gaining them another 10 points. The game was very tense, and the gap between the brooms made it difficult for Ravenclaw's chasers to grab the ball, which was always snatched away by the Marcus trio halfway through. Cho Chang was scurrying around in the air anxiously. She couldn't find the golden snitch because it hadn't appeared yet. Cho Chang raised her head and looked at Cyrus, who seemed a little leisurely in the sky at the moment and couldn't help but feel very annoyed. Why is he so relaxed? Is this guy here to compete? In her opinion, Cyrus at this moment seemed to be just showing off, not looking for the golden snitch at all. Did he think that before he caught the golden snitch and ended the game, the Slytherin team could lead the Ravenclaw team by 150 points? Isn't that too contemptuous? This is simply contempt for their Ravenclaw team. But soon, she decided that Cyrus should rather stay here in the sky and do as much sightseeing as he wanted without moving. Facing Slytherin's fierce attack, Roger adopted another counterattack method, the Park and Pliers tactic. He and Jeremy pressed Adrian together, approaching him from both wings to block his escape route, while Randolph lowered his body and rushed straight towards Adrian from the front, forcing him to give up the quaffle in his hand. 3 players blocking 1 player was very risky as Slytherin's 2 remaining chasers would be left unguarded. But Roger had no other choice. If Ravenclaw didn't score again, the score gap between the 2 sides would get wider and wider. Now he could only place his hopes on the rest of the team, hoping that Keeper Grant could successfully hold the goal, or that 2 batters could intercept Slytherin's attack with bludgers. His 2 hitters were very powerful. Jason and Duncan directly played a double hit, which greatly enhanced the power of the bludger. The bludger flew out quickly and hit Graham, who originally wanted to come over to help Adrian. Graham quickly lowered his head, but the bludger did not pass through his head, but hit the tail of the broom. This made him lose his balance and fall to the ground like a rolling stone. This tense scene immediately attracted exclamations from the audience. Even if most people didn't like Slytherin's style, they couldn't help but worry about Graham's safety. If you fell from such a height, you would have to break at least a few ribs. If you were not careful, it would not be impossible to break your cervical spine and die on the spot. Even Jason and Duncan were a little worried. However, watching Graham hit his head on the ground, not many people reacted in horror. Madam Hooch, who was the referee, became a decorator as always. Only Dumbledore stood up from the high platform, silently raised his right hand, and recited half a spell. Arresto Momin. But before he could have cast the spell, a blur of green dashed down from the air, making Dumbledore pause, piercing the shrill and noisy screams. The incoming blur was Cyrus. Cyrus dived down at almost a straight angle, and the performance of Nimbus 2001 was brought to its maximum. In fact, even a series sweeping broom is fast enough to handle most games. No player has the ability to fly at full speed on a small court because they can't stop. For every upgrade of the flying broomstick, for Quidditch players, the improvement in speed is secondary. The optimization of acceleration, agility, braking ability, balance, etc. is what the players value most. But now, Cyrus is driving the final glory of the Nimbus series, increasing the speed to the extreme. Everyone only saw a green shadow that was too fast to be seen. Slytherin's green robe was pulled long behind, like a green snake shadow. To put it bluntly, he only had to blink his eyelids and he would immediately hit the solid ground of the playground at a speed of nearly 150 kilometers per hour. When the time comes, he will, no, we should say Malfoy's body will turn into a delicious Malfoy cake. The wind blowing against his face was like a slap in the face, making his cheeks hurt. In the blink of an eye, Cyrus reached out and grabbed Graham's arm. He cast several shock-absorbing spells to prevent Graham's arm from being ripped off directly. At this time, his pupils were covered by green grass. The front end of the broom is almost touching the ground. About to hit, Cyrus gritted his teeth, grabbed the broom head hard with his other hand, and pulled it back as if pulling the joystick of an airplane, his whole body leaning back. Click! A crisp sound. The tip of Nimbus 2001 drew a mark on the ground, and the front end of the broom scratched directly. Swoosh! Then, Cyrus completed an extreme turn, and the flying broom, which had become shorter, soared into the sky again. He successfully saved Graham. The entire arena was silent for almost half a minute, as if someone had used magic to isolate everyone's voices. Did you see that? Wow! Huh! So cool! Then, there were cheers that echoed through the clouds. Even the Gryffindor wizards, who had always been at odds with Slytherin, went crazy. George and Fred put aside their prejudices and stepped on the heads of the 2 unknown little wizards in front of them, waving their arms and shouting, "Malfoy, our king!" Harry and Ron were stunned. I didn't know he could fly so well. He can definitely join the Quidditch team and win the World Championship, Ron said with admiration. World Champion? Wood came out of nowhere, his eyes shining. No, he can go down in history. What is a World Champion? If this were a cultivation novel, after showing today's stunt, Cyrus would be called a Quidditch immortal. Underscore, 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 underscore. Chapter 60, Accident and Victory. Malfoy our King. Malfoy our King. Malfoy our King. Today will go down in history. The enthusiastic Quidditch fans were screaming, and Professor McGonagall almost fainted. This enthusiasm immediately infected many young wizards who were not so enthusiastic about Quidditch. Even Hermione thinks Cyrus is incredibly cool. If there was anything that made her feel a little regretful, it was that Cyrus was now using Malfoy's face. If it were Mr. Riddle himself, she would have wanted to write him a love letter on the spot. Compared to the excited audience, the players on the field were very quiet. Graham was covered in a cold sweat and thanked Cyrus with both fear and gratitude. "Thank you, Malfoy. Don't worry, it's time for us to fight back." Cyrus patted his shoulder hard, and the two of them rose at the same time. The now scratched broom was a little unbalanced, but it was no problem. Jason and Duncan flew over with apologetic expressions. "Sorry, Graham." "Don't worry, you're not breaking the rules," Cyrus said before Graham could get angry. Hearing what he said, Graham was naturally embarrassed to lose his temper, but thought that he must show some color to Ravenclaw. After confirming that everything was okay, Madame Hooch breathed a sigh of relief and blew the silver whistle. The game continues. The 14 people on the field moved around again. This time, Cyrus did not continue to watch. He was quite bored staying in the sky. At this moment, he held the broken gap of the broom handle with both hands and changed the direction of the broom's flight by a small amount. He is only a seeker and cannot score points through the quaffle, but the rules of Quidditch do not mention that seekers cannot compete for the quaffle. It's just that this scene is simply not possible in other games. There is no seeker who does not look for the golden snitch and follows the quaffle everywhere, unless he doesn't want to win. Cyrus saw that Randolph had snatched the quaffle from Adrian. He immediately rushed out and approached the opponent from the left. Cho Chang thought he had discovered the traces of the golden snitch and followed him without hesitation. The seeker always has a blind spot in his field of vision. Sometimes the seeker cannot spot the snitch, so she must always pay attention to his opponent's every move. Therefore, when she noticed Cyrus starting to move, she rushed over with Cyrus without hesitation. Cyrus noticed her immediately. Cho Chang in real life is much cuter than Cho Chang in the movie, and now Cyrus can understand why Harry is fascinated by her. This is indeed a cute little girl with delicate skin, a small nose, and almond-sized eyes like sparkling black lakes under the sun. She has the gentleness and elegance of an Oriental, but her personality is not as weak as she looks. After discovering Cyrus's actions, she immediately lowered her body and rushed over, intending to hit Cyrus's shoulder with her shoulder in an attempt to knock Cyrus away from his original flight path. But she didn't get it. Cyrus, who had turned on the supersensory spell, could feel the changes in the airflow behind him and the sound of the opponent breaking through the air as he flew without even using his eyes. Therefore, at the moment when Cho Chang was about to hit him, Cyrus was hung upside down and his body fell down. He seemed to be Cho's reflection in the mirror in the sky. The two were close to each other. This way of flying is unheard of, but Cho Chang had no time to care about anything else. She looked forward eagerly, looking for the golden shadow, but all she saw was nothing. "Where's the golden snitch?" "The golden snitch? Who told you that the snitch was here?" The upside-down Cyrus said strangely. "She is asking about the golden snitch. Has it appeared? Has my supersensory spell failed?" He actually didn't even notice the golden snitch appeared. "There is no snitch. Why did you suddenly speed up and fly this way?" Cho Chang shouted in frustration. She was nervous for a long time, but she didn't expect that it was just a fake move by the other party. No one stipulates that you can't fly around here. Cyrus curled his lips. He already understood why Cho suddenly surrounded him. "I just intend to interfere with your chaser's attack." These words made her very angry. Cyrus' behavior is certainly not a foul, but if the opponent's seeker doesn't focus on the snitch, isn't this just looking down on himself and thinking that he can't find the golden snitch? She lowered her head and glared at Cyrus angrily with her bright black eyes. But despite being angry, she couldn't help but admire Cyrus's flying skills. Even he had to admit that Cyrus' performance in this game was amazing. Whether it was the extreme slalom just now or the current upside-down flight, he was completely different from Malfoy in the last game. Of course, he is indeed Cyrus and not Malfoy. She was very curious about how much rigorous training Malfoy had undergone during this period of time to achieve such success. She couldn't help but feel ashamed that she had underestimated the opponent before going on the court. Now, she even admires him a little. With Malfoy's current flying ability, it would not be surprising if he could become a world-famous Quidditch star in time. Maybe I should ask him for an autograph after the game? Cho Chang shook her head. She has a lot of thoughts, But the most important thing now is the game itself. Cyrus' shadow-like flying style made her feel very uncomfortable. Although there was almost no contact between the two, Cho Chang felt like she was being restrained. She immediately pulled up the broom handle and broke away from the scene. At this time, the score gap between the two teams has become wider and wider. The Slytherin team scored again. Lee Jordan shouted hard. The current score is 90-20, and the Slytherin team leads by 70 points, 80 points. Marcus Flint, another goal scored. I didn't expect Slytherin to still have some strength when they are acting righteously and don't foul. It seems that Mr. Malfoy's generous broom really helped them a lot. Lee Jordan. McGonagall roared dissatisfied. Lee immediately stopped pulling Slytherin and continued to explain. As you can see, Cho Chang escaped from Malfoy's upside-down flight. This flying method put a lot of pressure on her. It was really wonderful, but Malfoy kept flying upside down. Aren't you feeling dizzy? Can Cho Chang catch the golden snitch before the score between the two sides is stretched by more than 150 points? The golden snitch hasn't appeared yet. It has appeared. Malfoy is behind it. They are flying upward, and Cho Chang and the players followed. Lee suddenly raised everyone's hearts. On the field, the green shadow flew up into the sky like a rocket, and everyone couldn't help but raise their heads. A bright light and shadow instantly made them dizzy. The sun's rays are too dazzling. Is there really a golden snitch? Hermione and Ron looked up and saw nothing due to the sun. Only Harry squinted his eyes and saw a dark shadow that seemed to be shaking in the distance. Although he couldn't see clearly, he was sure that it was the snitch. This is incredible. If we hadn't seen him flying over, who wouldn't have discovered where the snitch was? He exclaimed. He will become the greatest seeker in the world. He won't. Ginny shook her head. Mr. Riddle won't regard Quidditch as his career, Harry. It doesn't mean much to him. Harry didn't quite understand this. Career. Such a word is still too far away for him. But Harry didn't understand how Quidditch could be meaningless. He felt that Quidditch was almost the most interesting thing in the world. Moreover, what he is best at is Quidditch. From Quidditch, Harry can feel the value of his existence. I can understand the joy of people cheering for me. This is different from people calling him the boy who lived and thinking he killed you-know-who. That kind of praise was something he couldn't accept with peace of mind. He had no idea what happened that night, not to mention that both his parents were killed that night. This was never a pleasant thing for him. He was in a trance for a moment, and then he was awakened by the exclamation. Everyone looked nervous. What's wrong? Ginny and Hermione were too anxious to speak, and Ron nervously held Harry's forearm. There's something wrong with the broom. What? Harry quickly took the telescope from Hermione's hand. Through the lens, he saw the broom in Cyrus's hand shaking violently, as if it was about to fall apart. It must have become like this due to the rescue just now. The front of his broom broke down a little when it was flying, and to be honest, it's a miracle that it can still fly. He has to stop. Hermione was so panicked that her entire face lost all color. Stop? You are mistaken. He is still accelerating. Ron seemed to have seen a ghost. He is simply crazy. If the broom falls apart at that height, he will fall to his death. Hearing these words, Ginny almost fainted. We have to stop the game. Hermione stood up and ran towards Dumbledore. But there were so many little wizards that everyone stood up and blocked the road. She's afraid the broom won't hold up even before she leaves the Gryffindor position. Of course, Cyrus knows his situation better than anyone else. The malfunction of the flying broom cannot be easily solved with a repair spell. Even if it could be done, Cyrus would not be able to cast such a spell beyond Malfoy's level in full view of the public. But giving up the game because of this. The desire to win in Cyrus's heart was not allowing that. Wouldn't it be ridiculous if he lost to a little girl? And in fact, the broom may not be able to hold it. Even if it really can't hold it, there is nothing to be afraid of. First of all, it was impossible for Dumbledore to watch the school director's son fall and get injured. Secondly, even if the old man was indifferent, Cyrus himself had many ways to save his life. Although the flying spell is inconvenient to use, if you reduce the shock and adjust your landing posture, you will only break one hand at most. In the magic world, breaking a hand is no different from scratching a piece of skin. Besides, it's not him who hurts. Therefore, although he realized that the broom could no longer hold on, he still accelerated. Faster. In Cyrus' pupils, the shadow of the snitch became increasingly clear. It seemed like he just had to reach out and get it. He stretched out his hand and jumped forward, but his fingertips missed the snitch. The hands are too short. He had forgotten that this body belonged to Draco Malfoy. And because of this small movement, the broom he was riding on completely lost its balance, shaking violently and crazily like a fierce horse. Cyrus cast several spells to make himself feel less bumpy, but when he exerted force with his right foot, he accidentally broke the pedal of the broom. Half of the metal petal fell off and almost hit Cho Chang, who was chasing after him. "You have to slow down, Malfoy," Cho shouted with all her strength. The broomstick Cyrus was riding was scary just to look at. After one of the petals fell off, even the broom hair on his tail began to loosen. Cyrus turned a deaf ear. "Malfoy, stop it." The two people rushed all the way into a huge cloud. Even the damaged Nimbus 2001 was not a match. The speed of the old antique in Cho Chang's hand was still behind. She failed to catch up with Cyrus and lost him in the clouds. "He's crazy." Nearly 1,000 teachers and students raised their heads and looked nervously at the sky, but there was nothing there except the dazzling sunshine and thick clouds. Then the clouds broke. A black shadow fell down. Dumbledore saw it clearly. It was Malfoy. It can be said that Malfoy's performance today was beyond his expectations. It was so outstanding. It's simply excellent to the point of being abnormal. Is this still Malfoy? But Dumbledore did not suspect that Malfoy was the one who stole the Horcrux and was controlled by Tom Riddle. Because he knew Tom so well. Tom would never be too ostentatious without ensuring his own safety. And Tom Riddle couldn't have saved anyone. True's action in rescuing Graham completely cleared him of suspicion. The Dark Lord only takes other people's lives, so how can he possibly save others? Looking at the rapidly falling figure, Dumbledore raised his arms again. Arresto momentum. Cyrus felt as if there was a soft force on his back lifting him up. He seemed to be hitting the wool mat layer by layer, and his falling speed became slower and slower. He knew immediately that it was Dumbledore who had taken action, so he just didn't care about anything and let himself hit the ground. Madame Hooch blew the silver whistle and swooped down. Cyrus immediately took out the golden snitch in his hand. After giving up, he was carried into the school doctor's office by a large group of people cheering. It was as if they were celebrating that Cyrus was going to be hospitalized, but they were cheering because he was safe, and he had indeed snatched the snitch. _________. Chapter 61, Silent Night. Cyrus was injured more seriously than he thought. According to Madame Pomfrey's original words, "This arm is more crushed than the tea leaves in the divination class." To translate, it's like dry noodles that have been pinched for more than 10 minutes. Ginny and Hermione originally planned to come over to visit him immediately, but were stopped by Harry and Ron. They didn't want to be crowded with so many Slytherins. "I think you're overly worried, Ginny. Don't forget, it's Malfoy who's injured, not." Ron raised his eyebrows. Ginny reacted immediately. "Yes, Malfoy is injured. What does it have to do with Mr. Riddle?" Now, Ginny and Hermione were not in a hurry. It was Malfoy who was unlucky anyway, so what did it matter? If Mr. Riddle hadn't taken control of the other's body now, they would have even wanted to set off fireworks to celebrate. But he flies really well. If Slytherin returns to the finals, what will you do? Ron was a little worried. "Don't worry, he's not going to fight a second time," Ginny said. She knew that Mr. Riddle was just there to experience Quidditch, not that he really liked Quidditch. Harry was relieved at first, but then felt a strong sense of frustration. Just thinking about competing with him as an opponent makes me flinch a little. The feeling of being completely defeated in a field that I thought I was good at is not good at all. Afterward, they waited for the Slytherin players to leave the Madame's office before going to visit Cyrus, but they left quickly. However, the next person who visited Cyrus was beyond Cyrus' expectations. "Are you okay?" Cho Chang walked in with some food. Cyrus glanced at the food and saw it was pumpkin pie. "I just met Diggory of Hufflepuff, and he gave me some pumpkin pie. I thought you probably didn't eat anything, so I brought it with me," Cho Chang explained. She looked very shy, completely different from what she looks like on the field. "Thank you. I happen to be a little hungry." Cyrus happily picked up the pumpkin pie and ate it. He had eaten breakfast a little hastily and had done strenuous exercise, so he was already hungry. But when Harry or the people from the Slytherin team came to see him, no one came with food. "There's nothing serious about the hand. Madame Pomfrey said it will be fully recovered by the evening." "That's good." Cho Chang was silent for a while. "You flew so well today, and that sloth rolled around the tree. It was so exciting. No one can last that long and still keep up with my actions. Consistent." "Thank you," Cyrus responded as he ate. However, he obviously felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. This cute girl was squirming, which made him become squirmy too. After a while, Cho Chang finally plucked up the courage and said forcefully, "Can you give me an autograph?" "What? My autograph?" Cyrus did not expect that the other party would actually make such a request. Has his identity as the Dark Lord been exposed? No, the Dark Lord has a fart admirer. Even if there is one, it must be a little Slytherin wizard with an evil nature. "You're a Ravenclaw or a member of the DA. Why are you here to join in the fun? I think you might become a great Quidditch player in the future. So, it would be great if I could get your autograph in advance," Cho Chang said with a blush. She was still a little shy, but after saying some words, she found that it was not that difficult. Which team will you join? The Chudley Cannons have not performed well. What about the Irish team? Sorry, Cyrus interrupted her. I didn't plan to become a Quidditch star. Oh, Cho Chang paused, then laughed. It's understandable, but it's a pity. You are really talented, very different from your last competition. To be honest, I was a little bit contemptuous at first. What about you? I didn't expect you to progress so quickly. Cyrus frowned. Is this progress? This is a call for help. Draco Malfoy will still be as bad as he was in his last semester's game. Well, I can't say it's bad, but it's certainly not on Harry's level. In fact, Malfoy is still talented. The problem is that he has always been pampered and cannot bear the hardship. Even if Cyrus wasn't in control of the body, it would be difficult for him to keep training. Although he has never participated in Quidditch training, Cyrus still encouraged. As long as you train hard, you can do it. Thank you. Cho Chang stood up. I have to go. I wish you a speedy recovery. She walked to the door and turned to look at Cyrus. I think you are very different from what others said. Goodbye. She closed the door to the school infirmary, leaving Cyrus with a ridiculous expression on his face, holding a half-eaten pumpkin pie and lost in thought. This little girl isn't obsessed with me. No, she isn't obsessed with Draco, right? But soon he shook his head. Probably not. After all, we just met once. Maybe she just admired me because I played very well. He stuffed the pumpkin pie into his mouth and changed his position to lie down. But if Draco is smarter, it is not impossible to develop a relationship with Cho Chang according to the current situation. Cyrus would be very sad when he thought about Harry seeing his goddess being with the enemy in the future. But it's a pity that Draco Malfoy only has his eyes on Harry. So how can he have time to look at other women? Cyrus chuckled and stayed alone in the school doctor's office for several hours. It was completely dark outside. Madame Pomfrey came out from behind the curtain, bent down, and squeezed his arm. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, she let Cyrus leave the office. When he walked out of the school hospital wing, there was no one in the corridor. Cyrus avoided the portrait's gaze and took out the Marauder's map. I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good. The blank parchment opened automatically, and lines emerged, drawing a multifaceted map. Except for some unknown secret rooms, every corner of the castle is fully presented. He saw a lot of little badgers wandering around in the kitchen, and there were almost no little wizards wandering around in other places in the castle. On days like this, even the most energetic Gryffindor would not dare to walk around at night, lest he encounter that terrible air and eventually be killed. It will be harder to launch attacks in the future. Cyrus shook his head, put the map away, and turned towards the room of requirement. Let's continue studying alchemy. ___________. Chapter 62, Cram School. Early the next morning, when Cyrus was sitting sleepily on Slytherin's long table eating breakfast, an owl with a letter flew in front of him. Cyrus took the letter, fed the owl some food, and immediately opened the letter. The letter was sent by Lucius and Narcissa. On the surface, it seemed to be just an ordinary letter expressing their concern and greetings for their son. But Cyrus saw the secret message left in the letter at a glance. After casting a secret revealing spell, the real content disappeared in a flash. Lucius had convinced the other school governors to have Dumbledore leave the school as soon as the next victim appeared. He also did some mobilization on the Ministry of Magic, ensuring that Hagrid could be sent to Azkaban for a few days. Cyrus was excited inside, but on the outside, he remained calm, as if he were reading an ordinary letter. Silently, he folded the letter and put it back inside his sleeve. The two little followers sitting next to him seemed to want to talk to him, but considering that Malfoy seemed to be a different person during this period, they did not dare to say anything. What's wrong? Cyrus glared at them in a Malfoy-only arrogant manner. No, it's nothing. I'm done eating. Goodbye. Cyrus stood up alone and walked through the dining table full of people. Many people greeted him, but he ignored them all. Instead, he was thinking about when to launch the next decisive attack. Right now? Or should we wait a little longer? I still have no clue about refining the Philosopher's Stone, and I'm not ready to confront Dumbledore. Cyrus was most worried about Dumbledore. But if the plan goes well, he won't face Dumbledore. We can't make any more mistakes next. The Christmas accident really caught him off guard, but fortunately, it was nothing bad. Cyrus thought about it carefully and decided to continue according to the development of the original work. The next attack will be on the day of the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, and the target of the attack is naturally. What mistakes are we talking about? A voice suddenly interrupted Cyrus's thoughts. He looked up and saw Lockhart with a smile on his face. Haha, I guess you must be talking about the next Quidditch match, right? Lockhart showed a self-satisfied expression and then started bragging regardless of Cyrus's feelings. You were in the limelight yesterday, and you did a great job. I have to say, you did almost half as well as I did. Didn't I mention that I was also a seeker on the school team when I was a student? Winklaw team. To be honest, if your opponent was half as talented as me, then you may not have won so easily. And your hand is recovering well. You know, I could have cured you right away. Professor, what do you want? Cyrus interrupted Lockhart's sterile speech. He was not interested in listening to this guy bragging. I think I can give you a little help in Quidditch. If you plan to join a world-famous team in the future, then you'd better listen to my opinion. Lockhart said proudly. Back then I received letters from many teams, but unfortunately, that was not my ambition, so I turned them down. Huh. The Quidditch world has lost a rising star. No need, Professor. Actually, I'm not that interested in Quidditch either. And I don't intend to become a star showing off. He almost understood what Lockhart was thinking. The other party obviously took a fancy to his Quidditch talent and planned to make him his student. In this way, if Malfoy became a great player in the future, he would naturally be praised as Malfoy's mentor and become more famous. Unfortunately, Cyrus wasn't interested. Not only did he have no interest, but Malfoy himself had no interest. Don't like Quidditch? You are wasting your talent, Malfoy. After all, not everyone is as good as me. Even if you leave Quidditch aside, you can make achievements in many aspects. And I am still a third-level Merlin, the owner of the medal. I'm sorry, Professor, you just need to donate some money to the Ministry of Magic for that kind of thing. You can have as much as you want, Cyrus said unceremoniously. And Professor, maybe your memory is not very good, but have you forgotten my name? My name is Draco Malfoy. Quidditch talent aside, I still have a lot of business to do and a lot of money to inherit. After saying that, he turned his body sideways and walked away from the other party regardless of Lockhart's expression. After evading Lockhart, Ginny and the four of them caught up again. Why are you here? We saw that you came out after receiving a letter, so we followed you. It's just a letter from Malfoy. I plan to put it away for him. What's the matter? I just saw Lockhart talking to you. What was he saying? Ron glanced at Hermione first and then asked, I guess he must be bragging again. Is he planning to teach you how to play Quidditch? You really know him, Ron, Cyrus said with a hint of admiration. He also said that he was a genius seeker back then. I've seen through him a long time ago. Ron was very happy that he guessed correctly, which made Hermione a little unhappy. Professor Lockhart was actually Ravenclaw's seeker. But you know I worked in the medal room and Ravenclaw never won a Quidditch trophy during his time at school. Come on, Hermione, he's just terrible at it. Much worse than Malfoy, Ron said provocatively. But surprisingly, Hermione just snorted and didn't respond. By the way, do you have any better suggestions for selecting courses for the third year? After a while, Hermione seemed to remember something and turned around to ask. After the Easter vacation, the professors of each house could not handle course selection. Hermione took this very seriously, while Harry and Ron were very casual. But it would be good for both of them if they could listen to Mr. Riddle's opinion. At least they wouldn't need to use their brains. In general, the Care of Magical Creatures course is very important, but I heard that Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn is retiring next year, and I don't know who will take over this course. Of the two divination courses, I only recommend arithmetic divination, and the other one, how should I say, does require a bit of talent. There are also ancient magic texts that are more referenced, and for the others, I also recommend alchemy. Or if you don't want to miss out, you can choose them all. Cyrus said, I just want to give up potions class, Harry said frustratedly. Potions are very important, Harry. Even if you don't plan to be an Auror in the future, knowing more about potions can prevent you from being poisoned by others. But I can't think of anyone other than Snape who would try to poison me. Of course, there are, such as those Death Eaters. Don't forget they are the subordinate of Voldemort. Cyrus saw Ron shudder. I beg you not to say that name, especially since he is still alive. Well, in short, the only course I don't recommend you to take is Muggle Studies. It's not that that course is unimportant, but the content of the school is just nonsense. But it's understandable. After all, wizards sometimes find it difficult to understand Muggle technology. As for other courses, you can ask the senior students. After so many years, maybe the teaching content has changed between now and my time. In the end, Cyrus chose alchemy, ancient runes, and care of magical creatures for Malfoy. As for Hermione, she only heard Cyrus say that she could select all subjects, and she immediately marked all the subjects. Do I have too many subjects to learn? Can you help me with tutoring now? Hermione pestered Cyrus. Teaching? You haven't finished studying the second year yet, and you plan to take up the third year's content? Ron looked like he was crazy. You have to know that he hasn't even started reviewing the content of the final exam. What's wrong? I advise you two to prepare early. After all, this will affect our entire future. Hermione glared at him and dragged Cyrus to the library. Ron and Harry looked at each other, both feeling that what Hermione said was a bit too exaggerated. When Ginny saw Hermione starting to study with Cyrus, she was not far behind. She borrowed a second year's textbook and asked around Cyrus. Cyrus also told them an extra head-soaking spell. They made some progress and chatted a lot and used spells. In the end, they were kicked out by an annoyed Mrs. Pants. __________________________________________________________________ Chapter 63. Make Voldemort Great Again. At night, Cyrus left the dormitory again, avoided all eyes, and came to the room of requirement. The blood-red potion kept rolling, exuding a strong breath of life. But soon the content of potion turned into poison, turning an unhealthy red color like rusty iron. Cyrus immediately knew that the potion was useless again. There were not many potions ingredients left that he had stolen from Snape. Come on, Cyrus. If you fail again, you will have to give up on this. Cyrus opened the alchemy books again. The seemingly simple patterns and words have become the most profound and difficult to understand wisdom. Wisdom, it would be great if Ravenclaw's diadem had not been made into a Horcrux. Cyrus sighed and scolded Voldemort for wasting everything. Such a powerful treasure was destroyed by him. If the crown works, maybe I can use the wisdom of the crown to refine the magic stone. TCH. Who said you can't kill someone without a gun? Cyrus suddenly reacted. No one has ever said that the crown cannot be used after it is made into a Horcrux, right? Maybe others can't use it because Voldemort's soul fragment is attached to it, but he is different. He doesn't have to worry about Voldemort's soul lodged in the Horcrux at all. It's better to say, I am Riddle. There was a bright light in Cyrus's black eyes. Cyrus had always had flexible standards regarding whether he was Riddle or not. He quickly walked out of the room of requirement, and then walked back and forth 3 more times, thinking silently. I want a hiding room. I want a hiding room. I want a hiding room. Then, the original door slowly disappeared, and a new door appeared on the wall. Cyrus pushed open the black, luxurious door and walked into a huge, but very crowded and messy room. All kinds of clutter are piled up together, making it look like a utility room filled with garbage. It is hard to imagine how the very few people who knew this room in the 1,000 years since Hogwarts was founded had turned this room into this. Cyrus knew where the Horcruxes were. He had been to this room before. At that time, he was just looking for some alchemy tools for Draco to practice, and he was just looking for the crown, by the way. He passed the troll specimen and the broken disappearing cabinet, and came to a crate. Above the crate was a bust of a wizard covered in pockmarks, wearing a dusty old hair cap. There is also an old faded crown-like thing. The crown is inlaid with gems and engraved with a line of text. Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth. It should have been sparkling, but now, the crown looked a little dull. Then, Cyrus put it on his head without hesitation. For a moment, he felt like he was in a quiet morning forest, and the cool mountain breeze made his brain very clear. It felt like a rusty machine was suddenly greased with oil and started to run quickly. Cyrus felt as if he was enveloped by wisdom itself. However, if someone looked at him from a third perspective, they would find that what enveloped Cyrus was not wisdom, but an evil black energy. Voldemort, show me your soul. The black air made a hoarse and terrifying sound, echoing in Cyrus's mind. I will show you all the secrets of magic. Stop howling, it's me. Cyrus took the initiative to interrupt him. He opened up half of his thoughts, absorbed Malfoy's life force, and condensed an illusory shadow. At the same time, the diary was also held in his hand. Cyrus believed that no one would ever see the legendary Dark Lord look more comical than at this moment. It's me, and of course it's you. Cyrus looked directly at the ugly snake face that emerged from the black mist, and felt better for no reason. Although I had to think about how to be resurrected as soon as I traveled through dimensions, at least I didn't become as ugly as the guy in the crown. I gave the diary to Lucius Malfoy for safekeeping. Yes, but we didn't tell him what was in the diary. Otherwise he would have respected me more. Cyrus had an angry look on his face. But this is better. At least being like this let me know some surprising news. I guess you never dreamed. What? The invincible Dark Lord was defeated by a baby. Then he turned into a despicable thing that was worse than a ghost. He lingered in the bodies of rats in the sewers all day long. The black figure seemed to be irritated by Cyrus's words. Like a poisonous snake, it bared its fangs and spat out a message. You are lying. Lying? Why should I deceive myself? Cyrus openly revealed his eyes. He had prepared a modified false memory, but he overestimated the remnant soul trapped in the Horcrux. The other party can't cast any magic at all. You should really go outside and see what this world has become. We have lost. He looked angrily, as if he was angry and ashamed of his failure, acting like now that he saw another self, He could finally let go of his depression. The emotions were released. People were chanting "The boy who lived" to celebrate our defeat. And last year, the boy stopped our plans again. Cyrus told everything that happened during the year, including Voldemort possessing Quirrell in an attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone to resurrect himself, but was defeated by Harry Potter, including Lucius. In order to avoid being traced by the Ministry of Magic, Malfoy sent the diary away, hoping to cause chaos in Hogwarts. Now, I am possessing Malfoy and attacking several despicable mudbloods with the basilisk in the secret room, but this is not enough. We must be resurrected. Cyrus became more and more excited as he spoke, and he kept asking the other self. The soul and the crown approached. This is easy, but are the Horcruxes safe? Horcruxes are safe enough. If the plan goes well, we can have 6 Horcruxes. Cyrus said. Yes, it seems the plan was good. It was a good insurance if we ever got defeated. At least we are still alive. Voldemort was now proud of his plan to split 7 souls. He was confident that no one would know that he had made so many Horcruxes, not to mention finding the location of every Horcrux and destroying them. Insurance. Cyrus sneered. Is insurance just about being in the dirty sewers with snakes and rats? Don't forget who we are. Don't forget that we changed our names to Voldemort, just so that one day, when we become the greatest magician in the world, wizards everywhere dare not say this name easily. Instead of lying in the putrid ditch like a wild dog with its legs broken, we must have stronger power and safer means to fight against Dumbledore and that dash. Cyrus pressed his hand on the crown. Hatred flashed in his eyes. The boy who lived. Are you planning to abandon your true form? Voldemort in the crown suddenly understood what Cyrus meant. But this made him feel even more incredible. He had never thought that the other party was so crazy. My true form. Who are we to think about these trivial true forms? Cyrus's mood seemed to have calmed down, but this calmness contained a more powerful force, like the silent currents on the bottom of the sea. There is only one Voldemort in this world. It's him, it's you, and it's me. Since he loses, let me do it. If I lose, it will be you. Facing the tempting devil, Cyrus's trick is to seduce the other party was working. The soul and the crown seemed to have compromised. Cyrus put the crown on his head and said the last words that broke the opponent's psychological defense. There is only one Voldemort in this world, and our goal is to make the name Voldemort great again. __________. Chapter 64, Life for a Life. The black energy disappeared, and the soul with Voldemort's face returned to the crown. Cyrus knew that his plan had succeeded, that he had almost deceived Voldemort himself. Of course, this is actually very easy. After all, his existence means that he himself is a Horcrux. No matter how cautious Voldemort was, he probably wouldn't have thought that his Horcrux would be taken away from him. As for Cyrus, he didn't have to go to so much trouble, but he didn't intend to use a good thing like the crown just once. Naturally, one must be cautious when accompanying Voldemort. At least while the crown is still on his head, he must be Riddle. Fortunately, Tom Riddle's occlumency is still very powerful. Even Dumbledore couldn't see through his mind back then. Cyrus has absorbed all of Riddle's magical knowledge, and he will naturally not slack off when it comes to useful magic like occlumency. Cyrus didn't go anywhere and opened the Jewish Book of Abraham directly on the spot. This is a copper book with only 21 pages in total. Only every 7th page is marked with a page number, and the page numbers are also distributed 7, page no, 3 times. In alchemy, 3 and 7 are both very special numbers. Among them, 3 may represent triple greatness, that is, repeating greatness 3 times. Perhaps this means that a certain element needs to be sublimated 3 times. There is no doubt that this element is mercury, but that alone is obviously not enough. Cyrus previously tried to reach the perfect world with 3 pillars, 10 essences, for worlds and 22 paths, but ultimately failed. Is there something missing? Whatever it is, it's a very crucial point. He looked at several pictures imprinted on the book. 2 intertwined snakes, one being swallowed by the other, represented the fusion of matter. The second picture, a snake nailed to a cross. The third picture, a desert. The snakes gushing out of the spring in the middle. What does the snake mean? Is it mystery, taboo, or immortality itself? The shed snake skin symbolizes the decayed body. Is what is born from it a new life? This constant alternation, over and over again, leads to eternal life. Like a basilisk, it has existed for nearly 1,000 years, but is still far away from death. Maybe he should add something snake-related to the potion, such as the basilisk snake slough? On the road leading to the secret room, there is a huge basilisk snake slough. The basilisk itself is a product of magic. Its snake slough also has many effects. It has extremely powerful magic resistance and can be used to make armor. However, the most important thing is that the snake slough has always been a symbol of immortality and rebirth. What if the snake slough of the basilisk is added to the process of making the Philosopher's Stone? Add snake slough? Do you really think that you can refine a unique magic stone? The soul in the crown laughed. I don't know when you were so naive. If I hadn't watched you being made with my own eyes, I'm afraid I'll have to wonder if you are actually me. What do you mean? Cyrus felt a sudden thought and asked in a deep voice. But Voldemort didn't actually have any suspicion. He just thought it was a bit funny. To actually interpret the contents of those pictures as snake shedding is simply an insult to the Dark Lord's reputation. Or is it because I was too young when I made the Horcrux of the diary, so the other person's soul was too naive? You actually asked me what I mean? The snakes devouring each other, the snakes nailed to the cross, the man who raised an iron axe to chop at the feet of Hermes, the Holy Grail carrying countless blood, the slaughtered babies. Voldemort recited the bloody pictures word for word, especially the last picture, where a king holding a broadsword was ordering soldiers to kill many babies. The mothers of the babies knelt in front of them and begged. Next to them were some similar figures. Containers of barrels and cauldrons in which the blood of infants was collected, in which the sun and moon bathed. Tell me, if you want eternal life, what's the price? On the scale of life, what can be measured against it? Voldemort's voice was like the terrifying ghost king in hell, asking the deepest questions about Cyrus' soul. It was as if he was holding a hammer and driving the sharpest nails into the place where Cyrus had never dared to look directly, causing blood to drip from his eyes. And there is only one answer. Only life. The price of life can only be life. This is actually something Cyrus has already understood. If he wants to be resurrected, he must absorb a person's life force. Only when the life of the person possessed by him is completely drained can he have the ability to affect reality. In fact, the same is true for the production of Horcruxes. Kill an innocent soul and forge a Horcrux. This is the true equivalent exchange. If alchemy is a scale, then if life is placed on one end of the scale, the other end must also be measured with life. Voldemort was already familiar with this. In order to make Horcruxes, he killed too many people. Life is an exchange. It has been like this since ancient times. Eagles kill rabbits, snakes hunt mice, ligers hunt cattle and sheep. Only when others die can you live. But for Cyrus, he was trying his best to avoid killing any innocent life during his resurrection, so he sought other methods to try to recreate the Philosopher's Stone. However, the more he studied, the more he found that life was not an acceptable price. If this is the case, then everything he does will lose its meaning, so subconsciously he is not willing to think about it in this aspect. However, Voldemort eventually pierced this layer of window paper ruthlessly. At the same time, it also made Cyrus face the real truth. Magic itself is an idealistic power. Sometimes if you want to achieve something, you don't care about spells, wands, or complicated rituals. You just need spiritual desire. On the other hand, if you are deceiving yourself, how can you succeed in refining the magic stone? If you want to refine the magic stone, you must pour it with the blood of something. Otherwise, you will never succeed. But Nicholas Flamel, do you really think he is a person who can do such a bloody thing? Cyrus asked. People of his time Voldemort just snorted. It was obvious that he did not understand all the goodness in this world. He might think that all kindness and justice are false, and the truth hidden under lies and deception will always be dripping with blood. Voldemort's views are naturally paranoid, but that also means he's not entirely wrong. Yes, Nicholas Flamel lived for more than 600 years. Who knows what his time was like at that time? The further time goes forward, the more bloody and cruel civilization becomes, and this is the same even in the magical world. 600 years ago, even black magic was probably just ordinary magic in the eyes of people at that time. What's more, judging from the fact that Nico has not been able to carve the Philosopher's Stone for so many years, perhaps this exchange of lives was something he himself did not notice. You think so? Voldemort asked. I would prefer that he knew, but when it came time to try again, the prophecy was lost. Voldemort did not think that Nicholas Flamel was an innocent person. How could a master of alchemy fail to notice such an obvious exchange of equivalents? Besides, refining the magic stone requires more than a little blood. It is said that at a certain period, Nicholas Flamel hunted a large number of dark wizards. It is unknown whether this is true or not. But if it is true, then he is probably preparing to refine the magic stone. The Jewish Book of Abraham once revealed part of its secrets to Nicholas Flamel, but after Nico successfully refined the Philosopher's Stone, that revelation disappeared. If so, how do we find this revelation? Looking for it? No. When this book is in our hands, the revelation will be completed, said the soul in the crown. Underscore, 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 underscore. Chapter 65, Sense of Guilt. The revelation is complete. The Jewish Book of Abraham is a magical book. When it fell into the hands of Cyrus, it was already destined that he would be the next person to refine the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort in the crown thought that this person was himself, so he was very proud. Not only he was Slytherin's heir, but fate also favored him. But Cyrus knew that all this had nothing to do with Voldemort. Voldemort couldn't get Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone, let alone refine the Real Philosopher's Stone. But he also knew that if he exchanged the lives of those evil dark wizards, he would not feel guilty at all. But now that he has possessed Draco Malfoy, where can he find so many dark wizards? But if it were to cost the lives of those innocent little wizards in the castle, Cyrus couldn't do it. A person may be cruel, but at least he should leave a bottom line, not for anything else, but to prevent himself from becoming a devil in human skin. Voldemort probably misunderstood him, thinking that he was worried that sacrificing so many lives in the castle would trigger Dumbledore's revenge. Our current situation cannot be too public, but don't forget that there are still many lives in the Forbidden Forest. Forbidden Forest. The surging Acromantula clan flashed through Cyrus's mind. Acromantulas like to eat people very much, especially after Aragog, who was raised by Hagrid, died. The spider swarm completely lost control and finally fell to Voldemort's side. If the lives of these things were used as sacrifices, Cyrus would feel no guilt. It seems like we have to go to the Forbidden Forest. Cyrus took off the crown on his head. In an instant, he felt that his ears were much quieter, and he felt comfortable without Voldemort chattering beside him. But this time he really wanted to thank Voldemort. He didn't see whether the crown could improve a person's wisdom, but Voldemort was indeed one of the most terrifying geniuses in the wizarding world. Of course, perhaps there is indeed a crown at play. Cyrus put the crown away and left the room of requirement with it. Now that Lucius Malfoy is ready, it's almost time to bring the plan to a close. In an empty classroom, Hermione sat at a desk and waved to Cyrus. There is also a pile of books on the table. Hey, you're finally here. Since the last time they were kicked out of the library by Mrs. Pants, they had to change their tutoring place. Fortunately, there are many abandoned classrooms in Hogwarts, so I found one at random. Why aren't Ginny and the others here? Cyrus found it a little strange that Hermione was the only one here. Normally, Harry and Ron rarely come here, and the study content this semester alone is enough to give them a headache. But Ginny usually never fails. You forgot, she has classes today. Hermione shook her head happily, her fluffy brown curly hair trembling, looking very cute. If her front teeth weren't so big that she looked like an otter when she smiles, Cyrus believes more people would notice her beauty. As for Harry, he is about to start playing against the Hufflepuff team at the weekend. Wood is barely giving him a chance to breathe now and is forcing him to train every second. I think Wood may be shocked by your flying skills in your match, Hermione said with a smile, and there was actually a little bit of pride in her tone. Fortunately, the weather has been good recently. It rained a lot some time ago. I was worried that Harry would catch a cold, Cyrus said casually. He sat across from Hermione, and the two of them were now using the same table. The Hufflepuff Seeker seems to be quite capable. I watched him play against Ravenclaw last time, and he flies better than Cho Chang. Well, Cho has a lot of potential. Huh? When did you two get so close? Hermione wrinkled her nose as she opened the borrowed ancient magic textbook, feeling a little unhappy. I mean, you'd better not come into contact with others. Too much to avoid being discovered. After all, you are completely different from that annoying Malfoy. It's just that she sometimes asked me about Quidditch. Didn't I not go to the game with Hufflepuff and Slytherin? She has been training for a long time, but she still lost to Hufflepuff. She probably felt it was a pity, so she came to ask me why I didn't participate in the competition. Then she pestered me to teach her some flying skills. Hermione stopped what she was doing. How come I don't know about this? Slytherin and Gryffindor don't always have classes together. Cyrus suddenly felt guilty. Why did he suddenly feel guilty like he was cheating in a relationship? He didn't want to continue this topic, so he decided to change the topic. Okay, let's read the textbook. The scope of ancient magic script is very large, but at this stage, the only ones you have to learn are runes. I know that I hung on a windswept tree. 9 long nights. Wounded with a spear, dedicated to Odin. Myself to myself. On that tree of which no man knows. From where its roots run. With no bread did they refresh me, nor a drink from a horn. Downwards I peered. I took up the runes, screaming I took them. Then I fell back from there. Cyrus read from the word of God. This is a legend in the Muggle world. Hermione pointed out keenly, because in the wizarding world, the so-called Odin might just be a powerful wizard. That's right. Cyrus nodded. In order to obtain the Fountain of Wisdom, Odin lost one of his right eyes in exchange for the wisdom of rune. The rune alphabet is a kind of incantation. As long as it is carved into wood, stone, metal, or even any material, you can get infinite power. This is why many very powerful alchemy tools are engraved with runes. This kind of word is similar to magic spells, but different. They are not issued based on the medium of sound, but they must be recorded in order to exert their power. If you want to learn artifact alchemy, then proficiency in magic words is a must. This is a tool. The runes have a total of 24 letters, divided into groups of 8. The first 8 symbolize fertility, prosperity, love, and peace. The middle 8 symbolize obstruction and difficulty, and the last 8 are closely related to war. It is said that when learning the runes, understanding their meaning is the most difficult. Each letter, their meaning is abstract. For example, this is a letter that symbolizes wealth, prosperity, and abundance. But in different combinations, it has different meanings. They both studied. Classes like this last until Friday, and tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock will be the Quidditch match. It's time to act. ______. Chapter 66. Hermione discovers the truth. Early the next morning, Hermione and Harry gathered in the auditorium. The weather was very good today. Wood was very happy and filled every player's plate with scrambled eggs. Come on, Harry. Hermione and Ginny cheered Harry while looking at the Slytherin table with their peripheral vision, but they didn't see the conspicuous white hair. Harry was also a little depressed. He had an inexplicable affection for Riddle, maybe because Riddle's experience reminded him of himself. To be honest, staying at the Dursleys' house would be worse than being in an orphanage. Won't he come to cheer me on? I thought we were friends. He may have gotten up late, and with so many people watching, it's not convenient for him to cheer for you, Harry. Ron comforted. After a while, Cyrus walked in. He actually got up early, but he just went to the secret chamber in advance. At this point, he needed to use the basilisk's voice to give Hermione a hint so she could be left alone. After entering the dining room, Cyrus raised his chin at them with Malfoy's usual smug expression. To others, this might seem like a provocation, but Harry knew that this was actually Mr. Riddle greeting him. Malfoy is really annoying, isn't he? Although I don't know why he didn't participate in the competition, it's a good thing. Slytherin lost to Hufflepuff last time, and the championship can only be between us and Hufflepuff. The time has come. Wood frowned and patted Harry on the shoulder. Okay, Harry, hurry up and eat. I want to confirm the tactics before the game starts. After saying that, Wood left the auditorium and headed to the Quidditch field. Harry thought that maybe he could say a few words to Mr. Riddle before the game started. It would be best if he could get encouragement and recognition from the other party. Then he would be more confident, so he slowly dragged on. After a while, there were not many people in the auditorium. How are you feeling, Harry? Cyrus walked over slowly to greet them. It's not bad, but Diggory is very good. I doubt I can win. You should have confidence in yourself, Cyrus said casually. His mind was not on the Quidditch match at all. Anyway, this match would not be held in the end. The 5 people left the auditorium together. Since Harry had to go back to pack his game supplies, Cyrus separated from them first. I'm going to the stadium first. However, as soon as Cyrus reached the corner, he cast a disguise spell on himself and followed them again. Also, control the basilisk to swim in the pipe. At this time, Harry's originally slightly nervous mood was filled with a very heavy worry, because just as he stepped onto the marble stairs, he suddenly heard the voice again. I'm E to kill. So hungry. For so long. I smell blood. I smell blood. Ah! He shouted, and Ron and Hermione jumped away from him in horror. What's wrong with you? That voice, Harry said, turning his head and looking back. I just heard it again. Did you hear it? Ron shook his head, his eyes widening. That strange sound you mentioned before? Ginny looked around. But where is it? It can't be invisible, right? Or is there a road that we can't see? Invisible road. Hermione suddenly reached out and slapped her forehead. Harry, I suddenly understood something. I'm going to the library. She hurried away and went upstairs. What did she understand? Harry asked frantically, still looking around to figure out where the sound was coming from. I don't know, Ron said, shaking his head. But why does she want to go to the library? Because that's the way Hermione is, Ron said, shrugging. When in doubt, go to the library. Harry stood there uncertainly, trying to catch the sound again. But at this time, it was too late. You'd better act quickly, Ginny said. But that voice. It's almost 11 o'clock, game. The 3 left, but Cyrus turned to follow Hermione. He saw Hermione running towards the library in a hurry, her hair like a bunch of flowers that kept blooming and gathering. She ran to the 3rd floor in one breath. The door of the library was locked, and there was no one inside. Everyone, including Mrs. Pants, went to the Quidditch pitch. Hermione pushed the door violently, but did not open it. So he simply took a half step back and took out his wand. Alohomora. The chains clattered to the ground. Petrification, an invisible path. It could be in the wall. It should be a pipe. A sound only Harry can hear dash. She walked through the rows of bookshelves, and the previous clues seemed to be connected to a huge web, almost weaving the real answer in her mind. Cyrus followed her leisurely, and at this time, he even lifted the illusion spell. A huge basilisk swam out of the pipe, its steel-like scales rustling on the ground. This huge monster followed behind Cyrus, but soon lowered its head and swam to the other side close to the ground. Rows of bookshelves full of books became its cover. In the dark library, only the green-colored scales shone faintly. That should be a snake. That's why Harry can hear it. Because he is a Parselmouth. But what kind of snake can turn people into stone and exist for 1,000 years? Hermione pulled out several books in succession from the bookshelf. One documents the plumbing system at Hogwarts, and the other labels fantastic beasts. She looked through it with the light of the wand. The basilisk can live for 1,000 years, but the magic power of the basilisk kills people, not petrifies them. But how is no one dead? She suddenly remembered something. Because none of the victims have directly seen the basilisk's eye. Colin Creevey had seen it through the camera, and Justin had seen through the headless Nico. Ginny said that Percy and Penelope were in love, and she was holding a mirror in her hand, and she should be dressing up when she saw it from the mirror. And Mrs. Norris, who was the first victim of the basilisk, must have seen it through the reflection of water on the ground. So the effect of the magic is attenuated. It's like hearing the cry of the mandrake with earmuffs. Hermione's face showed excited joy. She solved a 50-year-old mystery. Needless to say, she felt a sense of accomplishment. More importantly, the culprit was likely to be caught because of this. But soon, new doubts arose in her mind. If the thing in the Chamber of Secrets was a basilisk, then Hagrid was obviously wronged. The scene Mr. Riddle showed them last time was still fresh in her mind. Although I couldn't see clearly what the monster Hagrid raised was, at least it was not a basilisk. No basilisk was lumpy and had so much hair. Mr. Riddle must be mistaken. Hermione closed the book. She couldn't wait to tell everyone the answer, especially Mr. Riddle. She wanted Mr. Riddle to know that Hagrid had been wronged, that he had made a mistake, and that her ingenuity had unlocked the answer. Knowing the monster's true face and how it moves, it won't be so difficult for them to find each other. Okay, it's still difficult actually. The plumbing system in Hogwarts is very complicated, but at least now we have a clue. However, at this moment, Hermione heard footsteps echoing among the empty bookshelves in the library. Patatasha dash. Who was there? Her heart missed a beat in vain. Her whole body shrank in vigilance, knocking over her chair, and she raised her wand in the direction of the footsteps. But the owner of the footsteps didn't respond and just kept approaching. At this moment, Hermione's clothes under her robes were wet with fearful sweat. But not only did she not panic, she was calmer than before. Maybe it's the air. I became his target. Hermione breathed heavily. Her whole body was shaking, but she still made the right choice. She knew clearly that she was probably doomed, but even if she sacrificed herself, she would at least leave clues to the truth to her two stupid friends and Mr. Riddle. So, she hurriedly took down a page and wrote one word. Footsteps were approaching. Fluorescent lights illuminated the visitor. It's Malfoy. ___________. Chapter 67. The Petrified Hermione. And Mr. Riddle? Hermione's voice was filled with tears, and she collapsed as if she had been relaxed, as if all the bones in her body had been ripped out. You scared me to death. Sorry, Hermione. Did you find any clues? Cyrus said with a smile. His white hair looked very dazzling, and he had absorbed Malfoy's life force during this period, making Malfoy's face look as pale as a layer of flour. Especially standing in the darkness like now, it looked like a dead corpse. But Hermione didn't notice this. After experiencing that moment of fear when she saw Cyrus, it was as if she saw a life-saving straw, and she kept talking. I found out. That monster is Basilisk. You've wronged Hagrid. The Basilisk is moving inside the pipes. We'd better get a mirror. Hermione desperately grabbed Cyrus's arms and spoke incoherently. Don't be impatient, Hermione. You can speak slowly. Cyrus patted Hermione on the back to calm her down. Hermione then explained everything she had discovered to Cyrus. You are really smart, Hermione. Cyrus praised sincerely. Apparently, his compliments were very helpful to Hermione. The little witch sniffed her nose proudly, and her tail almost went up to the sky. But you're wrong about one thing. Cyrus let go of Hermione, took a half step back, and distanced himself from her. He seemed to be back in the darkness all of a sudden. Although the two of them were only a few steps apart, The light from Hermione's wand separated her from Cyrus. Mr. Riddle? I didn't wrong Hagrid. Hermione, you made a mistake. But Hagrid is really not. Of course, he is not. Cyrus interrupted Hermione, and the expression on his face began to feel strange to Hermione. I said, I didn't wrongly accuse him. To be precise, I framed him. P.S. Damn. WTF. But why? To put it simply, I am the heir of Slytherin. Cyrus smiled and explained generously. I planned all the attacks in the past 2 semesters. How is this possible? Hermione was shaken, her eyes sparkling with tears. What Hermione felt at this time was pain, deception, and betrayal. How could she believe that Mr. Riddle, who she had been with for so long, who had stolen Snape's potion ingredients together, and who tutored her, was actually the one they had been looking for? He even took a shower with myself. But why? You are also from the Muggle world. Do you think of us as mudbloods like Malfoy? Hermione asked painfully. This time she felt this more than when she was insulted by Malfoy before. The words carry her pain. No, I never thought so. But in order to be resurrected, there must be some sacrifice. This is a lesson. I think next time, you should know that you should not easily believe in a thing that can think. Cyrus was calm as he said that. Okay, it's time for you to go get some sleep, Hermione. But don't worry, I won't kill you. It was almost like he was putting a child to sleep. Hermione seemed to realize something. She heard the sound of steel scraping the ground behind her. The sound was so harsh that she wondered why she hadn't heard it just now. But now, she could only close her eyes desperately and slam into Cyrus. Cyrus did not block her way and allowed Hermione to struggle. Sometimes she opened her eyes to determine the position of herself and the basilisk, but most of the time she kept her eyes closed, avoiding the basilisk's dim sight like the sunset. The angry basilisk saw its prey moving and sped up. Its steel-like scales quickly streaked across the ground, bursting into bright sparks. The twisting body knocked down rows of bookshelves, chasing Hermione's escape direction. Filled with fear, Hermione kept throwing spells behind her like crazy. She knew a lot of spells, some of which were taught to her by Cyrus. Thinking of this, Hermione's heart was filled with sadness and irony. But now, she still has to protect herself first. She clutched the note tightly in one hand and threw the spell behind her as she ran. Avis. Vipera Evanesca. Bewitched Sleep. Glacius. The spells that flew from Hermione's wand shimmered like bright fireworks on a summer night. However, these spells had almost no effect on the basilisk. The colorful green scales blocked these spells like iron armor, and even failed to slow down the progress of the basilisk. Even the freezing spell, which was enough to cool down the salamander, failed to hinder the basilisk. The basilisk is much faster than Hermione, but Hermione is like a nimble little mouse scurrying between the dense bookshelves. In the small space, the huge size of the basilisk becomes a kind of inconvenient. But Cyrus was patient. He watched the basilisk push Hermione to a dead end step by step, saw Hermione crawling into the gap of the collapsed bookshelf in fear, and watched the basilisk violently use its tail to smash the obstacles in front of him. Now, Hermione finally rushed to the library door. As long as she pushed the door open, she could escape from here. Maybe there are still people in the corridor, and maybe those people can help her. If not, at least they can expose Malfoy. No, expose Riddle's ambition. However, when she tried hard to push the door open with both hands, she found that the library door was motionless as if it had been welded shut. Alohomora. Alohomora. She jumped so anxiously that her voice was distorted, and she poked the door lock with her wand desperately, but the door remained motionless. It's useless. I cast the counter curse long ago. Cyrus slowly approached her. At this time, Hermione could already feel the huge monster approaching behind her. It slowed down, and its body was thicker than her waist, blocking the last escape route. Hermione could only turn her head, her back pressed against the wall, and her upper and lower eyelids seemed to be glued together. She even forgot how to breathe in that moment. The stinking and cold breath of the basilisk slapped her cheek. Is there nothing you can do? Cyrus said jokingly. He picked up the wand and gently touched it with 2 fingers. Hermione felt like her body was out of control, as if many arms had grabbed her, violently breaking her joints and opening her eyelids. In his sight, the shadow of the basilisk was like an undulating mountain peak. You're a bit disappointing to me, Hermione. Cyrus couldn't help but remind him. Remember what I taught you to block the basilisk's sight. Hermione tried her best to cast a head-soaking charm on herself at the last moment. Then her eyelids were completely opened by Cyrus with magic, and the eyes of the big snake in the darkness struck straight into Hermione's soul. The blisters burst. The stiff Hermione fell down like a piece of iron. The basilisk wanted to continue attacking. It wanted to tear the person in front of it into pieces, but Cyrus stopped it. This huge monster could only obey under the magic of the snake language. The evil expression on Cyrus's face disappeared. He now looked stiff. He walked to Hermione's side without saying a word and changed her into a position that looked more comfortable. Of course, she actually couldn't feel it. Then, he raised his wand and fired a spark in the direction of the forbidden book area. The library alarm was triggered. ________. Chapter 68, Quidditch match stopped. Time goes back by dozens of minutes. Harry walked quickly to Gryffindor Tower, picked up his Nimbus 2000, and joined the bustling flow of people passing through the grounds. But his mind was still in the castle, chasing the voice. As he changed into his bright red robe in the locker room, his only solace was that everyone was outside watching the game. The players walked onto the field amid earth-shattering cheers. Oliver Wood took to the air and performed a warm-up flight around the goalpost. Ms. Hooch released the ball. The members of the Hufflepuff team, wearing light yellow clothes, were gathering together at the moment, seizing the last minute to discuss tactics. Harry looked towards the audience. Malfoy with white hair was very conspicuous. He was squeezing through the crowded crowd towards Ginny and Ron. Harry didn't see Hermione, though. Cyrus panted, sat next to Ginny, and asked knowingly, "Finally found you. Where is Hermione?" "Went to the library," Ginny said immediately, recounting everything that had happened since she and Cyrus separated. "She's alone? You shouldn't have let her go by herself. What if there's danger? There is no way, right? How will the heir happens to know Hermione's location?" Ron didn't believe such a coincidence could happen. But when Harry was about to ride on his broomstick, Professor McGonagall suddenly walked across the field, holding a huge purple microphone in her hand. Harry's heart sank like a stone. The attack may have happened again. Sure enough, looking at Professor McGonagall just now was a clear sign that the monster had started to act. Ron's face suddenly turned pale. He stood up in a panic and started to squeeze towards the playground. It can't really be. Cyrus and Ginny quickly followed. "The match is cancelled," Professor McGonagall said through the microphone to the packed bleachers. There were boos and shouts of disapproval from the crowd. Oliver Wood looked crestfallen. He landed on the ground and ran towards Professor McGonagall without getting off his broomstick. "But Professor," he shouted, "we must compete. The Quidditch Cup, Gryffindor." Professor McGonagall ignored him and continued to shout with the microphone. "All students must return to the common room of their respective houses, where the person in charge of the house will tell you more about the situation. Please leave as soon as possible." Then she lowered the microphone and motioned for Harry to come over. "Potter, I think you'd better come with me." Harry was confused. Why did he always find himself tangled when something went wrong? He couldn't understand why this attack had anything to do with him now that he was on the Quidditch field. On the other side, nearly 1,000 students made disheartened noises. In the bustling crowd, Cyrus, Ron, and Ginny struggled to separate from the flow and ran towards this side. "Well, maybe you'd better come too, Ron Weasley." McGonagall looked at Ron and rarely let go, but Cyrus and Ginny were not so lucky. "As for you two, hurry up and go back to the common room of your own houses. Especially you, Malfoy." After saying that, she left with Harry and Ron, who didn't know what to do. Harry glanced back and saw Cyrus and Ginny standing alone on the green grassy playground, with the crowd behind them. He felt as if the world was divided into 3 parts, and the noisy noises were suddenly far away from him. The angry Wood was like a silhouette in a mime. "What must have happened?" Ginny said very worriedly. "I'm afraid there's an accident." Cyrus pondered for a moment and said, "Let's go back first. I believe Harry and Ron will tell us what happened when they come back." "Well," Ginny could only nod. "I hope Hermione is okay." "Hermione," Ron exclaimed. Their bad premonitions came true. This time, Professor McGonagall did not take Harry and Ron to anyone's office, but directly to the school hospital wing. Hermione lay there motionless, her glazed eyes open unnaturally. "She was found near the library," said Professor McGonagall. "I don't think either of you can explain it. Someone forced her to open her eyes." Madame Pomfrey could see the weird look on Hermione's expression at a glance. She obviously wanted to close her eyes tightly, but her eyelids were roughly opened. This means that the attacker most likely cast the spell to open her eyes. This clue made McGonagall easily think of the basilisk. However, other victims could still explain it, but there seemed to be nothing on Hermione that could prevent her from seeing the basilisk. But she was still petrified, not killed. "I will escort you back to Gryffindor Tower," Professor McGonagall said with a heavy heart. "Anyway, I have to go speak to the students. All students must return to the common room of their houses by 6 o'clock in the evening. No student is allowed to leave the dormitory after this time. A teacher will escort students to each class. No student is allowed to come to the class without the company of a teacher. All Quidditch practices and matches have been postponed. No activities will be conducted in the evenings. Gryffindor students crowded into the common room, listening to Professor McGonagall in silence. She rolled up the parchment she had just read and then said in a somewhat strangled voice, "In fact, needless to say, I have rarely been in such pain before. The school will probably be closed, unless the culprit who planned these attacks is caught. I urge everyone who thinks they know something to come forward." She climbed awkwardly through the portrait hole, and the Gryffindor students immediately started chattering. 2 Gryffindors have fallen, not counting a Gryffindor ghost, a Ravenclaw, and a Hufflepuff. Lee Jordan, a friend of the Weasley twins, said, counting on his fingers, "Has any teacher noticed that all the Slytherins are safe and sound? Isn't it obvious that these things come from Slytherin? The heirs of Slytherin, the monsters of Slytherin. Then why not just kick out all the Slytherins?" he shouted, to a chorus of nods and sparse applause. But Harry wasn't listening. He couldn't seem to shake the sight of Hermione lying in the hospital bed, as stiff as stone. If the culprit is not caught soon, he will return to the Dursleys for the rest of his life. Tom Riddle wanted to report Hagrid because he faced the prospect of returning to a Muggle orphanage once the school closed. Harry now understood exactly how he felt. "What should we do?" Ron asked quietly in Harry's ear. He and Ginny huddled in the corner. "Do you think they suspect Hagrid?" "We have to go talk to him," Harry said, having made up his mind. "I can't believe it's him this time. But since he released the monster last time, he must know how to enter the Chamber of Secrets. This is the only breakthrough point we have right now. But Professor McGonagall said we must stay in the tower unless we are in the classroom." "I think," said Harry, his voice softer, "that it's time to take out my old cloak again." "Then let's go find Mr. Riddle first, and then go together." _______. Chapter 69, Cornelius Fudge. At night, Harry and Ron went to bed as usual. They waited until Neville, Dean, and Seamus stopped discussing the Chamber of Secrets and finally fell asleep. Then they got up from the bed, got dressed again, and put the invisibility cloak on themselves. When they reached the common room, they found Ginny already sitting on the sofa waiting for them. "Let's go to the Slytherin lounge first. I've managed to contact Mr. Riddle. He will be waiting for us at the door," Ginny said immediately. The walk through the gloomy corridors was not a pleasant one. Harry had wandered around the castle in the middle of the night many times before, but he had never seen so many people there after the sun went down. Teachers, prefects, and ghosts patrolled the corridors in pairs, looking for anything out of the ordinary. Although the invisibility cloak is easy to use, it does not work every time. Once, he and Ron were almost discovered by Snape. He always felt that Snape seemed to be very sensitive to the invisibility cloak. Finally, they reached the Slytherin lounge, but there was no one outside the door. "Where's Riddle? He won't be caught, right?" Ron lowered his voice and said with a little worry that there were too many teachers patrolling tonight. "Here it is." Cyrus heard their conversation and suddenly revealed his true identity in the air. "I used a disillusionment charm, otherwise I wouldn't be able to hide from the professor's observation." Cyrus followed the voice and stretched out his hand to lift Harry's invisibility cloak, then frowned. "Isn't it a bit awkward to put it on the 4 of us? Isn't it, Small? Don't you know the disguise charm?" Ron asked strangely. "But I can only guarantee that I will not be discovered when I am standing still. If I move, the professors will notice something is wrong," Cyrus said deliberately. Now, Malfoy's body is no longer useful. What he wants is Ginny. "Ginny, let me possess you. If one of us is less, the risk of exposure will be reduced," he said. "And in this situation, if I keep possessing Malfoy, I'm afraid by the end of the term there is no way to meet you normally." Ginny didn't seem to resist at all, but showed a shy expression. But Harry had some doubts. "What about Malfoy? I'll let him have a good sleep. When he wakes up, he won't know of anything." Ron didn't seem very willing to have someone possess his sister, but Ginny answered first. "That's it. Mr. Riddle is also more powerful. He can protect me." Cyrus quickly transferred from Malfoy's body to Ginny's body, then stuffed the unconscious Malfoy back into the common room and left him alone. Then, the 3 of them left the castle wearing the invisibility cloak. Harry and Ron both had an awkward feeling. They had finally adapted to Cyrus being Malfoy, and now he was Ginny. This feeling was so strange, but there was no time to dwell on this at this point. It was a starry night, and they hurried towards the lighted window of Hagrid's residence. They didn't take off the invisibility cloak until they reached his door. Seconds after they knocked on the door, Hagrid flung it open. They saw Hagrid pointing a crossbow at them, and Fong, the boarhound, barking loudly behind him. This startled them all. This was the first time Harry had seen Hagrid with this attitude. "Oh, it's you." Hagrid was obviously relieved, put down the weapon in his hand, and glared at them. "What are you 3 doing here?" "What's that for?" Harry said, pointing to the crossbow as they walked into the room. and Cyrus tried to make his presence as low as possible. Nothing, nothing, Hagrid said vaguely. I thought that. Well, it doesn't matter. Sit down. I'll make tea. He seemed a little uneasy, and the water in the kettle spilled out, almost extinguishing the fire. Then his thick hand shook violently, knocking the teapot over. Are you okay, Hagrid? Have you heard about Hermione? Oh, yes, I heard that, Hagrid said, his voice choked up. It could be seen that he did feel sorry for Hermione, but he kept looking nervously towards the window, as if something more terrifying was waiting for him. I think you don't have to worry too much. She will be fine. She will. He poured several cups of tea for Harry and others, but forgot to put the tea leaves. He was about to put a thick piece of fruit cake on a plate when there was a loud knock on the door. Hagrid was so frightened that he immediately dropped the fruit cake in his hand, and he looked flustered. Harry and Ron were equally flustered as him, and even Cyrus was a little shaken, because he knew who was knocking on the door. Hide quickly. It will be bad if we are discovered sneaking out. Cyrus hurriedly took Harry's invisibility cloak and put it on them all. The three of them huddled tightly behind the sofa, and Cyrus was breathing harder than before. Dumbledore is coming in. When Hagrid saw they were all hidden, he grabbed his crossbow and yanked the door open again. Good evening, Hagrid. Dumbledore walked in first, with a very serious expression, followed by a very strange-looking man. The stranger was short, stocky, with messy gray hair and an anxious look on his face. His clothes were a strange hodgepodge: pinstriped suit, bright red tie, long black cape, purple-pointed boots. He held a dark green top hat under his arm. That's my dad's boss. Ron gasped. Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. Stop talking. Harry nudged Ron hard with his elbow to shut him up. This move obviously attracted Dumbledore's attention. His blue eyes looked at where they were hiding, and the expression on his face became playful. But soon, he looked away as if he didn't notice them. This made Cyrus wonder if Dumbledore had seen him through the invisibility cloak. But he soon decided otherwise. This was not an ordinary invisibility cloak. He believed that Dumbledore might have just noticed the existence of the invisibility cloak. After all, he had studied this piece of clothing for a long time. But he probably didn't know exactly how many people were under the clothes. Hagrid suddenly turned pale and began to sweat on his forehead. He slumped into a chair and looked from Dumbledore to Cornelius Fudge. It's too bad, Hagrid, Fudge said in a crisp, rapid tone. It's too bad that it had to come. For attacks on Muggles. This has gone too far, and the Ministry of Magic must take action. I didn't, Dumbledore, sir. I hope you understand, Cornelius. I completely trust Hagrid. Dumbledore frowned. But you see, Albus, Fudge said uncomfortably, Hagrid's criminal record is not good for him. The Ministry of Magic has to take some measures. The school board has been contacted. But Cornelius, I have to tell you that taking Hagrid away won't help at all. Look at it from my point of view, said Fudge, playing with his top hat. I'm under a lot of pressure. Something has to be done. If it turns out it's not Hagrid, he'll come back. Others have nothing to say, but I have to take him away. Shouldn't I fulfill my duty? Take me away? Hagrid said, trembling all over. Take me where? The time is very short. It is not a punishment. It is just a preventive measure. If another person is caught, you will be released and receive a full apology. Fudge said to himself, although he and Dumbledore both came here to look for Hagrid, but he never looked at Hagrid from the beginning to the end. Of course, he may also feel a little ashamed. After all, his current behavior is tantamount to asking Hagrid to take the blame. But this is very unreasonable. Even a person with a criminal record should not be directly convicted without evidence. This is unreasonable and illegal. You know, even after Voldemort was resurrected, none of the Death Eaters who had been exonerated were punished without evidence. As the chief wizard of the Wizengamot, couldn't Dumbledore stop Fudge from such ridiculous behavior? But although Dumbledore protested, he did not substantially stop Fudge. Cyrus could understand Dumbledore's horror even more. Chapter 70. Dumbledore was driven away. At this time, someone knocked on the door again. Dumbledore went over and opened the door. When he saw the sullen figure walking in, Harry let out a breath that forced Cyrus to give him an elbow poke. Outside the door was Lucius Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy strode into Hagrid's hut, wrapped tightly in a long black traveling cloak and with a cold, content smile on his face. Fong started barking. Seeing Malfoy's appearance, Cyrus was finally relieved. No matter what, things finally developed to where they are now. Malfoy has cooperated with him in using some means to drive Dumbledore out of school. Hogwarts without Dumbledore is no longer a threat to Cyrus. His mood suddenly became clear, and he couldn't help but curl up his lips. Another person who was not surprised at all by Malfoy's appearance was Dumbledore, who had already guessed that such a day would come. It was impossible for Tom Riddle to allow him to stay in the school, which was not conducive to the final step of his plan. That would be too unsafe. Just like last year, it's best to find ways to distract yourself. Dumbledore was originally wondering when the other party planned to take action. It looks like it's now. You're here, Fudge, Malfoy said with satisfaction. Very good, very good. It is also his master's plan to let Hagrid take the blame again. This matter is indispensable for him to put pressure on Fudge. He just needs to buy some public opinion. Now seeing that Fudge has arrived at Hogwarts, Lucius Malfoy is naturally very satisfied. But Hagrid doesn't like this uninvited guest. What good intentions can the Malfoy family have? What are you doing here? Get out of my house. Dear friend, please believe me. I am not happy to enter this room of yours. Oh, you call this a house? Lucius Malfoy looked around this small, shabby room and sneered. I just came to the school to have a look, and someone told me the headmaster was here. Malfoy's behavior is indeed annoying. If Cyrus hadn't known that the other party was one of his own, even he would have wanted to punch Malfoy a few times. What do you want from me, Lucius? Dumbledore asked. He spoke politely. Things are terrible, Dumbledore. Lucius lazily rolled out a long piece of parchment. He looked relaxed and seemed to have a chance to win, even in the face of Dumbledore, or rather, because he knew he was facing Dumbledore, so he didn't panic at all. The board feels it's time to let you go. This is a temporary suspension order. All 12 directors have signed it. We feel you may not be using your talents to protect the students. How many attacks have there been so far? At this rate, there will be no Muggle students left at Hogwarts, and we all know that will be a terrible loss for the school. He said it as if he was very heartbroken and sorry that students from the Muggle world were attacked. What are you talking about, Lucius? Fudge said, looking panicked. Dumbledore has been temporarily suspended. No, we absolutely do not want that to H. The appointment or temporary suspension of the headmaster is a matter for the board of directors, Fudge. The Ministry of Magic has no right to interfere. Lucius' face was calm. He had never taken Fudge, the incompetent minister, to heart, since Dumbledore failed to prevent these attacks. But look, Lucius, if Dumbledore can't stop, Fudge said, his upper lip beginning to sweat. He thought the governors were crazy to suspend Dumbledore at this juncture. I mean, who could stop that? We'll just wait and see, Malfoy said, a sly smile on his face. Prevent? He didn't even think about stopping it. How many people did you threaten and blackmail before you forced them to agree? Malfoy. Hagrid was furious, looking at him as if he wanted to teach Lucius a lesson directly with his fists, preferably with a fist. Smash his head into the pumpkin patch. Malfoy was naturally not afraid of Hagrid. He said sarcastically, I want to give you a piece of advice. Don't yell like this at the guards of Azkaban. They won't like it. Hagrid wasn't even afraid of Azkaban anymore when he thought about Dumbledore being suspended. You can't take Dumbledore away. If you take him away, the Muggles will have no chance of survival. There will be attacks soon. Calm down, Hagrid, Dumbledore said sternly. He looked at Lucius Malfoy. If the board wants me to leave, Lucius, of course, I will give up my seat. But, Fudge stammered. No, Hagrid growled. Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes remained fixed on Lucius's cold gray eyes. However, Dumbledore said very slowly and clearly, so that everyone present could hear every word he said. I will only truly leave this place when everyone here betrays me. This isn't just a school. You will also find that at Hogwarts, those who ask for help always receive it. Cyrus was quite certain that Dumbledore had given them a look that was both a reminder and a warning. Not only did he discover Harry and Ron, he even discovered himself. The emotion is commendable, Malfoy said, bowing. We will all miss your very personal way of handling things, Albus. I only hope that your successor can completely prevent the ongoing incident. Malfoy strode to the door of the cabin, opened it, bowed, and sent Dumbledore out. Fudge played with his top hat, waiting for Hagrid to walk in front of him, but Hagrid stood still, took a deep breath, and said cautiously, if someone is looking for something, they can just follow the spider and they'll find themselves in the right direction. That's all I'm saying. Fudge stared at him in confusion. Okay, here I come, said Hagrid, putting on his moleskin coat. However, just when he was about to follow Fudge out, he stopped again and said loudly, while I'm away, someone needs to feed Fong. The door slammed shut, and Ron ripped off the invisibility cloak. This is going to be troublesome, he said gruffly. Dumbledore is gone. They're probably going to do something to Hagrid. There will be attacks every day after Dumbledore's gone. Fong barked again and scratched the closed door with his claws. The next day, news of Dumbledore's departure soon spread fear like never before. Cyrus was in a very happy mood. The weather had been bright recently, the clear sky and the lake were glowing, and the trees in the Forbidden Forest were lush and green, looking very vital. Cyrus used Ginny's body to greedily enjoy all this. Vibrant. For the other students at Hogwarts, fear hangs over them like a cold fog. But for Cyrus, getting back to his new life is getting closer. _________. MC has resurrected in CH78, and Dumbledore is Kekek. Chapter 71, Talking. The weather is gradually starting to get hotter. Looking up, the sky seems to have become higher. This was originally a good weather for playing Quidditch, but the Quidditch game has been cancelled, and even wanting to go for a walk is a luxury. There was no one in the corridor between classes, and the professors who were walking around on guard did not allow anyone to stay. Even to go to class, the little wizards had to line up one by one and be personally escorted by the professors. The entire school was in an extremely depressed state. Even in the Gryffindor common room, no one was willing to make trouble. Everyone was in a panic and wanted to get through this semester as soon as possible. Professor McGonagall really wanted to have everything sorted out, and it would be best to find the heir, but there was no clue at all right now. She wasn't as able to see the whole situation as Dumbledore was, but fortunately, it wasn't the worst yet. The students who were attacked can still be saved. They just need to wait for the Mandrake to mature and wake them up. Perhaps by then, the real culprit will be found. For this reason, she was also worried that the attacker might silence the petrified students, and the hospital wing became a heavily guarded place. Harry and Ron wanted to see Hermione again, but were stopped. Now, I am afraid that only the students of Slytherin House are not worried at all. The people who were attacked were mostly mudbloods, which proved that their house was not the successor's target from the beginning. Rather, the successor is likely to be one of them. This greatly encouraged them, and every time they looked at people from other houses during class, they couldn't help but feel proud. Especially Malfoy. When Cyrus returned the body to him, he modified a little bit of his memory. Now he doesn't notice anything wrong at all, but if he carefully recalls his experiences in the past few months, he will find that there are no relevant memories in his brain at all, and there is only a fog. He didn't notice anything was wrong at all and walked around the school as if he had just been appointed head boy. Moreover, he mingled with two old friends, Goyle Crabbe, and he was very happy that Dumbledore was kicked out of school. But in fact, it wasn't that he hated Dumbledore or doubted Dumbledore's ability. It was just that the person who facilitated this incident was his father, so he was very proud. When Cyrus came out of class today, Cyrus saw Ron walking into the common room very angry, with Harry and their roommate Andy comforting him. Okay, Ron, don't be so impulsive. You are familiar with what kind of a person he is. Dean patted Ron on the back. He himself was a half-blood wizard and naturally hated Malfoy very much. But he's not as impulsive as Ron. If you two hadn't stopped me, I would have given him a few punches. I would have killed him with my bare hands without a wand. Ron still felt regretful thinking about it now. Seeing how angry he was, Cyrus immediately walked over and asked, "What's the matter?" "It's Malfoy, Harry said helplessly. "You know how much of a bastard he is. I miss you a little bit." Halfway through his sentence, Dean thought Harry was referring to Ginny at the duel club. Something about beating up Slytherin. He said that the next mudblood to be attacked will definitely die, and he also said that it's a pity that it's not Hermione. Ron said angrily, "If I were the heir, I would kill this little bastard first." He's still acting weird with Snape. Seamus heard their conversation and came over, imitated Malfoy, holding his throat, and repeated his words in a pretentious manner. "I already knew that my father would drive Dumbledore away. Professor Snape, why don't you apply for the position of headmaster?" Cyrus looked at his performance with a sense of nausea. But Seamus didn't stop. He turned around and imitated Snape, shaking his non-existent hair. "Why, Mr. Malfoy, Professor Dumbledore has only been temporarily suspended by the board. I bet he will be back among us soon." He switched back and forth between the two characters. "Yeah, that's right. Professor, if you apply for this position, I guess my father will vote for you. I will tell my father that you are the best teacher here, Professor." Seamus looked even more disgusting than Cyrus, and shook his head with disgust. "Don't you know how proud Snape is? I dare say you have never seen him so happy in your life." Snape was indeed looking a little proud because he was not without complaints against Dumbledore. But it's hard to say that he was happy. What good would it do him to have Dumbledore driven away? On the contrary, the successor is still roaming in the school. What if it is Voldemort? Snape just wanted Voldemort to die. Even if it wasn't Voldemort, if the other party continued to attack, the school would have to be closed. At that time, where could he go? What happiness could he have there? In that place that gave him a gloomy past. At least one thing about him was similar to the boy named Harry Potter, and that was that they both considered Hogwarts their true home. Then they scolded Malfoy together. There was another Hufflepuff student who also upset Ron, but that was nothing compared to Lockhart. Do you know what that guy said? He insisted that Hagrid was the culprit. Ron said, I think Harry almost wanted to kill him with a book, and I was almost the same. We all misunderstood Hagrid. Cyrus could only say regretfully. Dean and Seamus left after a while. Even on such a day, the school did not announce that it would cancel the exam. They planned to review first to avoid the results being too ugly. Hermione would be heartbroken if she knew about this. I'm afraid she wouldn't want to miss any exams. Cyrus made a little joke to lighten the atmosphere. I'm just the opposite, Ron said, focusing on Cyrus. Can I ask you something, Mr. Riddle? Cyrus nodded, and Ron suddenly looked happy. Then I have an idea. How about I let you possess me, and then you help me take the exam? Don't even think about it. Cyrus rolled his eyes. Ron really didn't disappoint in terms of opportunism. The exam is to test how much knowledge you have mastered. You shouldn't avoid it. You sound like Hermione, Ron said disappointedly. But soon, they mentioned to Cyrus what they had discovered in the herbology class today. Mr. Riddle, Harry lowered his voice. Do you remember what Hagrid said earlier? If someone wants to find something, they can just follow the spider and they will find it in the right direction. He saw the spider going to the Forbidden Forest. Of course, I think it might not be the Forbidden Forest. Maybe it's not that far. Ron said almost as if praying. Spiders alone are enough for him, let alone going to the Forbidden Forest. But thinking of the heir of Slytherin and the petrified Hermione, he didn't want to back down. At least he knew Harry would never give up. Then let's take action tonight. Cyrus couldn't wait. Underscore. Cyrus and Dumbledore are fighting. Chapter 72. Marauder's Map, Contract Magic. Waiting for the dead of night is not that easy. Fred and George seemed to be the only ones in Gryffindor who still had energy, and they pestered Harry and Ron to play Thundercrackers almost into the night. To be honest, if Cyrus had known they were coming, he would have slept. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so bored. Fred thought he was Ginny and comforted him. Don't worry too much, Ginny. We can only do our best, Fred said as he played his cards. Yes, and if the thing is lost, it is lost. We have told Dumbledore, and I believe he will find a way, George said. The twins' words were like a bucket of cold water poured on the face of the sleepy Cyrus, making him suddenly feel awake. From what they said, it seemed like they knew about their diary and told Dumbledore. Didn't Ginny say that only Harry and the others knew? Cyrus' heart seemed to be tied to a heavy rock and sank suddenly. Although things have reached this point, whether Dumbledore knows that the diary is his identity no longer has much impact. The other party has been kicked out of Hogwarts. If the plan goes well, only Fawkes will help Harry deal with the basilisk. But Cyrus was unwilling to expose his weaknesses to Dumbledore. That's Dumbledore. Dumbledore even planned his own death carefully. Voldemort in the original book was clearly arranged by him. When he first learned that Voldemort planned to make 6 Horcruxes, he had already guessed what the Horcruxes were. Following Voldemort's heart, he found 2 places where the Horcruxes were hidden. Even when he went to the cave, it wasn't a coincidence that he took Harry with him. He knew that Voldemort would seek the Elder Wand, knew that Voldemort would ask Snape to kill him, knew that Voldemort would kill Snape, and also knew that when Voldemort learned that all other Horcruxes had been destroyed, Dumbledore had calculated everything. If he hadn't made several mistakes, Cyrus would have thought that Dumbledore had the same script as him. Didn't Ginny find the thing she lost? Ron played a card and sighed. But Dumbledore has already left Hogwarts. He just forgot that the thing Ginny threw was related to Riddle, but he couldn't remember what it was. Recovered. Fred and George looked at each other in surprise and were so happy that they threw away the cards in their hands. Hey, what are you doing? I almost won, Dash. Ron looked at the cheating twins in disbelief and yelled out in anger. But Fred and George ignored him and grabbed Cyrus's shoulders excitedly. Now the heir is at his wit's end. Without the map, it will be difficult for him to seize the opportunity. Fred said, Map? After talking for a long time, it turned out that Fred and George were referring to the Marauder's Map. Cyrus breathed a sigh of relief. Whether or not Dumbledore knew about the Marauder's Map had little impact on him. The map, a magic tool, can only be used in its original form if held in hand. Moreover, its production process is very unusual. Cyrus himself has also studied it for a period of time. He believes that the map's effectiveness relies on the existence of Hogwarts itself, a huge magical castle. Sirius's grandfather, Phineas Nigellus Black, was once the headmaster of Hogwarts, so perhaps the Marauders referred to some information when making the props. Everyone who enters Hogwarts is forced to sign a magical contract. In the magical world, magical contracts are difficult to break. Just like the Imperius Curse, as long as the spell is still in effect, even the pure-blooded wizards would not know what they are doing. Now, about this Hogwarts contract. Dumbledore owns the Elder Wand, so he may be able to break this contract, but he must at least get the map first. Otherwise, he will have nowhere to use his powerful magic. Lend me the map for a few more days, Cyrus said to Fred and George. What kind of map is it? Why are you all talking like it's something mysterious? Ron asked curiously, not wanting to think about the Thunderbolt explosion card anymore. Nothing. Don't worry about our affairs. Fred and George said immediately. They didn't want Ron to know about this. They knew the character of their younger brother better than anyone else. If he knew the purpose of the Marauders map, he with his friends would definitely pester him. Ginny, you can't tell him either. After Fred and George finished speaking, they left immediately. Seeing this, Ron immediately turned his attention to Cyrus, his face full of curiosity. I can't say anything because I promised them. Naturally, Cyrus didn't want others to know the map. But they asked Ginny to keep it a secret, not you. Ron discovered this loophole. Mr. Riddle and Ginny were not the same person. But Cyrus still shook his head. It makes no difference, I promised them. And keeping secrets is very important, Ron. If one day you also reveal my secrets, then I'm afraid I will soon be ruined by others. All right. Harry put away the cards, looked at the time again, and then said, how about we set off as soon as the bell rings? I think everyone will be fast asleep by then. So be it. I'm going to get the invisibility cloak. Harry walked quickly up the stairs. After a while, Harry came down holding something in his hand. 3 people. It might be a bit crowded, but I think it's dark outside. No one will notice our feet exposed. Forget it. I'd better use the disillusionment charm. It's safer. Cyrus didn't want to be crowded with them this time. The journey through the castle was also difficult, and they had to do everything possible to avoid the teacher. The professors in the castle are always patrolling these days. After Dumbledore left, all the professors were very nervous. Even Snape was filled with worry. At last, they reached the hall, slipped behind the locks of the 2 oak doors, squeezed through the cracks without making a creaking sound, and emerged into the moonlit grounds. Of course, said Ron suddenly as they strode across the dark grass, we might not encounter any spiders in the woods. We saw the spider in the memory a long time ago, as it may not have followed in this direction. But he didn't say anything further, leaving Harry with a bit of hope. They came to Hagrid's hut and looked at the dark windows sadly, feeling bad for him. Harry pushed the door open, and when Fong saw them, he was ecstatic and jumped up and down excitedly. Cyrus was afraid that its jumping and deep barking would wake up the people in the castle, so he cast a spell on it without hesitation to silence it. Harry placed the invisibility cloak on Hagrid's desk. You also lift the spell? We won't need to be invisible when we get to the Forbidden Forest. Harry said, come on, Fong, let's go for a walk. 3 men left with a dog. Cyrus walked at the back, looking at the invisibility cloak that Harry placed on the table, the legendary Deathly Hallows. Finally, he slowly closed the door. Chapter 73, Forbidden Forest. It seemed darker near the Forbidden Forest than inside the castle. The entire sky seemed like it was covered by a huge black cloth. No stars or moon could be seen, and there was no light at all. Cyrus took out his wand and murmured, Lumos, and a thin beam of light emitted from the tip of the wand. He could have turned it brighter, even illuminating the entire forest. It would not have been a problem, but in this case, it would have been too eye-catching. This was just enough time for them to observe whether there were any spiders on the road. Harry followed suit, taking his wand and lighting it up. Wow, now we'll be able to see in this darkness, Ron said enviously. I also want my wand to shine, but you know, it will explode if you don't do it right. Don't worry, I think Mr. and Mrs. Weasley will buy you a new wand during your summer vacation. Just tell your parents that this wand was broken while looking for a successor. Cyrus comforted. What a great idea, Mr. Riddle. Ron's eyes lit up. He had not told his family about the broken wand yet. Then Harry tapped them on the shoulder and pointed to the grass. 2 lonely spiders were scurrying away from the wand's light and into the shadows of the trees. Oh, Merlin, do we seriously need to go? Sure enough, all the spiders have entered the Forbidden Forest. Think about Hermione. Okay, Ron sighed, seemingly resigned to the worst. I'm ready. Let's go. So they entered the Forbidden Forest, and Fong scampered around them, sniffing roots and leaves. By the light of Cyrus and Harry's wands, they followed the spiders that continued to crawl along the path. They walked for about 20 minutes, and no one said anything. They only listened carefully for any other sounds besides the snapping of branches and the rustling of leaves. Then, the trees grew thicker and denser, and the stars above were no longer visible. The wands of the 2 men shone weakly in the endless darkness, like 2 weak fireflies. They're off the road, Cyrus said softly, stretching out his arms to shine a cold light on the ground. Harry stopped, trying to see clearly the direction in which the spider was moving. But beyond the range illuminated by that glimmer of light, there was darkness beyond reach. He had never been this far into the Forbidden Forest before. The Forbidden Forest is already very dangerous, But at least Hagrid often walks here making a path, and there are also traces of centaurs. But once you deviate from the path in the forest, it is unknown what you will encounter. Cyrus reminded. His words made Ron even more terrified. Harry also clearly recalled Hagrid warning him not to stray from the forest path the last time he entered the woods. But Hagrid was miles away at the moment, probably sitting in his cell in Azkaban, and he had said something about following the spider. "Let's go, I believe Hagrid," Harry said firmly. In fact, there was no other way but to believe Hagrid now. Hagrid is trustworthy, but Cyrus pursed his lips and walked forward first. "What do you think?" Harry asked Ron. He could make out Ron's eyes. The pupils reflected the faint light of the wand. Ron looked hesitant to speak. "I just want to say that maybe Mr. Riddle is right. It's not that I don't believe Hagrid, but Hagrid may think that the Forbidden Forest is not that dangerous," Ron said timidly. "Well, it's a walk in the park for him, but it's different for us. He thinks that the fire dragon you were playing with wasn't dangerous when it bit him. But do you know how long my hand was swollen after being bitten by Norbert? But Mr. Riddle is with us," Harry said helplessly. "Think of Hermione. We have to save her." "Okay," Ron took a breath. "For Hermione." So they followed Cyrus's shadow into the trees. The path in the Forbidden Forest is not easy to walk. It is inaccessible and full of tree roots and stumps, blocking the road. To make matters worse, the visibility at night is so poor that Harry and Ron can barely see the obstacles on the road. After a while, they noticed that the ground seemed to be sloping downwards, although the trees were still as thick as before. We walked for at least half an hour. His and Harry's clothes were occasionally caught on low branches and thorns, and they looked a little embarrassed. Only Cyrus walked along as if he were walking on the Quidditch pitch. But at least they didn't encounter any other dangers along the way. "These spiders are quite smart. At least they can avoid danger," Ron said while swallowing. "Or, nothing else dares to come near this place." Cyrus's eyes flashed. There is no doubt that this small area is already the territory of Acromantula, and there is no magical animal that would think of coming here to become those guys' dinner. "And Mr. Riddle, don't scare me," Ron said tremblingly. At this time, Fong suddenly became restless and curled up its tail in fear. It could not make a sound by barking due to Cyrus' spell and could only whine, but it still made a lot of noise, scaring both Harry and Ron out of their bodies. "What?" Ron asked loudly, grabbing Harry's elbow as he peered into the darkness. "There's something moving there," Harry gasped. "It sounds like something big." They listened carefully. Some distance to their right, the big thing was cutting its way through the trees, snapping countless branches. They stood there, waiting in terror, the darkness seeming to oppress their eyes. Cyrus was not afraid at all because he knew what was there. "Okay, there's nothing there. It's not a monster. It's the car you drove when you missed the train to school." As soon as Cyrus finished speaking, a dazzling light suddenly lit up on their right, which was dazzling in the darkness. Harry and Ron both raised their hands to shield their eyes. Fong jumped frantically and tried to escape, but got caught by a thorn and rolled around on the ground. "Quiet down, Fong." Cyrus gave it another spell to calm it down. The car was coming. "Car." Ron's voice was choked with relief. "It's really our car." Harry and Ron followed Cyrus, stumbling toward the light, tripping all the way. After a while, they came to a clearing. Mr. Weasley's car was parked in the middle of a circle of dense trees, with densely intertwined branches and leaves on top. There was no one in the car, and the headlights glowed brightly. When Ron walked toward it with his mouth wide open, the dog slowly moved toward him, like a big turquoise dog greeting its owner. "It turns out it has always been here," Ron said happily, walking around the car. "Look at it. The forest has turned it wild." In the Muggle world, this is no different from being scrapped. But this car seems to have undergone some magical modifications. To be honest, it can still be driven. Cyrus was actually very interested. The existence of magically modified vehicles shows that technology and magic are not completely insulated. Maybe he can modify something else, such as the Gatling curse? He shuddered. This was too evil. The wings of the car were scratched and covered with mud. Fong didn't seem to be interested in it at all. It followed Harry every step of the way, looking cautiously at Cyrus, the terrible wizard who had cast 2 spells on it. Harry could feel it trembling. Now, Harry and Ron's breathing slowly calmed down again. "We thought it was going to attack us," Ron said, leaning on the car and patting it. "I never knew where it went." But Harry was in no mood to bother with the car right now. He squinted his eyes and continued to look for the shadows of spiders on the ground illuminated by lights. But they all hurriedly avoided the dazzling car lights and ran away without knowing where to go. "We've lost track," he said, wanting to find a spider more than a car. "Let's go, don't waste time here." But Ron suddenly stopped talking and didn't move. His eyes were fixed on the spot 10 feet above Harry behind him. His face was livid, and fear was vividly written on his face. It looks like we don't have to look for it anymore. Cyrus raised his wand and saw several huge acromantulas staring at them greedily. He originally wanted to destroy them directly, but after thinking about it, he still didn't take action. Instead, he watched Harry and Ron being picked up by their waists with their huge jaws and hung in the air. He himself gave up resistance and allowed these monsters to drag them into the dark trees. And his reasons for going there are not righteous at all. ______. Chapter 74, Aragog. Cyrus didn't know how long he had been in the animal's claws. All he knew was that the darkness seemed to suddenly recede a bit, and he saw that the ground covered with fallen leaves was now densely covered with spiders. He turned his neck and found that they had reached the edge of a wide hollow that had been cleared of trees. The dark clouds in the sky parted a bit, and the stars illuminated the horrifying sight. Spiders. They were not like those little spiders that hurriedly crawled through the fallen leaves below, but each one was as big as a cart horse, with 8 eyes and 8 legs, dark and hairy, and they were huge monsters. The giant spider holding Cyrus and the others walked down the steep slope towards a misty hemispherical spider web in the center of the depression, surrounded by its companions. After they saw what it was holding, they all excitedly moved their large claws and made a clicking sound. The spider released its claws, and Cyrus' wand flicked gently, landing smoothly on the ground like a cat. However, Harry and Ron didn't have this ability. The two of them plus a dog hit the ground at his feet heavily. Fong cowered in fear, as if he was pretending to be dead. Ron and Harry's mouths were wide open, as if they were screaming silently, and their eyes bulged outwards. Maybe it would be easier for him to pass out now than to be awake. "Are you okay?" Cyrus asked in a low voice. "Fine," Harry managed to mutter. "What do you think?" "We will die." Ron's voice was hoarse. At this time, the spider that brought them over made a loud noise, and Cyrus heard that it was actually speaking human language. The language was not easy to hear because the spider clicked and moved its large claws every time it spoke a word. However, as magical animals, acromantulas can speak and have considerable intelligence. Cyrus even suspected that they might be a little smarter than Hagrid. This could easily be classified as a demi-human. You must know that even the fire dragon cannot speak. "Aragog," it shouted, "Aragog." Cyrus looked intently and saw a huge spider very slowly emerging from the misty hemispherical spider web. It was even larger than the average acromantula, almost as big as an elephant. Its body and legs were black with gray, and each eye on its ugly head with big pincers was covered with a layer of white. "It is blind." "What's going on?" it said, its 2 big claws moving rapidly, making a clicking sound. This is a very strange feeling, and Cyrus can't help but think that they are talking very fast, like some rappers from his old world. "Human," said the spider that had just grabbed Cyrus. "Is it Hagrid?" Aragog said, coming closer, his 8 milky white eyes looking blankly. "It's a stranger." "Kill them, I'm sleeping," Aragog said irritably. He was already very old, and now his rest time far exceeds his activity time. A few unknown strangers are not worthy of him waking up, and it doesn't eat humans. These guys aren't even food to him. When the spiders around heard this, they couldn't hold it any longer. Every time Hagrid came here, their hearts longed for his flesh and blood, but their leader Aragog would not allow them to harm Hagrid. How ridiculous! Acromantulas will eat human flesh and blood while they are alive. Click, click, click. Spiders' claws were moving everywhere in the depression. Harry and Ron's hearts seemed to leave their chests and jump out of their throats. They subconsciously grabbed Cyrus, as if expecting Mr. Riddle to give them some courage. Cyrus did not disappoint them. He looked around at the spiders in the cave and counted their number. Facing so many monsters, Cyrus actually didn't feel any fear at all. But after all, they were spiders, and it still made him feel uncomfortable when he looked at them. He took a step forward and said calmly, "We're friends with Hagrid." The noisy spiders suddenly stopped, and Aragog also hesitated. "Hagrid has never sent anyone to our hollow before," it said slowly. "Hagrid is in trouble." Harry mustered up his courage, his breathing coming in ragged gasps. "That's why we're here." "Trouble," said the old spider. Harry thought he could hear concern in the clicking of the claws. "But why did he send you?" Harry thought about standing up, but decided to stay on his stomach. He didn't think his legs could support the weight of his body. "Let me explain, Harry." Only Cyrus was still standing. He looked proudly at the spiders surrounding them. Although such a large number of spiders made him feel a little uncomfortable, it was not fear, just disgust. Harry was visibly relieved to hear Cyrus' words. "The Chamber of Secrets has opened again. They believe that Hagrid recently released something to harm the students. They took him to Azkaban." Cyrus briefly explained the situation, without mentioning his own affairs, of course. He believed that if Aragog knew that he was Riddle, he would not be able to say a word, and his descendants would immediately pounce on him and bite him to death. Aragog moved his claws angrily, and the sound was echoed by the large group of spiders on the hollow ground. It was like applause, but this applause made people's hair chill and was nauseating. But that was many years ago, Aragog said angrily. Many, many years ago. I remember it very well. It was because of that they took him out of school. They believed me to be that monster. But I didn't harm anyone. It was the monster that lived in what they called the Chamber of Secrets. They thought it was Hagrid who opened the Chamber of Secrets and let me out. So, you didn't come out of the Chamber of Secrets? Harry had a layer of cold sweat on his forehead, but he still couldn't help but ask. If what Aragog said was true, wouldn't it mean that Mr. Riddle was simply mistaken? Hagrid is indeed not the culprit, and the monster has nothing to do with Hagrid. He couldn't help but look at Cyrus, and found that Cyrus was also frowning at the moment, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Me, Aragog said, his large claws opening and closing angrily, as if he wanted to bite something to death. I was not born in a castle. I come from a faraway land. A traveler gave me to Hagrid before I hatched from the egg. Hagrid was just a child at the time, but he looked after me, hid me in a cupboard in the castle, and fed me crumbs scattered on the table. Hagrid was a good friend of mine, and he was a good man. It was he who protected me when I was discovered and held responsible for the death of a girl. I have been living in the woods ever since, and Hagrid comes to visit me often. He even found a house for me. I have a wife, Mozag. You see how prosperous our family is, all thanks to Hagrid. Cyrus raised his head and looked around, unable to help but agree with its words. Thousands of Acromantulas are actually the offspring of Aragog and Mozag. Sure enough, the reproductive abilities of the species raised by hybrid Master Hagrid are no joke. Of course, Cyrus naturally hopes that the number of them will be as large as possible. Only when the nutrients are sufficient can the fruits be abundant. Chapter 75, Spider Swarm Siege. Cyrus pretended to be suspicious and annoyed, and continued to ask, "So you never assaulted anyone?" "No," the old spider said resentfully. "I have this instinct, but out of respect for Hagrid, I have never hurt anyone." The body of the murdered girl was found in a bathroom, and I've never seen any part of the castle except the cupboard I grew up in. We spiders like darkness and silence. But then, do you know what killed the girl? Harry said, because whatever it was, it's back and attacking people now. Suddenly, there was a clicking sound, and countless long legs were moving rustlingly. Huge black shadows were dangling around them. That thing that lives in the castle, Aragog said, is an ancient creature that we spiders fear most. What is it? Harry asked urgently, the truth coming before his eyes. The clicking sounds became louder, and the rustling sounds became denser. The spiders seemed to be surrounding them, and the boys could sense them becoming very frightened and impatient. "We won't tell," Aragog said with emotion. "We won't tell its name. I didn't even tell Hagrid the name of that terrible creature, although he asked me many times." Hey, Harry didn't want to press the topic anymore, especially when spiders were gathering from all directions. Ron seemed to be about to faint. His face was whiter than the paint on the wall, and he squeezed Harry hard, showing an ugly expression of fear and pleading from his eyes. Aragog seemed not to want to speak. It slowly retreated into its hemispherical web. "It seems like we can't ask any more questions, but hey, at least we still got some information, right?" Cyrus said while staring at the spider. The spiders seemed to be unable to restrain themselves and moved towards them slowly, inch by inch. "Ah yeah, then let's go." Harry also realized something was wrong. Wait, why are the spiders coming towards us? Hey Aragog, we can leave, right? Aragog, he shouted to Aragog desperately, while hearing the leaves rustling behind him. Ron seemed to hear redemption. "Leave?" Cyrus said slowly. "I don't think it will let us leave like this." "You're right. I think you guys shouldn't leave." Aragog's wide eyes were still moving. He couldn't see anything, but he could still sense it. As it grows older, its control over the spider swarm is no longer what it used to be. Previously, it was a matter of just one Hagrid, and he too looked powerful to these spiders. But now these little kids are here. If Aragog blindly prevents the spider swarm from eating these humans who have fallen into the trap, it is very likely that the spider swarm will resist it. But my sons and daughters obeyed my orders and did not harm Hagrid. But fresh human flesh was automatically delivered to their doorsteps, and I cannot stop them from enjoying it, or else they would stop obeying me. Farewell, Hagrid's friends. Cyrus turned around. A few steps away, high above him, the spiders formed a solid, towering wall of iron and steel, their giant claws clicking together, and many pairs of eyes on those ugly black heads shining. Harry felt like he was drowning at the bottom of the sea, and he felt suffocated by countless spiders. Not to mention Ron. He seemed to be stupid and motionless, but even if he was good, I'm afraid he couldn't help. That wand couldn't do anything. Harry wanted to pull out his wand and fight the spiders to the death, but Cyrus held him down. Let me do it. You can find a chance to take Ron away. But, leave Mr. Riddle here alone? Harry looked at the endless spiders and immediately shook his head. But we can't leave you behind. Even Ron, who was so frightened that he had no strength at all, nodded. He was more worried about his sister. If Cyrus died here, what would Ginny do? He was using Ginny's body. Don't worry, the acromantula can't kill me yet. You guys should find a chance to leave first. That way, I don't have to worry about you when I escape. Cyrus now wants to separate from Harry and Ron. Otherwise, how can he proceed with his seemingly, slightly sinister ritual? The acromantula wanted to eat them. So why didn't he want to exchange the life of the acromantula for his own rebirth? But Mr. Ree, afraid I'm no match for them. Cyrus easily knocked away a spider as big as a car. Seeing Harry nod, he smiled and said, Don't worry, I was caught by them on purpose from the beginning. Otherwise, how can we find their lair? Harry and Ron were still hesitant. Okay, trust me. Ginny is also my friend. I would rather you two die than let her get hurt. What? All right. Although Harry agreed, he actually didn't know how to get out of there. There were so many of them that even though Cyrus kept knocking away the approaching spiders, they still surrounded the area. Room cry. At this time, a high-pitched and long voice suddenly sounded, and a dazzling light illuminated the entire depression. Mr. Weasley's car rumbled down the slope, its headlights flashing and its horn blaring, knocking the spiders aside. Several were knocked backwards, their long legs dancing in the air. Shrill stop. With a shrill sound, the car stopped in front of Harry and Ron, and the door flew open. Get inside quick. Cyrus cleared the spiders around the car and pushed them into the car. Harry and Ron adjusted their postures with difficulty. Take this Fong also, Cyrus yelled, grabbing the large hound that seemed to be wilted and throwing it into the back seat. The car door slammed shut. Ron didn't touch the accelerator, but fortunately, the car didn't require him to do anything. The engine roared to life, and they set off. But the spiders couldn't just watch the food in their mouths escape, could they? They blocked the way. Many acromantulas looked bigger than cars, blocking the front like a hairy hill. Harry and Ron in the car were pale and didn't know what to do. At this time, a fierce red light suddenly lit up outside the glass, and then a loud noise was heard. The huge spider in front of them was blown into pieces, and the entire road was cleared. Harry and Ron in the car quickly turned around and saw Cyrus standing among the spiders, pointing his wand at the exit. Only now do they understand how powerful this Mr. Riddle, who once showed off his talents, is. There was no obstacle, and the car sped up the slope and left the depression. Chapter 76. In Exchange for Life. Harry, Ron, and Fong were screaming while the car ran rampant through the woods. The car followed a route it was obviously familiar with, cleverly turning left and right, looking for the widest gap. They left the forbidden forest with no pursuers behind them. Harry turned to look at Ron and saw that his mouth was still open, as if he was screaming silently, but his eyeballs were no longer bulging. Are you okay? Ron stared straight ahead, unable to say a word. After waiting for a long time, he opened the car door and crawled into the pumpkin patch to vomit desperately. Follow the spider, said Ron weakly, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. I'll never forgive Hagrid. We're lucky to be alive. When he comes back from Azkaban, I will be the one to kill him. Ron fiercely pulled out the broken wand. I bet he thought Aragog wouldn't hurt his friends, said Harry. That's Hagrid's problem, Ron said, banging the wall of the hut hard. He always thinks that monsters are not as bad as people make them out to be. Look at his fate. The one who is now imprisoned in Azkaban in the cell. He began to tremble uncontrollably. What's the point of sending us there? I want to know, what did we find out? We found out that Hagrid never opened the Chamber of Secrets, and that he is innocent, Harry said. Ron snorted loudly. Obviously, in his mind, Hagrid was no longer innocent just from the moment he hatched Aragog in the cupboard. Harry went to Hagrid's house and took back the invisibility cloak and put it on himself and Ron. The two of them found a place to sit next to each other, looking back into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, waiting for Cyrus. If you ask me, it's a good thing Mr. Riddle wronged Hagrid 50 years ago, Ron said. Otherwise, Aragog would have been staying in a room in the school. You saw it too. If Aragog doesn't eat humans, then it's okay. But what about other spiders? I bet that as long as Hagrid doesn't pay attention, they will eat up all the students in the entire school immediately. Harry wanted to defend Hagrid, but he couldn't as he had just escaped from the mouths of those spiders. He himself was almost killed, and Mr. Riddle's life or death was still uncertain. The two of them could only sit here and wait, praying that Mr. Riddle was okay. But the wait was too long. That monster inside the chamber sounds so much like Voldemort that even the spiders dare not say its name, uttered Harry. Ron shuddered. Then don't mention it, okay? Harry sighed and looked up. The sky was not as dark as before. All the dark clouds seemed to have dispersed, and the moonlight shone on the empty pumpkin patch, as if it were covered with white frost. He fell tiredly into the pumpkin patch, and suddenly, he saw the sky light up deep in the forbidden forest. The firelight under the night sky shined into the sky as if a sun was rising. He stood up suddenly. Ron, look over there. Inverse Protego Diabolica. He used one of the modified spells of the original spell. Cyrus watched the car's taillights disappear into the darkness. Some spiders still wanted to chase Harry, but he cast a magic enchantment in reverse to cover the depression. The spiders rushed towards the invisible magic wall and were immediately burned to ashes by the magic. Therefore, they could only turn around and target Cyrus alone. Large tracts of spiders covered the undulating open space. There may be thousands or tens of thousands of acromantulas in front of Cyrus. The largest one was bigger than a car, and the smallest one was as big as a hound. They were like sharks that had smelled blood and rushed towards Cyrus like crazy. The densely packed spiders crowded each other, fearing that if they fell behind a little, they would miss the taste of human flesh. Hundreds of thousands of legs hit the ground, making a loud, clicking sound, as if the entire forbidden forest was shaking with their footsteps. Even Cyrus, who is not afraid of spiders, had goosebumps all over his body. It was like knocking open a wooden cabinet and seeing hundreds of termite larvae piled up and squirming together. Or maybe entering and seeing that there are tens of thousands of snakes entwined together in a cave. The twisted body kept rising and falling in the gap, which was disgusting. But Cyrus did not kill them all at once. He pointed the tip of his wand downward and stabbed it hard towards the ground. Boom. In an instant, a powerful force of magic was released with him as the center of the circle, and the shock wave knocked away all the acromantulas that were about to approach and almost drowned him. An empty space is left. He slowly took out a crucible, and the potion in the crucible was still boiling. The spiders won't give up. They come one after another, like swarms of locusts. There are so many of them, but Cyrus's body is so small. Each one is afraid that it won't be able to eat anything if it's too late. Those sharp spider legs stepped on the ground like nails, while the following spiders stepped on the spiders in front of them without mercy. They piled higher and higher, almost forming a high wall, becoming identical to an incoming black wave. Cyrus watched them die, and he lit the fire. The flames burned and suddenly exploded like gushing spring water, spreading to every corner. The acromantulas were caught off guard by the sudden spread of flames. The blazing fire waves collided with the black spider tide, and the fire mercilessly burned their limbs and flesh. They let out horrible wails, but the flames were like poison that they couldn't get rid of, and they spread quickly. The burning spiders were like monsters in the flames, struggling desperately. The spiders in front wanted to escape, but the spider swarm kept pushing them forward. The burning spider is like a devil in flames, rampaging through the spider group, and then passing the flames to more spiders. It only took a moment for the flames to ignite the entire depression. Isn't this a kind of passing on from generation to generation? Wait, human. Aragog wailed and begged Cyrus, but its plea fell on deaf ears. Not to mention the fact that Acromantula also wanted to kill them. It was enough for Cyrus to kill them ruthlessly. What's more, the value of life is equal only in alchemy. In a person's eyes, the life of a spider is obviously not the same as the life of a human. The flames continued to burn, taking away the bodies and souls of the spiders. Their bodies turned into ashes in an instant, and only the red liquid flowed towards the sky, converging into a bloody river above the crucible. The entire depression seemed to have suddenly turned into a cemetery of death and a spring of life. The spiders who were not yet dead were avoiding the flames in fear, but all their escape routes had been blocked by Cyrus with the ultimate protection. He was the only one in the flames who was not contaminated at all. In the sea of hot fire, Cyrus's eyes were colder than winter. In an instant, all the acromantulas became sacrifices for him to refine the magic stone. Life can only be measured by lives, and in exchange for tens of thousands of lives. This time, the red liquid left in the crucible became thicker and thicker, looking like a large pot of plasma. Chapter 77, Final Preparations. The blazing fire caught Harry and Ron's attention. Harry looked back at the castle nervously, wondering if the professors in the castle would notice anything unusual here. Ron's mind was filled with worries. The firelight in the sky dimmed the stars. The dark night on the other side of the horizon seemed to be boiled by water and turned orange-red. Mr. Riddle had not returned yet. After going through so many things, Ron's legs seemed to float up and turned into a wisp of smoke, but his head was very heavy. But at this moment, he seemed to have forgotten the horror of the Forbidden Forest and his fear of spiders. "No, Harry, I have to find her," Ron said decisively. "Mr. Riddle?" He didn't care, but Ginny, that was his sister. "Let's go." Harry ignored his physical exhaustion and didn't think that he had only escaped death for less than a few hours. He stood up with Ron without hesitation, took a deep breath, and looked determined. And with that, took another step towards the Forbidden Forest. But before the two of them reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, they saw a small shadow emerging from the jungle. "Ginny." Ron's heartbeat suddenly increased, as if he suddenly regained his vitality. Only at this moment did he truly feel that he was standing on the ground, with solid ground under his feet. He rushed towards the shadow, tripping over himself in his haste and rolling around in the mud. But this did not stop him from moving forward, and he rolled and crawled at Cyrus's feet. "What are you doing?" Cyrus didn't expect Ron to give such a gift as soon as they met and looked at him in surprise. "Are you okay, Ginny?" Not even a single hair was hurt. Cyrus didn't correct Ron's title. He just reached out and shook his hair to show that he was fine. "Those spiders refused to let me go, thinking that they could drag me to death because of their large number. So I just took a moment and killed them all." He said the words so lightly that both Harry and Ron felt a little frightened, so much so that the two silly children suddenly realized that they were less worried about each other than the spiders. "Killed them all. I bet Hagrid will be very sad when he gets out of prison." "Sad? Maybe he won't be sad if those spiders ate us," Ron complained. "It's almost dawn. Let's go back quickly. Otherwise, it would be bad if the professors catch us." Harry put the invisibility cloak on Ron and Cyrus cast the spell. After returning to Gryffindor Tower, they didn't go back to their rooms and simply rested on the sofa in the common room. Cyrus fed Harry and Ron a large bottle of Vitamix potion, each to cheer them up. Harry also took advantage of the time when others had not gotten up to tell Cyrus his guess. "It was indeed Myrtle who was killed 50 years ago, but I'm afraid she doesn't have any clues, otherwise Hagrid's grievances would have been cleared long ago," Cyrus said apologetically after listening to Harry. "Don't feel guilty. It's not your fault. Raising an acromantula in school is no better than raising another dangerous monster." Ron still has a lot of resentment towards Hagrid, but could he be blamed? Whoever encounters this kind of situation would find it difficult to forgive him. "No matter what, I still have to try." Harry didn't want to miss the slightest chance. "We were in that bathroom at that time, only 3 toilets away from her, and we couldn't even ask her," Ron said distressedly. "Now, these days, looking for spiders is enough for them. Now Harry wants to avoid the teachers when they are roaming the school and sneak into the girls' bathroom. It's simply impossible. Professor McGonagall almost prohibits students from going to any place that is not related to dormitories, classrooms, or auditoriums. Not to mention that the girls' bathroom they have to go to isn't somewhere else, but right next door to the scene of the first attack. We can use the invisibility cloak to get there at night, like today," Harry said. "It's different inside the castle and outside the castle. And you can't wear an invisibility cloak to communicate with Myrtle, and she will definitely not be happy about it," Cyrus said. "She is too sensitive and will cry and fuss over the smallest things. It'll draw the professors in. You know what they say, Harry, the culprit always comes back to the scene of the crime, and by then we've got nothing to say." Harry and Ron groaned simultaneously. Of course, Cyrus had a way for them to avoid the professor's eyes and communicate with Myrtle, but it wasn't possible yet. He still had the last bit of preparation to complete. After sacrificing the lives of so many acromantulas, the magic stone seems to have begun to take shape, but it will take some time for it to completely solidify. He will also look for opportunities to hide the unformed life in the crucible in the room of requirement, waiting for the moment of true transformation. And not for long. I'm afraid it won't be long before Tom takes action. Dumbledore stood on the edge of the Black Lake, looking at the ancient and huge castle shrouded in darkness from a distance. On the other side of the Forbidden Forest, the glimmer of morning light had slowly begun to drive away the darkness, and a faint mist shone in the forest. The sky is filled with darkness, but it will take some time for the sky to be completely bright. Dumbledore was waiting. It has been more than a month since he left Hogwarts, so it's not like he has done nothing. These days, he first visited the school directors and tried to persuade them to cancel the previous proposal. This was much easier than he thought, because the reason why several school directors agreed to Malfoy's proposal was not because they really wanted to drive him away, but because they were threatened by Malfoy and were forced to sign. Now, Dumbledore has obtained the documents in advance from the school directors agreeing to his continued position as principal, but he has not disclosed this matter, nor has he returned to Hogwarts. He was waiting for an opportunity to avoid alerting the enemy, and he believes that that time will come soon. Even though he himself was not at Hogwarts, Dumbledore still had various ways to obtain information on the school. Not to mention that 3 of the 4 head professors headed by Professor McGonagall were loyal to him. Even Snape had no reason to betray him and return to the embrace of the Dark Lord. Not to mention, in fact, the decision of the school board has no impact at all on the fact that he is the real headmaster recognized by the castle of Hogwarts. It looked like he had been driven away, but in fact, the institutions, portraits, and sculptures in the castle were all loyal to him. What he said to Harry at that time, "Only when everyone here betrays me will I truly leave this school." He was not just referring to Harry alone. Now, Dumbledore is waiting for a signal. He believes that Tom Riddle's character will not give up, and the other party will definitely reveal his true face in the next attack. But before that, he still had one last preparation to make. He turned around, and the dawn light rose behind him as if wrapped in a morning cloak. Chapter 78, Heading to the Secret Room. I made a blunder. He is resurrecting in the next chapter. Ministry of Magic. When Fudge arrived to work at the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore had already been waiting in his office for quite some time. Dumbledore. Fudge was startled, as if a primary school student was afraid of meeting his head teacher. Why are you here? He looked very uneasy and put his hat on the hanger very restrainedly. In the months since Dumbledore vanished, Fudge felt more relaxed than ever. There is no need to seek advice from the other party. All policies are decided by himself. To be honest, this is the first time since he took office for so long that he truly feels that he is the Minister of Magic. Before, he was more like Dumbledore's puppet. All this time has passed, and nothing seems to have gone wrong, right? Fudge didn't want to see Dumbledore come back. It would have been better for him without Dumbledore. Although it was Malfoy who drove away Dumbledore, Fudge himself was now the beneficiary. After seeing Dumbledore, he naturally felt a little guilty. "I've come to get a few things, Fudge. I want things related to Voldemort." Fudge's face paled a little, and he said tremblingly, "Don't mention that name, Dumbledore." Dumbledore said sternly, "I know that this name caused too much panic and death back then, but now, it is just a name. Fearing it will only intensify the fear itself, which does no good. I think we should talk about why you came here." Fudge skipped the topic with sweat on his forehead. Dumbledore could only continue. "I want to know, his wand should still be kept in the Ministry of Magic, right? No one came here to steal it, yes?" The Ministry of Magic has a special department that is used to keep the wands of some criminals. Many of the wands belonging to the Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban are still in safe hands at the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic usually does not use broken wands as punishment for pureblood wizards, because it is extremely easy for pureblood wizards to get a new wand. Not everyone believes that the wand chooses the wizard. Yes, of course, that person's wand is kept the most closely guarded, but I just want to confirm, Fudge. Also, Dumbledore blinked. I also want to pick up something for another student in advance. It still takes some craftsmanship and steps to condense the Fountain of Life into the Philosopher's Stone, but once the biggest problem is solved, the rest is nothing. 2 days before the Mandrake fully matured, the red Fountain of Life in the crucible finally condensed into a bright red, but slightly turbid-looking, irregular prismatic stone. It looks like a small red crystal or a ripe pomegranate fruit. It finally worked. Cyrus held the magic stone with shiny eyes. The magic power contained in the stone was enough to refine endless elixirs, and it was even easier to turn a stone into gold. He gave it a try and instantly turned a table into gold. It wasn't just the outside. Cyrus cut open the table, and the inside had also turned to gold. Then, he extracted a bottle of blood-red potion from the Philosopher's Stone and drank it in one gulp. As the hot red liquid flowed into his throat, Cyrus clearly felt that the magic of life began to spread inside Ginny's body, filling in the part of her life that was missing before. The Philosopher's Stone is really refined. However, it is still a mystery whether the magic stone can create a separate, healthy, and living body. Voldemort had tried to use the Philosopher's Stone, but it didn't work out. But Cyrus had no time to wait any longer. The afternoon before the Mandrake matured, Harry and Ron found an opportunity to go to the bathroom. Cyrus did not want them to discover the location of the secret chamber at this juncture, let alone. "Hermione has something to say to me in the school doctor's office." He whispered, cast the disillusionment charm on himself, and held the Marauder's map tightly in his hand. By this time, his breathing was getting heavier. He knew it wasn't nervousness, but excitement. McGonagall is patrolling on the second floor. I need to make a noise to lure her there. Cyrus walked quickly in the castle, and when he turned the corner on the fourth floor, he met Lockhart, who was fiddling with his hair and walking back to the office. Then he saw Harry and Ron sneaking away from the Gryffindor team and turning into a path. Wouldn't it be better if we took Mr. Riddle with us? He heard Ron whisper to Harry. I mean, he and Myrtle are students of the same era. Maybe Myrtle will open her heart a little more when she meets someone who has been through the same thing as herself. But we are too late. Harry reminded, Ginny is not in the same class as us. You're right, Ron said. They didn't even have a chance to go back and get the invisibility cloak. Cyrus passed the two of them, and suddenly Harry paused and glanced back. He seemed to see a familiar shadow, and there seemed to be a strange feeling in his heart. It seemed that at this moment, he had just missed his fate. But there was nothing there, just a ray of sunlight shining in, and the dust beating softly in the empty corridor. What's wrong, Harry? Ron asked. It's nothing, let's go. The two of them didn't dare to wait too long, but Cyrus turned the corner and deliberately made a noise, attracting McGonagall. Mr. Potter. Mr. Weasley. What are you doing? Professor McGonagall pursed her lips into a straight line and looked at the two of them sternly. May I know where you two seem to be going? Oh, we were going dash, Ron stammered. We want to go see Dash. Hermione, Harry said. Ron and Professor McGonagall both looked at him. We haven't seen her for a long time, Professor. Harry stepped on Ron's foot and said in one breath. We just wanted to sneak to the hospital wing and tell her that the mandrakes were about to grow. Even if she is petrified, we wanted to assure her not to worry. Cyrus heard that McGonagall was so moved by the two of them that she almost cried. He moved on and lifted the disillusionment spell at the door of the bathroom. He looked up at the wall of the corridor. The writing he left last time was still there, as if no one in the entire castle could clean it up. He left the second message there. Her skeleton will lie in the Chamber of Secrets forever. The bright red text seemed to be written in blood, stinging everyone who saw it with fear. __________. Chapter 79. Secrets and Lies Resurrected. Cyrus walked into the bathroom. Are you here again? Myrtle happened to be in the bathroom today. She didn't look happy, tilting her head and staring at Ginny. She didn't like this little girl who was prettier than her. You can be quiet, Myrtle. Cyrus pointed the wand at her and raised it slightly. Silencio. And Confundo. Myrtle immediately seemed not to see him and got back into the toilet where she usually stayed. Cyrus walked quickly to the faucet that did not produce water, opened his mouth, a spin, and spoke the language of snakes, and the secret room was opened. He walked through the long, slimy slide, walked through the muddy stone tunnel covered with rat carcasses, and opened the second door in snake language. In the process, Cyrus deliberately freed Ginny's soul. At this moment, the little girl was watching with tears in her eyes as Cyrus finished everything and finally stepped into the long, dimly lit room. She seemed to be a separated soul, like a player who couldn't control her character and could only passively watch everything Cyrus was willing to show her. A room with stone pillars carved with many entangled snakes. The stone pillars towered up to support the ceiling that melted into the darkness above, casting long and strange black shadows on the entire room that was filled with green and mysterious light. Even from a third-person perspective, Ginny still felt unusually frightened. But it was Cyrus himself who grieved her even more. Scammed, betrayed, used. These three words flashed sadly through Ginny's mind. The truth was revealed. Mr. Riddle was the real successor. Whether it was the attack 50 years ago or the attack now, it was all caused by him. What a shame that he actually followed me seriously to find the culprit. Presumably at that time, Mr. Riddle must be laughing at my stupidity in his heart, right? You finally discovered it. Cyrus easily read Ginny's thoughts, and he slowly moved forward between the stone pillars coiled with giant snakes. Every step he took produced a hollow, loud echo among the ghostly walls. He had always had an expressionless face, or rather, Cyrus's expression had always been solemn, as if he was performing some terrible ritual. The empty eye sockets of rows of stone snakes on both sides seemed to have been watching him, like loyal and respectful courtiers. When he reached parallel with the last pair of stone pillars, a statue as tall as the room itself loomed before him, clinging to the dark wall behind. It was an old, monkey-like face, with a long sparse beard that almost reached the hem of the wizard's robe carved out of stone, and two large gray feet standing on the smooth floor of the room. This is the sculpture of Salazar Slytherin. Mr. Riddle. Ginny cried sadly. Now, she found that she had some control over her body. Although she couldn't control her actions, her facial expressions were fully displayed, revealing a crying face. Mr. Riddle, I thought we were friends. I won't deny that, Ginny. Cyrus seemed to be withdrawn from Ginny's body. The translucent silver threads separated from Ginny's body like a spray of mist, intertwining another form in front of her, making a phantom. He looks handsome, gentle, and more attractive than any boy in the school. However, maybe the more such a person is, the more he knows how to make good use of his own advantages. I'm very grateful for your trust. If it weren't for you, I might still be in the diary. Cyrus was very happy in his heart, but when he saw Ginny's sad expression, he felt a little heavy. To be honest, he really regarded Ginny as a friend, and he had never thought of harming Ginny. If the Philosopher's Stone was not successfully refined, he would also put Ginny in the secret room and wait for Harry to come to rescue her, while he himself would leave with a body that has not yet been fully resurrected. Fortunately, with the magic stone fully refined, he can do more. But now, as a friend, he has to give this reckless little girl one last piece of advice. You lied to me. Ginny roared angrily, like a mad lioness. We believed you. We thought you would find the culprit with us. But you dash. I cheated you, yes. Cyrus showed a mysterious smile. We all grow up with secrets and lies, Ginny. He said softly. I believe that through this time, at least you should know that you should never trust a thoughtful thing. You should know that you should not open your heart to a magic item easily. Remember, keep the secrets to yourself, and the lies, give others. Cyrus was like a gentle teacher, but the next moment his face changed. The premise is that you can survive today. Of course, he couldn't really kill Ginny. He just deliberately threatened Ginny so that Ginny could remember this lesson more deeply. This little lion was too reckless, and he was worried that Ginny would believe in anything with thoughts in the future. Ginny felt unusual pain, as if something was being pulled out of her body, from the inside of her blood vessels, from the depths of her bone marrow, from the most secret place in her heart. Her consciousness gradually became confused, and her vision began to become blurry. She could only see the shadow of Mr. Riddle, which was not so real at first, but when she looked at him, she found that the distance between the two people was getting farther and farther. There was only a vague and indifferent face and a heavy darkness. Her vision went dark, and her petite body fell forward. Cyrus took a step forward and caught Ginny before she fell to the ground. Then, he took out a turbid red crystal. The life force flows in the stone. The powerful magic power in the magic stone was completely released at this moment. The blood-colored magic power was like a dye, immediately dyeing the silver threads with its own color after touching them. Cyrus first placed the Philosopher's Stone on Ginny's chest. The power of the Philosopher's Stone restored Ginny's lost vitality during this period. Her pale face turned rosy by the magic of the magic stone, and her beautiful red hair was like a burning flame, full of youth and vitality. She looked like she was sleeping peacefully at the moment, immersed in a sweet dream. Cyrus looked at her calm face and said sorry in his heart. Then, he raised his head and swallowed the magic stone as big as a baby's fist. The hot Philosopher's Stone became his heart, and every beat transmitted the power of life to every corner of his body. The gushing magic power intertwined into a dense network of blood vessels, condensing into bones and muscles. He is resurrected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finally taking a fresh breath of air in a body that only belongs to himself after successfully resurrecting. Previous perks: Tom Riddle's memories, Tom Riddle's magic talent. New perk added, diary entry. Chapter 80, The Second Dumbledore. Cyrus greedily breathed the moist air inside the Chamber of Secrets. To be honest, the smell here is not that pleasant. The air smells like it has been rotten for 1,000 years. But for Cyrus now, it's the smell of life itself. He enjoyed it for almost a minute, during which he did nothing, not even conjuring up a suitable piece of clothing for himself. But soon, he woke up from his intoxication. Those who have traveled 100 miles didn't celebrate at 90 and a half, and now is not the time to celebrate for him. He looked at the floating transparent panel in front of him. This was the thing he had seen after his soul transmigrated into the diary. A new perk, New perk added. Diary entry, only usable after the host's death. After my death? Does that mean it will trap my soul in the diary after I die? No, I don't want to go through all this process once again, and who knows if Harry or Dumbledore will destroy the diary before a future little wizard finds it. Cyrus shuddered. He has finally been resurrected, and he has a lot of things to experience. He doesn't want to think about dying right now. Let's think about this perk after I have managed to escape this place. He thought. He conjured a piece of clothing for himself, which was exactly the same as what Riddle wore in his memory 50 years ago, and then took out the Marauder's map from Ginny's pocket. On the map, the name Minerva McGonagall walked to the door of the bathroom, stayed briefly, and then left in a hurry. Cyrus imagined the stern female professor's panicked expression after seeing the words on the wall. She panicked and helplessly spread the news to the ears of all professors and students, and then prepared to close the school. Maybe she'd even try to contact Dumbledore? But no matter what, Dumbledore's name has not yet appeared in the castle. When he thought of Dumbledore, Cyrus had a bad feeling in his heart. The old man put too much pressure on him, and Cyrus was always worried that something would happen. Fortunately, you can't go wrong with the Marauder's map. I remember that in the original book, Dumbledore returned to the castle during the time when Harry went to the Chamber of Secrets. Maybe I still have time to get the invisibility cloak. The power of Harry's invisibility cloak seems to be a little worse than the other two Deathly Hallows, but it is still a treasure. What worries Cyrus even more is the legend. A person who possesses 3 Deathly Hallows is equivalent to controlling death. The only person who possesses these 3 treasures at the same time is Harry Potter in the original book. In fact, he did come back from the dead and returned to reality from the King's Cross Station of the Soul. What if I also collected 3 Deathly Hallows? What a coincidence. Cyrus happened to know the location of these 3 sacred artifacts and also knew how to obtain them. Without much hesitation, he immediately turned around and spoke in Parseltongue to the statue of Slytherin. "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the 4 houses at Hogwarts." Slytherin's huge stone face moved, and its mouth opened wider and wider, eventually forming a huge black hole. Something moved in the statue's mouth. Something rustled upwards from the depths of the statue. A huge basilisk, with a green body and a bright light unique to poisonous snakes, with a body as thick as an oak tree trunk. It stretched its upper body high into the air, and its big flat head wandered randomly between the stone pillars as if it was drunk. Finally, the basilisk slowly swam in front of Cyrus, waiting for his order. "Your size is a bit too big. It's better to be smaller." Cyrus pressed his wand against the basilisk's body and cast a superb shrinking spell. The huge basilisk immediately turned into a small snake only 1 finger thick under his magic power, and then followed his arm and hid in Cyrus' sleeve. Then Cyrus left the chamber. While walking in the corridor, McGonagall's voice, amplified many times by magic, began to echo in the castle. All students returned to their respective house dormitories immediately. All teachers returned to the staff lounge. "Please act immediately." The students crowded out, and Cyrus disappeared into the crowd, cast a disillusionment charm, and followed everyone towards the tower in the corner of the 7th floor. The students were panic-stricken and uneasy. "Fred, George, do you know what happened?" Lee Jordan pushed aside the crowd, as if he was being carried forward by the waves. What else could it be? The twins shook their shoulders at the same time. Cyrus followed them into the Gryffindor Tower, where Percy and a prefect began to count people, mainly the girls. But the further he counted, the paler his face became. Ginny was gone. Cyrus walked into the men's dormitory with ease, found Harry Potter's bed, and quickly obtained the invisibility cloak. It's so easy that it almost feels a bit dreamy. He immediately put on his invisibility cloak and left the tower. The sky began to get dark. Cyrus passed by the mirror on the 4th floor, passed through the statue of the One-Eyed Witch on the 3rd floor, walked out of the castle gate, and picked a few mandrake leaves as he passed by the greenhouse. Finally, he arrived near the Whomping Willow. From here one could see the castle and the Black Lake, and the castle seems to be glowing under the golden sunset. But this fire will soon dim and disappear, and eventually, everything will be shrouded in darkness. Cyrus slowly walked in front of the Whomping Willow and touched the scar with his wand before the Whomping Willow found him. The irritable willow tree immediately fell silent. In this way, Cyrus, wearing the invisibility cloak, leaned on the tree trunk, looking down at the traces of traffic on the Marauder's map with the last remaining fire of dusk. He saw teachers separating in the staff room and going to their own offices or houses. Professor McGonagall took the 3 Weasleys to her office in the Gryffindor lounge. The headmaster's office was still empty, and Dumbledore's name had not yet appeared anywhere. Dumbledore wasn't back yet, but Harry and Ron were already taking action. They found Lockhart, and the 3 of them stayed in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom for a long time. Finally, Lockhart was forced to follow them to the bathroom. Then, their traces disappeared from the Marauder's map. Almost half an hour later, Dumbledore's name appeared in Professor McGonagall's office together with Molly Weasley and Arthur Weasley. Cyrus stood up suddenly, breathing a little faster. Dumbledore appears, just like in the original novel. He appears in the school, and the Whomping Willow is the furthest escape route from him. Hogwarts cannot disapparate, and Fawkes will be sent by him to help Harry. By the time Dumbledore realizes something is wrong and comes back to find him, Cyrus would have already fled. It's time to leave. Goodbye, Dumbledore. The sun has completely set. A few not-so-bright stars shone in the dark blue sky. Cyrus grabbed the tree trunk with one hand and jumped lightly into the hidden cave under the willow tree. He walked for a long time, and the tunnel began to slope upward. After a while, after turning a corner, a little light came in, and he immediately knew that he was about to reach the exit. This room was a disordered mess with peeling wallpaper, stained floors, and broken furniture as if someone had smashed it. The windows were boarded up. The Shrieking Shack, the transformation place specially prepared for Lupin at Hogwarts, has been considered a terrifying haunted house by wizards for more than 10 years. In theory, it is the safest place, but that doesn't seem to be the case tonight. Cyrus's face turned pale under the invisibility cloak, and he looked in horror at the white-bearded old man standing by the window with the moonlight behind him. It's Dumbledore. But why is Dumbledore here? Cyrus hurriedly lowered his head and glanced at the Marauder's map again. On the map, Dumbledore's name was still glaring in Professor McGonagall's office. There are two Dumbledores. ________. Chapter 81, Battle with Dumbledore. There are indeed two Dumbledores in this world. One is Albus Dumbledore, and the other is his brother, Aberforth Dumbledore. The name that appeared in the principal's office at this moment was indeed Albus Dumbledore, but the thing is, the one in front of him seemed to be Albus Dumbledore as well. Cyrus did not dare to act rashly. There was only one idea left in his mind. Did he find me? Or he isn't able to see me? Now he is wearing an invisibility cloak, which is one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. Even the god of death himself cannot see through this invisibility cloak. In the original book, when Harry was hiding in the invisibility cloak, even Voldemort did not notice him. Maybe Dumbledore didn't notice him after all. Cyrus held on to the last bit of luck in his heart, but he soon learned why people said Albus Dumbledore was the most powerful wizard in the world. Good evening, Tom. Or are you afraid to show your true face to see me now? I have a lot to talk about old times with you. In addition, I also want to ask you if there is something you have with you that should be there. Dumbledore's blue eyes behind his half-moon lenses were staring at him. Please forgive me. I promised 2 very energetic students to help them get some things back. Of course, there is also a cloak now that was left to Harry by his father. I think it would be better to return it to him. What do you think, Tom? He looked very calm, as if he was not talking to a dark lord who had killed countless people, but to a student who had gone astray. Cyrus now clearly understood that he had been completely discovered. Although he was extremely flustered in his heart, on the surface he knew that he had to calm down. Dumbledore is not an omniscient god. The weaker he is now, the more powerful he needs to look. Only in this way can it be possible to frighten Dumbledore and find hope of escape. As for telling the truth to Dumbledore, Cyrus didn't expect him to believe Tom Riddle's lies. The moment Cyrus took off his cloak, Dumbledore's pupils immediately shrank. You look surprised? Did you never think that I would really come back to life? Cyrus raised the corners of his mouth with a teasing smile. You thought you had a chance to win, but you were wrong. Harry Potter and Ginny Weasley are dead at my hands. You could have stopped it, but you didn't. Dumbledore was silent. For almost a whole year, he did have too many opportunities to stop the trouble in advance, but he did not. The purpose was to test Harry Potter, hoping that he could grow up to have enough courage to fight against Voldemort. He knew that the child was carrying too much weight, so he must be allowed to grow. He did not expect. Before Dumbledore could feel self-blame, he realized something was wrong. According to the information he had, Harry should have entered the Chamber of Secrets not long ago. There was no chance of Harry and Tom Riddle meeting each other. How could Tom think that Harry was dead, relying on that basilisk? But he left the Phoenix as a guarantee. The only possibility is that the other person is lying. Dumbledore was actually very familiar with the opponent's tactics. Tom in the past was also very good at using words to attack the opponent's heart and make them shake. Now he doesn't plan to continue communicating with Cyrus. For some people, no matter how much they talk, it is in vain. Dumbledore's wrist flicked suddenly, as if swinging a whip, and the air made a crisp sound that echoed in the Shrieking Shack. It was a golden spell. The light of the spell was more dazzling than the sun. When it shot toward Cyrus, it caused a huge cyclone and made the entire shack tremble. Cyrus's hair stood up in front of him, and he immediately conjured a silver shield. The magic spell hit the shield, and it immediately made a violent sound, like a gong or drum after being struck violently. Trembled, and then cracks appeared. Boom! The shield exploded. Cyrus was horrified to see that Dumbledore was really powerful beyond his imagination. On the other hand, there was also a reason why his magic power at this moment could not be compared with Voldemort in his heyday. You don't want my life, do you, Dumbledore? You don't bother to do such a cruel thing, right? Cyrus couldn't help but remind Dumbledore of his position at the moment, Because for such a white person like Dumbledore, as far as Cyrus is concerned, even if the old bee really defeats him, he may not be able to kill him, right? Killing a person is cruel to them, but being imprisoned in Azkaban and being sentenced to death after due legal process becomes an act of justice. While Cyrus was fighting against Dumbledore, mainly passively resisting Dumbledore's attacks, he was thinking that at least Dumbledore's kindness gave him the last way out. But he didn't want to go to Azkaban. He cast several killing curses, but Dumbledore avoided them all. The green light fell on the wall of the shack, immediately leaving a scorched mark. Dumbledore glanced at the traces and pondered for a moment. He was a little surprised, not because the magic power of the death curse was too powerful, but actually on the contrary, the power of the magic curse was surprisingly small. It stands to reason that even if Tom Riddle's death curse hits a rock, it will break it immediately. Could it be said that Tom Riddle has no murderous intention? Dumbledore was almost frightened by the thought in his mind. If Tom Riddle didn't have murderous intentions, wouldn't it mean that Harry Potter would become the Dark Lord? He quickly forced himself to come to his senses, jerked his wand back, and waved it around like a whip. A thin and long flame burst out from the tip of the staff, and he suddenly seemed to turn into a cowboy, swinging the rope of the flame, intending to tie up Cyrus. Cyrus was also an expert at playing with fire, and he took away control of it. The fiery rope immediately turned into a big snake, puffing out its chest and bursting through the dilapidated hut. The fire immediately began to spread, and the big snake turned towards Dumbledore, making an angry hissing sound from its mouth. The snake reared up from the ground, ready to attack. At the same time, Cyrus's curse also pierced the wall of fire between the two of them and shot straight toward Dumbledore. Dumbledore immediately waved his wand widely, as if wrestling with a bull, and suddenly knocked down the big snake's head, blocking him from another incoming curse. Boom! The flame immediately bloomed and spread like a passionate flower. If anyone looks from the window of the room, he will immediately be attracted by the firelight here. Cyrus took advantage of Dumbledore's vision being obscured by the flames and used apparition without hesitation. His body immediately spun as if it had been washed into a sewer, but then returned to the same place. Do you think I won't set an anti-apparition spell here in advance, Tom? Dumbledore strolled among the flames, and the flames avoided him as if they had seen something terrifying. A charred road was paved under his feet. It's time you surrendered. Azkaban would be a good place for you. That would be a hassle. You see, I don't want to go to Azkaban at all, Dumbledore, Cyrus said calmly. ___________. Chapter 82. I'm not Tom. That would be a hassle. You see, I don't want to go to Azkaban at all, Dumbledore. Cyrus figured out Dumbledore's psychology, and he seemed to have great confidence at the moment. But it's no wonder that Cyrus's magic power at this moment is about the same as that of Voldemort when he just graduated and is far behind Dumbledore, who has the Elder Wand. This old man may have seen through his own strength the moment they fought. Now, taking advantage of Dumbledore's self-confidence may be the only possibility for him to escape. He simply stopped attacking and lowered his hands, which made Dumbledore couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What tricks are you trying to do again, Tom? His tone was very frivolous, and the atmosphere between the two people was not at all as tense as before. It was as if he was not facing an enemy who planned to kill each other, but a naughty but naive and ignorant bad student. I just want to know. Cyrus took out the Marauder's map and rubbed his fingers on the empty parchment. This is indeed a very powerful magic item, isn't it? I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good. He picked up the wand and tapped it lightly on the parchment. Many words and pictures immediately appeared on the parchment. Dumbledore was attracted by his actions. His beautiful blue eyes were staring at the Marauder's map. He probably knew what the other party's doubts were. So, sometimes, we have to admit that young people always have more wonderful ideas and can do things that we cannot do. He said with a smile, while seeing the magic of the map, while passing the past troublemakers with a sense of longing. Just answer me one thing, Cyrus looked directly at Dumbledore. How did you manage to appear in the principal's office and in front of me at the same time? It's easy, Tom. You just need a little help. Dumbledore calmly took out a golden pendant from his robe. It was a ring-shaped thing with a small hourglass in the middle. Time turner. Now the truth is revealed. Dumbledore used a time turner so he could be in two places at the same time. As for how to accurately know which secret passage he would choose to leave through, I'm afraid it's not accidental. Dumbledore has the time and energy to try one by one. No matter which secret path Cyrus took tonight, this old man who is good at planning will appear in front of him. Cyrus felt suddenly desperate. How can people play like this? His current body is indeed very talented. Perhaps Dumbledore is modest, But the other party does admit that Voldemort's talent is greater than his own, and he also believes that Tom Riddle is the most talented student in the history of Hogwarts. But Cyrus is not Voldemort. He does not have the power of peak Voldemort, and he doesn't have the time either. And what about his opponent? Dumbledore, the greatest wizard in the world, possesses the invincible Elder Wand, controls the right time and place, and has a lot of spies everywhere in the castle, and now he holds the time turner. The strongest panel, the most sophisticated operation, and the unparalleled magical equipment. Cyrus didn't even know what he could do against Dumbledore, but he quickly calmed down. His eyes glanced at Dumbledore's feet, where a small snake, only as thick as a pencil and as long as a finger, was approaching Dumbledore. It was the basilisk. Cyrus made the basilisk take action when he picked up the Marauder's map. At that time, all of Dumbledore's attention was on his hand, and he did not see an inconspicuous little snake coming from Cyrus. Basilisk leapt under the wizard's robe. This is probably Cyrus's last chance. Even Dumbledore, as long as he is still human, can't resist the basilisk's magic. The little basilisk suddenly grew in size and swelled up, filling the entire room. Almost not a second was wasted. The moment it returned to its original form, 2 eyes bigger than the moon above its head were already looking at Dumbledore. The huge body of the basilisk suddenly blocked the line of sight between Cyrus and Dumbledore. Cyrus cast the flying spell without hesitation, turning into a plume of thick black smoke and flying towards the sky. He didn't care at all whether the basilisk had any effect on Dumbledore. In fact, the moment the basilisk appeared, Cyrus had already made the decision to sacrifice it. As long as it can be delayed for a little while, it has done its job. The moment Dumbledore saw the basilisk, he was extremely surprised. He thought Tom would leave the basilisk behind to deal with Harry, but he didn't expect that he would actually leave with the basilisk. In this way, the preparations he left for Harry, the Phoenix, the Sorting Hat, would be useless. Thinking of this, he immediately closed his eyes and called the Phoenix in his mind. A hot flame suddenly bloomed in front of the basilisk like a firework. The sharp claws of the Phoenix protruding from the flames blinded the basilisk mercilessly. At the same time, Dumbledore stretched out his right hand holding the Elder Wand from a distance, holding it empty with his left hand, and his magic controlled Cyrus's body through the air. A simple floating spell, under his superb magic power, became the thread that trapped the kite. He grabbed Cyrus back from the sky in one fell swoop. Before Cyrus could fall to the ground in embarrassment, Dumbledore immediately added a restraining spell. Then, he made a rooster out of mud. The rooster immediately crowed in the process of being frightened. This crow made the blind basilisk completely crazy. It was festering all over, and the flesh and blood in its body seemed to be melting, turning into some kind of poisonous thick water that gave off a foul odor. However, its skeleton and snakeskin were well preserved. Green scales glowing with colorful light hung loosely on the winding snake bones, and disgusting thick water flowed from its empty eye sockets. Dumbledore avoided the foul smell and slowly walked up to Cyrus. "To be honest, Tom, you were a bit beyond my expectations tonight. I thought your strength would be stronger. It seems that you have only returned to the level you were in school," he said while taking it from Cyrus's arms. Out came a diary and a crown. Judging from today's competition, Cyrus's magic is at best only at the level of the housemasters of Hogwarts and may be comparable to Snape, who can use black magic at will. Of course, there are not many wizards who can reach this level, but compared with the strength of the Dark Lord more than 10 years ago, it is not worth mentioning. At least Dumbledore didn't expend much energy in subduing him. Cyrus was not worried or nervous at all now. Losing was normal. Who asked his opponent to be Dumbledore? The only person the Dark Lord feared. I guess I have to tell you the truth, as I really don't want to go to Azkaban. The thing is, I'm not Tom, nor Voldemort either. Dumbledore's brows furrowed hearing this. My real name is Cyrus, and I'm not from this world. He didn't expect Dumbledore to believe that he was not Riddle himself. However, he was finally resurrected and gained a new life. How could he be willing to live inside Azkaban under someone else's name? Now, Dumbledore looks confused. Chapter 83. Dumbledore, you are dangerous for this world. ______. My real name is Cyrus, and I'm not from this world. Changing yourself a name will not change your situation. I have come to terms with your shameless lies, Tom, Dumbledore said expressionlessly. He looked at the 2 objects in his hand at the moment, and it was obvious that from that traces of magic were detected in the crown. Although the diary also has magical power in it, it does not seem to be a Horcrux. There is no soul of Voldemort in it. It is more like an ordinary pensieve with no other dangers. It seems that you relied on this thing to resurrect. The crown has been missing for nearly 1,000 years. I guess the relics of the other two founders were also made into Horcruxes by you, right? He stood up and looked at the crown that had shown signs of time. It was almost impossible to repair this thing. He planned to destroy the crown later. As for the diary, he didn't intend to leave it to Cyrus. Soon, the Aurors will arrive and you will be escorted to Azkaban. But don't worry, none of us will kill you. I admit that just taking your life will not satisfy me. There are more ways to destroy someone. Dumbledore smirked sadistically. He waved his wand, trapping Cyrus tightly, took the wand away from his hand, then picked up the Marauder's map and took a look at it, then looked quietly at the sky. The flames had burned the shack completely, and now the moonlight was above their heads. You were thinking about it, right? Dumbledore looked back at Cyrus after hearing his words. You were thinking about my behavior, the way I treated your saviors group, and what I said just now, aren't you? Dumbledore came closer to him. What is it this time, Tom? Thinking you will fool me again? Nah, I'm thinking that you look doubtfully. Even if you were not thinking about all those things you are now. Cyrus calmly said, why don't you find out the answers to those questions? Why don't you use legilimency and find out if I'm lying or not? Cyrus pursed his lips. I must admit, your proposal intrigues me. However, I cannot help but wonder if this is yet another ploy. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, weighing his options. It could also be Tom Riddle's last hidden card. What if using legilimency on him is a trap? However, the opportunity to delve into Tom's mind and uncover the truth was too tempting to ignore. Very well, let's see what you claim to be is true or not, Mr. Cyrus. Cyrus nodded in acknowledgement. He released the occlumency barriers that shielded his mind, allowing Dumbledore access to his memories. As Dumbledore delved into Cyrus's mind, he was met with a flood of images, thoughts, and emotions. He navigated through the intricate web of memories, searching for any signs of deception or manipulation. Minutes passed in silence as Dumbledore delved deeper, his expression shifting from concentration to contemplation. Cyrus was looking at Dumbledore with an expectant gaze, his thoughts swirling with a mixture of apprehension and hope. Despite knowing that his magical prowess fell short of matching the peak Dark Lord, he couldn't shake the nagging feeling that he could have landed a serious hit if he had the intention to kill and utilized his Philosopher's Stone heart, catching Dumbledore off guard with the surprise factor. He just wanted to be free after fleeing from Hogwarts, but after seeing Dumbledore inside the house, he was heartbroken. Still, he wanted to escape the situation somehow. There was a slight 0.001% chance he would have harmed Dumbledore, but he isn't sure if he could kill him and doesn't want to antagonize the old bee. As he met Dumbledore's gaze, Cyrus silently hoped that the wise old wizard would see beyond the facade of Tom Riddle. Cyrus held on to that flicker of hope, praying silently that the great wizard would see that he was not a threat. Dumbledore suddenly had a face of realization, and then his beautiful blue eyes turned cold. Cyrus noticed a red system message flashing in front of him. Danger! An external party is trying to use mind-related magic to modify the host's memories. Wait, don't tell me he is. Cyrus looked at the notification, which only he could see in disbelief. Cyrus's disbelief quickly turned to shock and anger as he realized what Dumbledore was attempting. The White Wizard, whom he had hoped would see the truth in his words, had instead tried to manipulate his memories and even attempted to use the Imperius curse on him. Other party is going to find out about the system. Taking measures. Boom. In a sudden surge of power, electricity crackled around Dumbledore's body, causing him to recoil. His attempt to tamper with Cyrus's mind had backfired, leaving him stunned and bloodied. As the shock from the system weakened the restraints Dumbledore had placed on Cyrus, he looked at the elder wizard. What the fuck was happening? With a grimace, Dumbledore wiped the blood from his mouth, his expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. What was that? He muttered, his voice tinged with bewilderment. I could see your memories after your transmigration, but I couldn't access your previous world. Cyrus confronted Dumbledore. You tried to use the Imperius curse on me? Even after seeing what I did and why I did all that? Oh, are we really asking that question, Mr. Cyrus? Because you are a great anomaly, he began, his voice solemn. I don't know how you managed to merge with Riddle's soul or what your motives are. Whatever you did till now tells me to believe that you are a good person, but who has seen the future? For years, I have nurtured and guided the growth of the plant called Harry Potter. You know how far I have gone and am willing to change that prophecy, right? My goal is to paint and turn Harry into the greatest savior in everyone's eyes. That's the future I can see. I can glance at your memories, and I can predict that you know about some things a normal 16-year-old Riddle would not know. I cannot allow an anomaly like you to disrupt my carefully laid plans and disturb my vision. I was going to send you to Azkaban, but the pretext was that you were Tom. Dumbledore continued, but you truly are not from this world. I can sense an unknown power inside you that blocked me from looking at its roots. I cannot let an unknown otherworlder roam freely in this world, especially one whose power I cannot gauge. You are far too dangerous for the future of this world, and I was unable to use mind-related spells on you. Alas, what a pity. I am sorry, Mr. Cyrus, but you need to die. Dumbledore said these words like he was talking about a mundane task. This made Cyrus's back sweat profusely. Underscore. Chapter 84. I still want to live. And I was unable to use mind-related spells on you. Alas, what a pity. I am sorry, Mr. Cyrus, but you need to die. As Dumbledore spoke, Cyrus's heart sank. The realization that Dumbledore saw him as nothing more than a threat to his grand plans filled him with a sense of dread. Yes, reality is different than fiction, but don't think I'll go down without fighting back. He knew that he had to fight for his life, even if it meant facing off against one of the most powerful wizards in the world. With a flick of his wand, Cyrus sent a barrage of killing curses hurtling towards Dumbledore, each one aimed with deadly precision. But the elder wizard moved and dodged with ease. Oh, your curses are stronger than the previous time, Oldby said while effortlessly dodging each curse with graceful movements of his elder wand that belied his age. Cyrus knew that using his Philosopher's Stone was the only way if he wanted to survive. Although his stone was weaker, and if he used it to do magic he could lessen his living years, he still decided to use it. He knew that he had to pull out all the stops if he wanted to stand a chance against Dumbledore. Fuck it. Ignoring the consequences, Cyrus reached deep within himself and tapped into the power of his Philosopher's Stone. Stomping his feet on the ground, Cyrus focused his will, channeling his magic into the earth beneath him. And in response to his command, a massive spike of earth erupted from the floor, just below where Dumbledore stood with unstoppable force. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Dumbledore stumbled backward, his expression one of confusion and surprise. But even as he dodged the first spike, more followed in rapid succession, each one aimed in between his legs. For the first time since the battle began, Cyrus allowed himself a small smile. Seeing Dumbledore sweat as he frantically dodged the barrage of earth spikes gave him a glimmer of hope. It seemed that he might just have a chance to survive after all. I think I can distract him like this and then can escape. Maybe a little bit more. But even as he pressed his advantage, Cyrus knew that he couldn't afford to let his guard down. Cyrus squinted his gaze, and suddenly violet flowers with yellow spots bloomed on top of the spikes, and as Dumbledore looked at one of them, he saw that all the flowers twitched and started emitting a green-colored gas. Oh! Dumbledore's eyes widened with curiosity and intrigue as he witnessed the impressive display of magic unleashed by Cyrus. With a flick of his wand, all the flowers died, becoming darker. Ho ho, what is this magic? Dumbledore exclaimed, his voice tinged with genuine fascination. Is this really the magic of the stone? He questioned, his eyes sparkling with interest. He took a step toward Cyrus. With a swift incantation, he cast the Diffindo spell, slicing through the earth spikes with effortless precision. The floor was flattened once again. The sudden destruction of his attack caught Cyrus off guard, and he hissed in frustration at the thwarted attempt. Despite his best efforts, it seemed that Dumbledore's skill and experience were more than a match. You are more dangerous, but because you have just acquired that power, it seems you aren't capable of handling it precisely and doing more things. With a flick of his wand, he cast the Expelliarmus spell and disarmed Cyrus' wand. The force of the spell also hit Cyrus, sending him flying backward. Ugh, this old fart. But Cyrus backflipped in the air and called his wand as his wand materialized in his hand. Without hesitation, Cyrus began shouting the killing curse like crazy. Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! Slash earth spikes, slash. Slash earth spikes, slash. Simultaneously conjuring spikes below Dumbledore. He didn't know anything else than to use the earth spikes, as he had never trained this alchemy power. Sensing the danger, Dumbledore quickly reacted. With a swift incantation, he cast a protective barrier around himself to deflect the curses. But Cyrus was relentless, his spells raining down upon Dumbledore with relentless intensity. With a silent incantation, Cyrus cast Nebulous, the fogging spell, shrouding the room in a dense mist using a lot of power from his core. The fog thickened around them, obscuring their surroundings, with Cyrus' eyes turning to red color with big horizontal pupils. Dumbledore wasted no time in responding. A wave of his wand, he conjured a powerful firestorm. Cyrus was not ideal either as he quickly cast the Protego Diabolica. Firestorm clashed with Protego Diabolica. The intense heat of the fire began to dispel the thick fog, clearing the room of the obscuring mist. As the fog cleared, revealing the charred remains of the Earth's spikes and the scorch marks left by the flames. Dumbledore scanned the room, his keen eyes searching for any sign of his opponent. But to his surprise, Cyrus was nowhere to be seen. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, his blue eyes narrowing as he sensed a presence behind him. With a swift turn, he faced behind him, his wand at the ready. But what he saw caught him off guard. Ah! Dumbledore's heart skipped a beat as he locked eyes with the figure standing before him, the two different colored orbs gazing back at him with a mixture of familiarity and intensity. One eye was a deep, soul-piercing black, while the other gleamed with a haunting paleness. In that moment, Dumbledore felt as though time had come to a standstill. Memories of days long past flooded his mind, memories of a younger self and a love that had once consumed him entirely. Gellert, Dumbledore whispered, the name escaping his lips in a breathless whisper. But the figure before him, with its aged features and blonde hair, didn't move. Dumbledore calmed himself as his blue eyes regained their calmness. He looked at the figure, a perfect, alive-looking statue of his friend, whose base was coming out of the Earth's spike. It seemed Cyrus had managed to fool the White Wizard in this moment. Dumbledore looked at his surroundings, but then noticed a dark cloud floating in the sky from the big gap in the room's roof. It seems he managed to escape. Dumbledore muttered, still looking at the perfect statue of Gellert Grindelwald with an unscrutinized expression of sorrow and longing. Chapter 85, A Dim Moonlit Night. The black, cloudy figure of Cyrus disappeared into the beautiful moonlight. Dumbledore stood for a while looking at the statue. He then took out the statue from the earth and placed it gently inside his storage bag and took out the map while remembering something. Shocking my old heart like this. I need to calm down. Dumbledore found that the Dumbledore on the Marauder's map had left the office and disappeared in a deserted place. He knew immediately that he had taken action, and now he could return to normal time to fill the void of the moment he disappeared. It seems that it's time to go, but I will remember you. Mr. Cyrus. The Weasley family anxiously paced back and forth in the headmaster's office. When they heard that their daughter had been taken away by the air, and now her life or death was uncertain, Molly and Arthur felt as if the sky was falling. Fortunately, Dumbledore came back in the end, but he didn't stay long before leaving again. The only thing that keeps them calm now is what Dumbledore said before. If nothing goes wrong, I believe that Miss Weasley will not have any accidents. Maybe this is just a word of relief, but after all, it was said by Dumbledore, and there is a high probability that it will become a reality. Sure enough, after a while, the door was pushed open. Harry, Ron, Ginny, and a slightly silly-looking Lockhart were standing at the door. They looked a little dirty, but they seemed uninjured, especially Ginny, who looked surprisingly good and looked healthier than at any time in the past 2 semesters. The only thing that made her look a little pitiful was that she seemed to have cried a lot. For a moment, there was silence everywhere. Suddenly a scream. Ginny. It was Mrs. Weasley, who had been sitting in front of the fire crying. She jumped up, followed by Mr. Weasley, who both threw their arms around their baby girl. Then, this woman full of maternal love also hugged Harry and Ron tightly. You saved her. You saved her. What did you do? To be honest, it's not really a rescue. Ginny was fine. Harry recalled the experience after he and Ron entered the Chamber of Secrets. He thought he was facing a terrifying monster, but there was nothing there. Even the identity of the successor was told by Ginny after she woke up. He looked inside the office and found that there was still no sign of Dumbledore. He thought that Dumbledore had not returned to school until now. But Professor McGonagall is here. So he told everything about what happened, including the Mr. Riddle, who had been acting with them throughout the semester. But their memories could not recall what Mr. Riddle was lodged in. The only thing they remembered was that it was a thinking thing. Apparently Riddle modified their memories. McGonagall said weakly with a sigh. Ginny, said Mr. Weasley, dumbfounded. Didn't I teach you? What have I always told you? Never trust anything that can think for itself if you can't see where it keeps its brain. But you, why didn't you show that thing to me or your mother? A suspicious thing like that is obviously full of dark magic. I don't know, I forgot. Ginny was still crying sadly, and, I think, Mr. Riddle might not really be that bad. In fact, he didn't even hurt me. You're still speaking for him, Ron said angrily. Finally, McGonagall broke their conversation on this topic and asked instead, So, where did Mr. Riddle go? I don't know, Professor. None of us saw him. Ginny said that the other party claimed to kill her, but actually didn't do it. Harry was also confused about this, which is why Ginny always believed that Mr. Riddle was not really a bad person. Mr. Riddle has been dealt with. At this time, Dumbledore opened the door and walked in briskly. He immediately attracted everyone's attention. I found his escape route, had a duel with him, and defeated him. You kids don't need to fear him. Dumbledore blatantly lied as he looked Ginny up and down. Miss Weasley looks good, but it's best to go to the hospital wing for a checkup. In addition, I have a few things here that I want to return to their original owners. Dumbledore took out the Marauder's map from his robe and gave it to the twins, who looked happy, returned the cloak to Harry, and finally handed the diary to Ginny. Sir, what is this? Arthur asked nervously. It belongs to Riddle, an object similar to a pensieve. I think Riddle should make some compensation for what happened to Miss Weasley. Don't worry, this thing is harmless now, Dumbledore said with a smile. Professor, Harry said hesitantly. Professor, is it possible that Mr. Riddle is actually not bad person? I mean, he didn't Harry, why did you even say that? Ron looked at him in shock. Did you forget about Hermione? Did you forget that he wanted to put Ginny in danger? But the basilisk didn't actually kill anyone, right? Harry said. Maybe he was avoiding killing people. It's an interesting guess, Harry. I believe it's because of your own kindness. Dumbledore said, faking a happy smile. You are a kind person, and subconsciously, kind people assume others to be kind like them. But regarding Riddle's inference, you'd be dead wrong. He seemed to sigh a very long breath, and the whole office was waiting for his next words. I don't know how he confuses you. He has always been good at confusing people. In fact, I personally taught him 50 years ago at Hogwarts. He is probably the most outstanding person in the history of Hogwarts' students. He disappeared after leaving school, traveled around, traveling to all corners of the world, falling deeper and deeper into the quagmire of black magic, hanging out with the most evil guys in the wizarding world, and going through many dangerous magical transformations. At that time, it was very hard for his close people to recognize his face to the face he had as a student. Later, he changed his identity, and we are all familiar with it. He glanced at everyone and said the name heavily. Yes, Tom Riddle is Voldemort. Time in the office seemed to be frozen all of a sudden. Harry never imagined that he was saying nice things about that other person just now, but in fact, that person actually killed his parents with his own hands 11 years ago. _______. Chapter 86. Almost exhausted the stone. In a dark alleyway, a lone figure staggered forward, his robes tattered and his face deathly pale. It was Cyrus. I finally managed to escape, he thought with a mixture of triumph and exhaustion. His escape from the old bee was nothing to scoff at. Dumbledore's prowess was as formidable as the people say. Cyrus had been forced to use every ounce of his skill and cunning to evade the headmaster's attacks. In the end, he resorted to animating a statue of Grindelwald to create a diversion, allowing him to slip away. The thought of Dumbledore's face as his former friend and lover appeared in front of him brought a wheezy laugh to Cyrus's cracked lips. But where is this place? Looking around, he realized he had operated in an unknown alleyway in his haste to get away. The dank smell of garbage hung thick in the air. Up ahead, the flickering lights of a grimy restaurant spilled onto the street. His stomach churned. He now had a fully functional body of his own, and he didn't want to use the low amount of magic he had left or the small life essence that was now left just to satiate his hunger. Guess I'll go and eat then. With leaden steps, Cyrus stumbled towards it. He would need to lie low and regain his strength before doing anything. Fudge is very busy these days, but at least there is good news. That is, the heir who caused trouble during this period has finally been chased out of Hogwarts. In fact, that person has not been arrested and the personnel are still looking for him, and it has been almost half a month, but all the court procedures about declaring that that wanted person is the heir were just completed today. A man named Tom Riddle. However, Fudge thought this was somewhat ridiculous, because according to the situation Dumbledore explained to him, this Tom Riddle seemed to have been 50 years ago, and this morning, he took a look at that heinous criminal in the little memory Dumbledore showed him for identification of the criminal. Unexpectedly, that man didn't look fierce at all. If anything, Fudge felt that he was quite talented and handsome, and he was clearly still a student. How could he be from 50 years ago? But he looked through the roster of graduates at Hogwarts over the years, and indeed found a man named Tom Riddle 50 years ago, but there is currently no evidence to show that the arrested boy is Tom Riddle. The other party has gone missing for quite some time, but hasn't done anything in the wizarding world till now. Even Dumbledore himself was a little confused. But no matter what, the boy has already placed all the charges of being the culprit, and after we find him, he will be on his way to Azkaban. He was chased away from Hogwarts and the attacks were stopped. It no longer matters whether the successor is him or not. All the people want is a result, regardless of whether it is right or wrong. Even if it is wrong, Dumbledore endorses it. So what does it have to do with him, Cornelius Fudge? He returned to his office, and as soon as he sat down, Umbridge knocked on the door and said sweetly, "Mr. Minister, you have a new appointment." Appointment? Fudge was upset. He didn't remember any important meeting today. It's Lucius Malfoy. Umbridge held the doorknob with one hand and pressed the other hand on the door frame. Her voice was sharper than before, and her words were full of financial hints. Fudge knew immediately that his fortune was coming. Let him in. Umbridge smiled as if her throat was being strangled and closed the door. Then, a man with long white hair and a somewhat pretentious look holding an aristocratic silver crutch walked in with his head held high. Long time no see, Mr. Malfoy. I think you came here because of the curse that threatened other school directors? Let me tell you, this matter is really not that easy to handle. They all want to make you suffer now. As soon as Fudge saw Malfoy, he immediately put on a distressed look, like a shrewd businessman. I have concerns about this, Minister. Malfoy walked straight to Fudge's table and slammed a full bag in front of Fudge. But I want to know more. That Tom Riddle, he seemed to have mustered up a lot of courage to say this name. After a pause for a few seconds, he continued. Did he really fight Dumbledore and escape? Fudge almost threw himself on the big bag of gold galleons, beaming with joy. Dumbledore caught him personally. Is that still false? Mr. Malfoy, we all believe that the so-called threat was just a little joke. It would be absurd for anyone to convict you of this. But Hogwarts, I have no way to intervene in the internal decisions of the school board. Fudge quickly put away the large bag of gold galleons, as if he was afraid that Malfoy would regret it. Minister, can you tell me what was the last place your officers saw him? He asked, not minding Fudge. According to reports, he was seen near the Azkaban 2 or 3 days ago. Thank you very much. I'll take my leave now. Malfoy's expression was gloomy and he knocked the cane in his hand on the ground with a crackling sound. He walked to the door, put his palm on the handle, stopped suddenly, and turned half of his body. Mr. Malfoy. Lucius looked back at Fudge. Let me tell you, Mr. Malfoy, Dumbledore actually suspects that you are related to that riddle. Fudge said, a little embarrassed. Hearing this, Malfoy did not hesitate and immediately threw out another pouch of galleons. Thank you, Lord Minister, for telling me that. Malfoy closed the door with a bang. After walking out of the Ministry of Magic, Narcissa had been waiting anxiously outside for a long time. When she saw Malfoy coming out, she hurriedly went up to him, took Malfoy's arm, and whispered into her ear, Is the news true? That person really? It's true, but no one knows for sure. I heard that he fought Dumbledore and then escaped. He is last seen near Azkaban. Maybe he was planning to rescue those Death Eaters. This is what Malfoy couldn't figure out. Now, he needs to go near Azkaban to search for him. You go back and write a visitation application, and we go to see Sirius Black. Let's say that he is plotting against the Black family's property. Narcissa nodded stiffly. Cyrus looked ahead. Azkaban is located in the North Sea, and the temperature here is indeed lower than other places. But it is June after all, so it should not be too cold. The only explanation is that there are a large number of Dementors gathered here. Dementors have the ability to change the climate. 1 or 2 of them can lower the temperature of an area. If a large number of Dementors gather together, they will form a dark world with no daylight. However, if the plan goes well, then he doesn't care about the guards of Azkaban. _______________________________________________ Chapter 87. Hogwarts' Fifth House, LOL. The temperature in the air had reached freezing point, and the cold was like a steel needle piercing into his skin, bone marrow, and even soul. Cyrus was still looking pale inside the car he had borrowed from someone in the middle of the night as to not use more magic and strain his core. The Aurors were everywhere searching for Tom Riddle, everywhere not spearing the Muggle world also. The temperature in the air had reached freezing point, and the cold was like a steel needle piercing into his skin, bone marrow, and even soul. When Cyrus opened the gate of the vintage car, the biting chill became even more unbridled. The wind was so strong that it was almost impossible to stand. It was as if there were hundreds of Snapes hiding in the wind, and they were all using the Sectum Sempra. The wind hurt like a knife. But Cyrus almost ignored the temperature here and was attracted by the terrifying sight in front of him. Even Voldemort's memory almost never showed the appearance of Azkaban. Cyrus's impression of Azkaban only came from fragments of novels in his previous life. But when you are on the scene, this feeling becomes more obvious. What came into view was a huge black vortex. The strong wind seemed to sweep away the dark clouds from the entire world. The sky became very heavy and low, and seemed to be connected to the gray square tower. Cyrus's eyes turned green and pupils turned horizontal. There are almost no days or nights in Azkaban, let alone seeing the moonlight here. He raised his head looking at the gray tower. The Dementors floated in the air, like sharks hovering around their prey, greedily tasting the not too many positive emotions. There are no Aurors stationed in Azkaban now. The Aurors are only responsible for escorting prisoners. To be honest, This is a good thing for Cyrus. The black water laps against the even darker rocks, and the only thing on the island that is pure and flawless is probably the messy tombs that are clustered together but look lonely. It is indeed the fifth house of Hogwarts. It is really magnificent. Cyrus walked through the tomb. The Dementors sensed something. A new soul was here. These wandering soul eaters couldn't hold it any longer after noticing a new snack smell. They had already absorbed most of the happiness of the prisoners in the prison. At this moment, they were very hungry and eager to taste Cyrus' plate of fresh desserts. A soul that has not been exposed to these so-called soul eaters is more attractive to them than anything else. In comparison, the emotions of other prisoners in the prison are as disgusting as dead fish that have been rotting for hundreds of years. Dementors are some of the ugliest things in the world. They haunt the darkest, filthiest places, they live in decay and despair, and they suck peace, hope, and joy out of the air around them. They were covered in tattered, black robes, and underneath the robes seemed to be dense bones, but they had no faces. Now, hundreds of these disgusting creatures are rushing near the Grey Tower's entrance to catch Cyrus like crazy, fearing that they will completely miss out on the delicious food if they are too late. Cyrus got inside the tower. Entering the Grey Tower, you are greeted by an unbearable stench. It was obvious that no one had ever taken care of it, and the feeling couldn't be compared to 100 Snape's greasers piled together. Stepping into the gate of the tower, the prisoners wearing black and white striped prison uniforms were all unkempt and lying on the ground as if they were dead. As he goes deeper and deeper, the prisoners inside the prison become more and more abnormal. If the prisoners at the front just lost their happiness, as if they had turned on sad rock music at 12 o'clock in the morning and were completely emo, then the deeper parts of the prison were completely a lunatic asylum. The prisoners here are all lying on the ground with their wrists bound, rolling their eyes from time to time, twitching like they are suffering from epilepsy, and making unexplained howls from their mouths. The long-term mental torture made their faces ugly and their bodies haggard. Almost all he saw along the way were Death Eaters who had been imprisoned for more than 10 years. The depths of Azkaban were almost surrounded by Death Eaters. Those who didn't know it was a prison might think that the Death Eaters are holding a department team building here. Their eye sockets were sunken deeply as if a skeleton had been covered with human skin. Cyrus also saw Bellatrix Lestrange and her husband Rodolphus Lestrange, as well as the third member of the family, Rabastan Lestrange. In addition, there are Antonin Dolohov, Mulciber. They were all named Death Eaters, some of whom were very old. They were all those who had followed Voldemort when he was in school. Logically speaking, these people have met Tom Riddle. But when Cyrus passed the Death Eaters, none of the madmen noticed him. No one discovered that the person walking was actually their master, who disappeared 11 years ago. They all opened their eyes, but what they saw was no longer what was in front of them. They could no longer distinguish between reality and illusion. What appeared in front of them was the most painful illusion in their lives. Normally, the Dementors would not let go of a little bit of happiness, but it was different now. Their shadows quickly shuttled through all the passages in the tower, trying to reach where Cyrus was before the other Dementors. The crazy Death Eaters fell silent for a moment. Their eyes stared as if they were about to fall out of their sockets, and their faces were as pale as the tombs on the island. Because whenever they came, all the good feelings and all the happy memories were taken away by them as layers of illusory shadows were pulled out from their bodies. The sudden drop in temperature announced the arrival of the Dementors. Everyone couldn't help but huddle in the corner and open their mouths numbly. There was only one exception, Sirius Black. ________. Chapter 88, Patronus and Sirius. Everyone couldn't help but huddled in the corner and opened their mouths numbly. There was only one exception, Sirius Black. Listening to the group of Death Eaters wailing under the attack of the Dementors was the only thing that made him happy in the past 11 years. It's a pity that his range of actions is limited and he can't see the miserable appearance of those hateful guys. Of course, he could escape punishment if he turned into an animal. Chains couldn't lock a dog's paws, and iron bars couldn't stop a dog's body. Even the Dementors weren't interested in the emotions of animals at all. It's just that Sirius is willing to come to this hell. He does not want to avoid this hell. He is here to atone for his sins. He only used the power of Animagus a few times in the most desperate times, and the rest of the time he relied on his strong will to resist. He was the only sane person in this prison, and he had sensed someone coming into this hellish place, because that explains the sudden excitement of Dementors. A new prisoner, maybe? Now, he wanted to see how long the new friend could last under the attack of the Dementors before losing consciousness. He saw rows of Dementors passing by in front of him. With the scent of new baits, these soul eaters almost turned a deaf ear to other prisoners. But even so, it's enough for a pot. Not to mention directly facing so many Dementors. It is too easy for these guys to kill a person. It is just a forced compromise for long-term food. He has no sympathy at all in his heart. The new person entered Azkaban. He must be a new prisoner and will be imprisoned for life. There is a high probability that he will not be a good person. But after waiting for a long time, Sirius didn't hear the expected wailing. You didn't just faint, did you? Sirius suddenly felt a little disappointed. The new guy didn't make any movement at all. He probably just passed out. But the next moment, he saw the most surprising scene in his life. The Dementors who were still rushing forward suddenly became panicked. The hungry Dementors behind did not know what was happening and were still moving forward, but the Dementors in front started to run away as if they had encountered something terrifying, making the prison corridors completely blocked. Sirius had never seen the Dementors of Azkaban look so frightened and confused. It was like a wizard meeting Voldemort or an acromantula meeting a basilisk. He wanted to know what happened to make these guards so frightened. He curiously walked to the iron fence and pressed his thin face against the iron fence. The bone-chilling cold hit him instantly, and everything was frozen. His palms were almost frozen to the iron railing, but he didn't care at all, as if the pain at the moment was fake. Then, he saw a group of silver lights from the corner of his eyes. It was an amorphous light, like the moon shining on the clouds, like the wet morning mist diffused in the forest on an autumn morning. A lot of joy suddenly welled up in Sirius's heart. He thought of the happy times he had spent at Hogwarts. Of course, he had done a lot of bad things with James, but apart from being harsh to Snape, it was nothing serious. He thought of every autumn. There would always be mist on the Black Lake. In winter, the entire lake would be frozen, and they would skate on it. He remembered that every moonlit night, for marauders would be happy together in the castle, wandering in the night. Then, his eyes became moist. How long had it been since he had recalled these happy memories? Because behind these happy memories, there is always a pain, betrayal, hatred, sadness, and self-blame. When he came back from his happy memories, all the Dementors in Azkaban were gone, and his body was warm. Patronus charm, he said blankly. Yup, that's right. Sirius did not know when this person stood in front of his cell. Looking at the man with tears in his eyes and a look of desolation on his face, Cyrus said softly, Sirius Black, the craziest Death Eater under the Dark Lord, betrayed his closest friend James Potter and used evil dark magic to kill Peter Pettigrew and 13 Muggles. Who are you? Sirius raised his head. He did not relax his vigilance just because Cyrus released a Patronus curse. On the contrary, it was obviously not a good thing to have such a wizard in Azkaban. There is no need for Sirius to defend himself from the allegations. If he had wanted to say it, he would have told the truth 11 years ago. Even though Pettigrew was dead and had no evidence to prove it, at least Dumbledore might have trusted him. But what's the point? James Potter and Lily Potter will not return from the dead. Who am I? They call me Tom Riddle, but I'd rather you call me Cyrus. Sirius looked at Cyrus, who was wearing a black coat on a white shirt and did not look like the black and white striped uniform of the prisoners. His clothes looked much more gentlemanly on him. He doesn't look like a prisoner at all, but like the warden in charge of Azkaban. I know who you are, Sirius, he said. Huh. Sirius sat down on the ground as if he had heard some funny joke and said mockingly, Every wizard in the UK knows me, the craziest minion of the Dark Lord. I know you are not. Cyrus lowered his voice. You have never betrayed your friends, have you? Peter Pettigrew is the traitor. You did not refute the accusations of others during the trial because it was you who wanted to atone for your sins in Azkaban, didn't you? Sirius's eyes, which had been numb and cloudy, became bright for the first time. Who are you anyway? Who told you this? He asked after calming himself and looking at Cyrus with furrowed brows. It's not important. I can tell you a secret. __________. Chapter 89, Unbreakable Vow. Who are you anyway? Who told you this? It's not important. I can tell you a secret, but you have to do something for me. Don't worry, it's easy and no one will get hurt. Cyrus looked into Sirius's eyes calmly and said softly, I don't care what secrets you have. Sirius refused without hesitation. He didn't want to put his hopes on a stranger who didn't know the details, who knew who he was and what his ulterior motives were. He dragged his heavy anklets away from the cell door and retreated into the darkness. Are you willing to perish here instead of deciding to leave here and make some compensation for the poor Harry? Don't forget that you are the godfather of that child. You can give him a real home and you can become a family. Harry the family. When he mentioned this name, Sirius became bright like stars in the night sky, but soon dimmed again. He was discouraged. What can I do for that child? Do you think he will be willing to follow me? Someone who killed his parents? It would have been better without me. Hagrid took him to Lily's relatives, and they would raise him. That's just because you don't know his situation. Harry's life at his aunt's house is probably no better than yours. Cyrus shook his head. The closet where he sleeps is not half as big as your cell. Not to mention, he is in danger now, and the man, you know who, has already targeted him. That madman, he has been defeated. Sirius rushed out of the darkness and held on to the iron bars tightly. Been defeated? Yes, but is he dead? No. Cyrus scoffed. Cyrus then looked him directly in the eyes. Actually, he came back the year before last. In order to resurrect himself, he tried to get the Philosopher's Stone, but Harry stopped him. He was a brave child. No, but how many times can he stop the mysterious man? And if you really feel guilty and blame yourself for what happened back then you should leave here and do what you should do. You can protect him from being harmed by Peter Pettigrew. He's dead, already dead. I drove him to a dead end. Sirius went crazy as soon as he heard the name of the dirty betrayer. He grinned like a crazy dog. He got to the dead end and blew himself up into ashes, leaving only a little finger. Really, you think so? Did you see his body? Cyrus asked softly. In fact, this was not very convincing. Sirius believed that Peter's body was blown up by dark magic. And since it had been blown up, it was normal that there was no body. However, Cyrus' confident tone still made him waver. Do you think a traitor and cowardly person like him would be willing to sacrifice his life? Sirius seemed to have been hit hard, and he took a step back, trying hard to recall all the details of that year. But he soon discovered that he could find no evidence to prove that Peter Pettigrew was indeed dead. If he is still alive, how could he not show up for so long? Because he is still afraid. Think about it. He told the mysterious man the location of the child. What happened? The mysterious man disappeared. What would those Death Eaters think? Cyrus looked at Sirius, then moved away and looked around at the other prisoners in Azkaban. Sirius quickly understood what he meant. Those who had lost power because of you-know-who's downfall would not let Peter Pettigrew go. Even now, most of the Death Eaters have gone to prison, and the rest may not really be willing for the return of the mysterious man, but if they can kill Pettigrew, at least when the mysterious man returns, they can give him an explanation. You know where he is, don't you? Sirius glared at Cyrus. You know where Peter Pettigrew is? Tell me. Let me kill that traitor. Tell me. He roared so loudly that it even woke up the other Death Eaters who were in a state of numbness. They didn't hear clearly what Cyrus and Sirius said, but they heard Sirius's final roar. Peter Pettigrew, who sent the Dark Lord to his demise, is still alive? This guy who made them suffer so much in this hell is still alive? Boom. Boom. Bellatrix hit the iron railing hard with her head. Let me kill him. Let me go. Her eyes revealed cruel, killing intent. She was not seeking freedom, or even escaping from this painful place, but to avenge her master. This is a woman who is loyal to the Dark Lord. In her heart, Voldemort's status has long surpassed that of her own husband, family, and even herself. If Cyrus revealed his identity to her, I'm afraid she would immediately sacrifice her body and soul. And she is also very capable and can do many things for Cyrus. But Cyrus didn't even take his eyes to her. Bellatrix may be very useful, but he can't use her yet. Don't think that he is very powerful just because he drove away hundreds of Dementors at once. If he could do that easily, he would have not sneakingly walked inside, and would have fended them off from the outside only. How did he manage to fend them off in this state? In fact, this was because of the internal structure of Azkaban, so he only faced a few Soul Eaters at one time. If he was not inside this tower's corridors, the Soul Eaters would come from all directions. He, who was in a weakened state, so how could he possibly deal with them? Everyone is behind his head in the outside world, so the best place to not get suspected is inside this Azkaban till he reaches his power in the next full moon. He can't contact Malfoy from an owl because the old bee is on high alert. If he goes to Malfoy, Malfoy will be the first to be sent to Azkaban, and who knows what will Dumbledore do to him. I can tell you where Peter Pettigrew is, but I want you to do me a favor. Cyrus put his hand through the gap in the iron fence and stopped in front of Sirius. You must make an unbreakable vow. Cyrus was worried that once Sirius left here, he might have a way to know his identity, and then he might immediately regret it. He hated you-know-who no less than Peter Pettigrew. Unbreakable oath? Then you must find at least one witness. It's not necessary for me. Cyrus took his grubby hands. Really? And you are not using your wand? I mostly don't need a wand nowadays. Cyrus stretched out the fingers of his right hand and touched the left hand that he and Sirius held. Sirius Black, I will tell you about Peter Pettigrew. Can you do one thing for me immediately after you leave Azkaban? I need your assistance to bring back some items from Lucius Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy. Sirius frowned and hesitated a little. Would someone who was related to the Malfoy family be a good person? Are you willing? Cyrus continued to press. You must guarantee that no one will be hurt by this, let alone hurt anyone. Can you guarantee it? Sirius turned his back and looked at Cyrus with a burning gaze. Contrary to his expectations, Cyrus agreed easily. I promise that what I asked you to do will not cause harm to anyone under your subjective will. A thin, dazzling tongue of fire spurted out from Cyrus's fingertips, like a red and hot metal wire, wrapped around their clasped hands. Then I agree, Sirius said impatiently. The second curse seal also locked their arms tightly, like a branding iron. Can you guarantee that all the information you gave till now and the information you will give me about Peter Pettigrew will be true? Sirius immediately asked the question he was most concerned about. I promise. Cyrus nodded and said the next oath. You must promise not to reveal information about me to anyone before you complete my mission, and not to ask anyone about me. I would like to ask you. Chapter 90, Rewind, Diary Entry. Now that he had made an unbreakable vow with Sirius Black, Cyrus walked toward the basement of the tower, his body aching with exhaustion. He had expended so much of his powers evading Auror's relentless pursuit over the past few days. Now we just wait. He had to rest, to regain his strength. They would not think to search for him in this forsaken place. Unbuckling his buttons, Cyrus closed his eyes. He replayed the past events in his mind, the moment he had awakened to find himself inexplicably in Tom Riddle's diary. The old wizard had pursued him relentlessly, intent on eliminating this unexpected variable in his plans. A sudden noise made Cyrus's eyes snap open, hand reaching for his wand. Cyrus's hand reached for his wand, but his fingers grasped at empty air. He suddenly recalled the wand to his hand without wasting a second, but a golden light engulfed him, and now he wasn't able to move. Making himself calm, he turned and found himself staring into the piercing blue eyes of a man with a long white beard, Albus Dumbledore. A strange expression on his face that Cyrus could not quite decipher. Found you, the old wizard intoned. Before he could react, Dumbledore's wand was pointing on his face, and a blinding flash of light seared Cyrus's vision. Darkness enveloped him, and Cyrus felt himself floating, untethered. As his eyes slowly adjusted, a transparent blue panel materialized before him. The words, "You died," emblazoned upon it in stark lettering. Cyrus stared at the panel in disbelief, his mind reeling. No, this can't be the end, he whispered, his voice echoing in the void around him. After a while, he calmed himself. So revealing my system to him was a bad move, huh? Yes, he realized that the old bee was very powerful to go against, and was very fearful after finding out about his system. That man was willing to let Riddle like in Azkaban, but the overthinking of him in the wrong direction made him desperate to eliminate Cyrus. When he was thinking about that, the system panel changed and new words popped up in front of his eyes. The new skill, Diary Entry, only works when you die, is taking effect in 5, 4, 3. Cyrus remembered getting this gift after successfully making his new body and resurrecting. 2, 1, 0. Suddenly a white light made him go blind. He felt pain like his whole body was on fire, and he lost consciousness. Ugh! What was all that? After some time, he could once again feel his body. Cyrus slowly opened his eyes, his vision blurry as he tried to make sense of his surroundings. The familiar feeling of magical bindings constricting his limbs told him he was no longer in the void, but back in the physical world. As his eyes finally focused, he found himself staring into Dumbledore's face. Tom, know when to surrender. Don't worry, I will not kill you. There are more satisfactory methods to punish someone without killing. Cyrus squinted his eyes. Those were the words, the exact same words he had heard from the mouth of this old bee. Changing yourself a name will not change your situation. It was a feeling of déjà vu. He took a deep breath, looked at the room with a destroyed roof, and his body restricted in the chains from Dumbledore's wand. This was like a memory, or rather, some point in the past. Everything was the same as a month ago after he ran from Hogwarts and fought Dumbledore. The same moment just before he dropped the occlumency shields of his mind and convinced Dumbledore to look at his origins. It was not a memory, not a remembrance of some point in time. He had really come to the past. He had regressed 1 month before from his original time. He ignored Dumbledore and secretly glanced at the new pop-up. Skill, Diary Entry has been successfully used. Cooldown time, unknown. Cyrus sighed in his heart, and from the looks of it, it seemed that he had just started to tell Dumbledore about him, and he had just told him to refer to him as Cyrus, and the old bee was blabbering about changing names and whatnot. This time he doesn't intend to undo his occlumency barriers and tell this oldie about his system. He doesn't want to fight this supreme powerful wizard. He has seen that he is not his opponent, not now at least. Changing yourself a name will not change your situation. Dumbledore said expressionlessly. He looked at the two objects in his hand at the moment, and it was obvious that from that traces of magic were detected in the crown. Although the diary also has magical power in it, it does not seem to be a Horcrux. There is no soul of Voldemort in it. It is more like an ordinary pensieve with no other dangers. It seems that you relied on this thing to resurrect. The crown has been missing for nearly 1,000 years. I guess the relics of the other two founders were also made into Horcruxes by you, right? He stood up and looked at the crown that had shown signs of time. It was almost impossible to repair this thing. He planned to destroy the crown later. As for the diary, he didn't intend to leave it to Cyrus. This time Cyrus didn't do anything to make him believe that he wasn't from this world. Maybe his previous attempt had given Dumbledore a shock and forced him to use unorthodox methods to eliminate this huge variable. Soon, the Aurors will arrive and you will be escorted to Azkaban. But don't worry, none of us will kill you. I admit that just taking your life will not satisfy me. There are more ways to destroy someone. He waved his wand, trapping Cyrus tightly, took the wand away from his hand, then picked up the Marauder's map and took a look at it, then looked quietly at the sky. The flames had burned the shack completely, and now the moonlight was above their heads. Cyrus doesn't know when the cool down of that skill will end. He doesn't want to endanger his life. This time he simply enjoyed the moonlight with Dumbledore. He literally died, but he also lived and ate for a whole month in his own body. So even if he was free for only such a short amount of time, it was very precious to Cyrus. The weather is very clear today, but the moon is missing a large piece and is not a full moon. Even if it is, Cyrus is not a scion and cannot transform into a gorilla during the full moon. But, maybe not necessarily, it just takes a little time. Cyrus pursed his lips. Dumbledore stood for a while and found that the man on the Marauder's map had left the office and disappeared in a deserted place. He knew immediately that he had taken action, and now he could return to normal time to fill the void of the moment he disappeared. It's time to go, Tom. Cyrus said nothing and allowed Dumbledore to use magic to lead him away. The same thing happened inside the headmaster's office like before. The Weasleys were worrying for their child. Then Harry and Ron with a crying Ginny entered. To be continued. __________. Chapter 91, Slightly Changed Plot. Fudge, just like the previous timeline, is very busy these days, but this time with different news than the previous times. Unlike the previous time where Tom had fled and Fudge had to order the Aurors to search for him, in this timeline, the heir who caused trouble inside Hogwarts has been caught. Well, no one knows what happened in the previous timeline, do they? A man named Tom Riddle was behind all that disturbance inside the school. In fact, that person has been arrested for almost half a month, but all the court procedures were just completed today. However, Fudge thought this was somewhat ridiculous, because according to the situation Dumbledore explained to him, this Tom Riddle seemed to have been 50 years ago. And this morning, he took a look at that heinous criminal before he was taken to Azkaban. Unexpectedly, that man didn't look fierce at all. If anything, Fudge felt that he was quite talented, and he was clearly still a student. How could he be from 50 years ago? But he looked through the roster of graduates at Hogwarts over the years, and indeed found a man named Tom Riddle 50 years ago. But there is currently no evidence to show that the arrested boy is Tom Riddle. The other party neither complained about injustice nor admitted anything he had done. In fact, the boy didn't want to say a word other than saying he had changed his name to Cyrus. Since he had already told Dumbledore about his name before regressing, he naturally didn't contradict himself, and he kept smiling at Dumbledore during the trial. Even Dumbledore himself was a little confused. But no matter what, the boy was already on his way to Azkaban. It no longer matters whether the successor is him or not. All the people want is a result, regardless of whether it is right or wrong. Even if it is wrong, Dumbledore endorses it. So what does it have to do with him, Cornelius Fudge? He returned to his office, and as soon as he sat down, Umbridge knocked on the door and said sweetly, "Mr. Minister, you have a new appointment." The same thing happened and Lucius entered the office, but this time he had slightly different reasons to come here than the previous time. Malfoy walked straight to Fudge's table and slammed a full bag in front of Fudge. "Dear Mr. Minister, I want to know more." That Tom Riddle, he seemed to have mustered up a lot of courage to say this name. After a pause for a few seconds, he continued, "Did he really be caught and sent to Azkaban?" Fudge almost threw himself on the big bag of gold galleons, beaming with joy. "Dumbledore caught him personally. Is that still false?" "Thank you very much. I'll take my leave now." Malfoy's expression was gloomy and he knocked the cane in his hand on the ground with a crackling sound. He walked to the door, put his palm on the handle, stopped suddenly, and turned half of his body. "I wonder if I have the right to see Mr. Tom Riddle? In principle, it's not possible. Let me tell you, Mr. Malfoy, Dumbledore actually suspects that you are related to Riddle." Fudge said, a little embarrassed. Hearing this, Malfoy did not hesitate and immediately threw out a large sum of galleons. Fudge took a deep breath and rubbed his fat hands together uncontrollably. I heard that Mrs. Malfoy has 2 relatives in Azkaban. Why don't you go and visit them? I don't think anyone has the right to disagree with the qualifications. Thank you, Lord Minister, for your advice. Malfoy closed the door with a bang. Narcissa had been waiting anxiously outside. Is the news true? That person really? It's true, but no one knows whether he was really imprisoned or did it on purpose. I heard that he kept smiling during the trial. Maybe he was planning to rescue those Death Eaters. Lucius explained. You go back and write a visitation application, and we go to see Sirius Black. Let's say that he is plotting against the Black family's property. Narcissa nodded stiffly. Cyrus faced the floor, his hands were fastened behind his back by magic, his legs were bent, and his originally meticulous black hair fell down, blocking his sight. The prison car kept moving forward. He didn't know how long it took before he heard thunder coming from outside. At the same time, the temperature in the air began to drop. Cyrus immediately realized that he was now close to Azkaban. We are here again, huh? The hair on his forehead was shaking. Suddenly, a hair fell down and turned into a green leaf in front of his eyes. Cyrus quickly raised his chin to catch the blade and put it in his mouth. These are the leaves of mandrake. Cyrus just picked a few pieces thinking they might be useful. Unexpectedly, they have become his life-saving straw now. Half a month ago, the night he was caught by Dumbledore, he had already thought about how to escape from Dumbledore's clutches without risking his life and letting him know about his origins. Becoming an animagus is the best way. It wasn't easy to do, but it was his last resort, and today was a full moon. To complete the animagus transformation, he needed several other materials. He was betting that Lucius Malfoy would definitely come to Azkaban to visit him after he found out that he was in prison. Your journey has come to an end, Tom Riddle. The prison carriage pulled by the Thestrals suddenly stopped. The wind outside the carriage was like the roar of a huge machine, which made the Auror driving the carriage have to shout at the top of his lungs. But without the other party's reminder, Cyrus himself could clearly detect the difference here. The restraining magic on Cyrus' body was partially released, but his hands were still tightly locked, and his whole body was hit hard on the floor of the prison car. The Auror reached out and grabbed his shoulders, lifting him up. This was a very muscular Auror with gray hair and no smile at all. But in a place like this, even the most optimistic person might not be able to laugh. Cyrus learned the other party's name, John Delis, when he was being put into the prison van. Get down. Delis pulled Cyrus out of the prison car without ceremony. The wind was so strong that it was almost impossible to stand. If he wanted to become an animagus, he could not do without the moonlight. First, he needs to hold a mandrake leaf in his mouth for a full month, and this must be from one full moon to the second full moon. Cyrus deliberately remained silent during the trial in order to delay the trial and wait for the full moon. The first step is just a time requirement, but the second step is inseparable from the magic of moonlight. On the second full moon, he would put the leaves soaked in his saliva into a small transparent bottle and let it receive pure moonlight. But there is no moonlight in Azkaban. He must have not paid it much thought in the previous run. In this way, even if he has superb magic power and can use his fingers instead of wands, what is the use of letting Lucius secretly deliver dew and the pupae of the demon-faced Hawkmoth? A sense of powerlessness began to sprout from his heart, and it grew rapidly, turning into despair and spreading quickly. He felt like a pitiful and weak candle looming in the endless storm. The tiny flame of hope was fragile and would be extinguished in an instant. His body was shivering with cold, as if he had fallen into a sea of ice. Go inside quickly. Delis's cold and powerful roar suddenly pulled Cyrus out of despair. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. It was just that there was no moonlight in Azkaban. There was no solution. Although it was a little more troublesome, it was not to the point where he suddenly fell into despair. While being pointed by Delis with his wand towards the gray tower, he raised his head. The Dementors had already floating on top of him. It was this thing that sucked away the hope in Cyrus's heart just now, making him suddenly become negative and not want to think about anything. Delis seemed to be very disgusted and afraid of these monsters. He didn't want to stay here for a moment longer. He just waited to send Cyrus to the prison and immediately left this frightening place. It is indeed the fifth house of Hogwarts. It is really magnificent. Cyrus made the same joke he had made the last time, because he was not alone this time. He and Delis walked through the tomb, and Delis was not interested in Cyrus' little humor at all. So, Mr. Auror, nobody is going to welcome me, huh? How come I heard that the people in Azkaban are very nice to talk to, and that they are all talents? I thought there should be at least one big welcome party, a chair, and a hat at the door and chant, Cyrus, Azkaban. and then some applause. He didn't expect Delis to answer him, but in fact, the corner of the big man's mouth curved slightly, revealing a cruel smile. Nice talk. I didn't expect you to be crazy before you even went to jail. When you see those prisoners who are sentenced to life imprisonment like you will know how nice and welcoming they are. ________________. Chapter 92, Visitors. Everything after that happened like the previous time, and Cyrus made an unbreakable vow with Sirius like the previous. Just this time, he didn't have a wand, so had to use his hand to cast the Patronus Charm. Patronus Charm? Tom can actually use the Patronus Charm? Dumbledore sat in his office, putting down the letter in his hand, with a surprised expression on his face. This letter was sent to him by Fudge from the Ministry of Magic, which had a department dedicated to communicating with Dementors. A few days ago, the leader of the Dementors, who was driven away by Cyrus with the Patronus Charm, contacted the Ministry of Magic and asked them why they allowed prisoners to enter Azkaban with wands. To this end, the Ministry of Magic specially conducted a second inspection on Cyrus, and only then confirmed that the young-looking wizard could cast some spells without a wand. Looking at it this way, the young man looks more like the descendant of the great wizard, the successor of Slytherin, than before. Because Dumbledore paid special attention to Cyrus, Fudge immediately wrote a letter to Dumbledore. At the same time, this smooth guy was also worried that Cyrus might use this method to escape from Azkaban, so he was abnormally worried that even Malfoy's previous application had been pushed back several times. Fudge wrote this letter to ask Dumbledore to strengthen the magical confinement of Cyrus. Even if the other party left the prison, he would not be able to deal with a large number of Dementors, but if those guys could not enter the prison, they would not be able to deal with other Death Eaters and feel dissatisfied. For Dumbledore, throughout the school year, Tom Riddle gave him a very strong sense of weirdness. If Tom didn't choose to kill the students who were attacked directly at the beginning because he was worried about his immediate demise, many things that followed were difficult to explain. The other party could have killed Ginny Weasley, but he didn't, and the killing curse he fired that night had almost no power. Now, Tom Riddle has cast a Patronus without a wand inside the prison. This is not an ordinary curse. Voldemort, who does not understand love and many other positive emotions, could not have used the Patronus this easily. Thinking that the other party had emphasized that his name was Cyrus, Dumbledore doubted his own judgment for the first time. Isn't he really Tom Riddle? But no matter which possibility it was really necessary for him to go to Azkaban himself and cast a powerful anti-locking spell on the opponent's shackles. It would be better to add some other magical restraints. It just so happened that school was on holiday now. Without any delay, Dumbledore grabbed a handful of flue powder and got into the fireplace. The British Ministry of Magic. Green flames suddenly ignited, and in an instant, Dumbledore was brought to the hall of the Ministry of Magic. Fudge had been waiting for a long time. "You're here, Dumbledore." He hurried up to meet and said slightly nervously, "Let's leave immediately, otherwise we don't know what trouble those Dementors are going to cause." "I have long warned that letting Dementors guard Azkaban is not a good choice," Dumbledore said. It was common knowledge that he disliked the guards at Azkaban, but the Ministry of Magic obviously doesn't think so. Those soul-eating Dementors staying in Azkaban can be said to be put to good use. If they are not allowed to stay there, the Ministry of Magic will have to find a way to deal with these troublesome things. "Let's talk about this later." Fudge was vague. He was not tall. Standing next to Dumbledore, he looked almost a head shorter than him. Dumbledore was not surprised by his attitude towards the Dementors. In fact, no one has any objection to letting Dementors guard Azkaban since Eldritch Diggory, the fourth Minister of Magic, proposed to ban the Dementors but failed. Dumbledore's arrival was expected by Cyrus, and he was even prepared that the other party would move him to another place to be locked up alone, but Dumbledore only left a powerful protective spell on his cell, ensuring that even if he gets the wand, he can't easily leave the cage. Once the magic on the cage begins to collapse, the magic will immediately leave a mark on Cyrus, and Dumbledore will immediately know Cyrus's location. "I think you can add a little insurance to ensure that he can't perform any magic," Fudge said worriedly. According to Dumbledore's approach, the demands of the Dementors have not been resolved at all. "I think the Minister of Magic is right. If you are so afraid of me, why don't you tie me up with iron chains?" Cyrus raised his eyebrows. He was deliberately irritating Dumbledore. From the first time the two met in their true colors, Dumbledore immediately felt that Cyrus and Voldemort were two different individuals. But young Tom Riddle was extremely good at demagoguery, and this left a deep impression on him. When it comes to Voldemort, Dumbledore would rather kill the wrong person. Having said that, since the Tom, who called himself Cyrus, in front of him really made him feel different, he was willing to give them maximum tolerance. That is, to narrow the scope of Cyrus' magic to only affecting his own cell was considered payback for not actually harming any of the little wizards in Hogwarts. Tom, I only hope that you can learn to repent well in Azkaban, Dumbledore said softly, especially seeing how painful your old friends are. It would be worse to die than to lose what is left to them as a little bit of happy time. This is not like the speech of the Saint Dumbledore. I never was. Dumbledore left. He passed by the cells of many Death Eaters. Most of them were crazy or simply rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. There was only one exception. When he passed in front of Sirius' cell, the prisoner inside looked at him like a quiet black dog. There was a trace of complaint hidden under the calm gaze. Dumbledore was a little surprised. Sirius, Fudge said immediately after noticing Dumbledore's brief pause. I heard that he seemed crazy when he first came in, but now he is honest. Isn't that right, Mr. Black? Sirius said nothing. Let's leave. Dumbledore left. Azkaban once again sent away its visitors, but soon new ones arrived. After sending Dumbledore away, Fudge finally gained confidence in the safety of Azkaban, and Malfoy's application was finally approved. The couple separated after entering Azkaban. Although Fudge acquiesced, he also came with him as a companion, but he only stopped in front of Sirius' cell, leaving plenty of space for Malfoy. He didn't think Malfoy could make any trouble. Azkaban was not one that could be taken casually. Malfoy had been ensured that there was nothing in his hands that could help any prisoner leave, let alone Tom Riddle's cell. Dumbledore also cast spells on that cell himself. Sirius, I hope you can give me the Gringotts key to the Black family. You have been sentenced to life imprisonment, and I am also one of the legal heirs to the Black family's legacy. Narcissa couldn't help but look at him. Glancing deeper, she was completely distracted. Give the Black family inheritance to Malfoy? I think you are crazy. Sirius grinned. Even though he had promised the man named Cyrus to briefly cooperate with Malfoy, but that didn't mean he had any good feelings about the Malfoys. Not to mention, he could have left his legacy to Harry. What's wrong? Is it possible that the Malfoy family is also starting to be short of money? I think. Maybe Draco. He needs Dash. Narcissa felt like she was suffering every moment. She was worried about whether the Dark Lord was really in a cell like this. In fact, this possibility is probably very small. She is more worried about whether the other party is satisfied with Draco, worried that he might be not impressed by Draco. Sirius seemed unwilling to pay attention to her. He turned his dark but shining eyes to Fudge, who was reading the newspaper. Have you finished reading the newspaper? If so, why don't you give it to me? Why do you want it? I want to do some crossword puzzles to pass the time. You know it's really boring here. But, Fudge hesitated. Malfoy was impatient to stay here anymore. He didn't want to make the Dark Lord wait for any more than this. I had an interesting friend a few days ago, but it's a pity. Sirius started blabbering, and Malfoy also looked at Fudge with impatience. Okay, just take it. Fudge threw the newspaper to him impatiently. _______. Chapter 93, Sirius Escapes. You're finally here, Lucius. As expected. In the cell, Cyrus leaned against the wall leisurely. However, having said that, Cyrus was actually not sure whether Malfoy would come to see him in prison by himself. In fact, even if the other party didn't come, Cyrus planned to let Sirius go find Malfoy. These days, he spends most of his time immersed in his own memories. Although it is no longer a Horcrux, the ability similar to a pensieve that he had as a diary still remains. Master, Malfoy knelt humbly in front of the cell, lowering his head anxiously. He did not dare to ask any questions and could only wait for Cyrus' instructions. I want you to help me with something more, Lucius. Cyrus slowly walked up to him and controlled the sand with his magic power to form a line of text in front of him. Help me get these things. Lucius hardly looked carefully at what those things were. In fact, it wasn't important. What was important was how to bring these things into Azkaban. Master, I'm afraid it's difficult. The Ministry of Magic will not allow me to bring anything to Azkaban, he said fearfully, fearing that Cyrus would think he was incompetent. Don't worry, Lucius, Black will help you. Black? Sirius Black. Lucius raised his head in surprise. It turned out that person more than 10 years ago actually took refuge in the Dark Lord, but he clearly remembered that the person who surrendered to the Dark Lord was actually Peter Pettigrew. That ugly little fat man once had appeared in front of him with the Dark Lord. But he is also in Azkaban. I know. I have a way to get him out. Cyrus tried his best to appear inscrutable in front of Malfoy. At the same time, I have a way to get him to come in with those things. As he said this, Cyrus suddenly thought of something. Lucius, can the disapparation of house elves be effective in Azkaban? I'm afraid not, Master, Lucius said immediately. After all, Azkaban and Hogwarts are different. Hogwarts needs the services of house elves, so another house elf signal was probably ignored, but this prison does not. Azkaban has been established as a prison for hundreds of years. If there is a loophole, it cannot be ignored forever. Master, if you need Dobby's service, I will let him assist you when you leave here. This is his honor. Let's talk about this later. You just need to take care of my affairs first. Black will take the initiative to find you later. I see. Lucius didn't stay long before leaving. He almost left before Sirius came to Cyrus' cell angrily holding the newspaper. He's alive. He's alive. He walked around anxiously, stepping hard on the ground with his bare feet. He wished he could appear in front of the fat coward right now, not using magic, but tearing him apart with his fangs. I told you a long time ago. Cyrus was not surprised by his behavior at this moment, but casually took out the newspaper that Sirius was holding tightly and flattened it. In the newspaper, the photo of the Weasley family with the rat that was missing a finger was so dazzling. More importantly, this Weasley happened to be Harry's roommate. For the entire 2 school years, Harry was actually in danger. Fortunately, Peter Pettigrew is a coward who has a tendency to do things at the end when the arrow is sure to hit the target, and he did not dare to act rashly. Sirius was in a daze. No one knew if he heard what Cyrus said. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot and he yelled vaguely, "I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him." Of course, but before that, don't forget what you promised me, Cyrus said softly. Otherwise you may not have time to kill him and die immediately because of the vow. But if he lives, he will surely threaten Harry's life. Maybe present Harry to the Dark Lord. Sirius calmed down as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. He was not afraid of death. He was only afraid that he would not be able to kill his enemy and that Harry would be injured. I will complete your mission first. Don't worry. I just want you to come back here before the next full moon with what Malfoy gave you. In the meantime, I think you can take some time and go to Privet Drive to see how the poor boy is doing. Cyrus said tolerantly. How pitiful, isn't it? No matter how many days have passed, everyone remembers the day he lost his family. Sirius was suffocating with grief, and he didn't want to talk to Cyrus about it. His body bent down, his clothes turned into fur, and he transformed into a big black dog. Sirius was about to bite the newspaper and leave, but Cyrus stopped him. You're leaving anyway, so you might as well leave this thing to me. Crossword puzzles are quite good to pass the time, Cyrus said while applying several waterproof spells and other spells to his body, making sure Sirius gets out of Azkaban as soon as possible. Then, he watched Sirius leave Azkaban. Sirius has now officially escaped from prison. He escaped from prison. Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office, almost rushed to Fudge's office. I really don't understand why you agreed to the matter of Malfoy visiting him. What? That Tom Riddle escaped from prison? Fudge almost jumped up in panic. It would be terrible for him if the fact that he agreed to let Malfoy secretly meet Tom Riddle was revealed after the other party escaped from prison. However, he was also surprised at the same time. How did Scrimgeour know about him letting Malfoy meet Riddle? He concealed it very well. Even when he went to Azkaban, he accompanied him personally. What Tom Riddle? Now it was Scrimgeour's turn to be surprised. Isn't it Sirius Black that Malfoy went to visit? Ahem, it's indeed Sirius. Fudge coughed twice and felt relieved. Malfoy's visit to Black was actually not a big deal. As he had told Malfoy before, the two families were related. Moreover, Malfoy cleverly used the excuse of getting the Black family property. Considering this aspect, Malfoy was freed from the suspicion of assisting Sirius in escaping from prison. But what he couldn't figure out was how could the good-natured Sirius escape from prison. He recalled the Sirius he saw in prison at that time, and the other person's rationality was indeed a bit beyond his expectation. But even so, how did he escape the siege of the Dementors? Start searching for his traces immediately. Are there any clues in Azkaban? On the one hand, Fudge put aside his worries, but on the other hand, he was worried that this terrible thug would cause a tragic attack. I heard that before he escaped from prison, someone heard him yelling frantically, "He's still alive." I guess he might be referring to Harry Potter, Scrimgeour said with a solemn face. Fudge's face suddenly turned pale. You mean, maybe he's targeting that child? Underscore. Chapter 94, My Brother? A Hero? There is no day or night in Azkaban. The only embellishment is the roar of the prisoners every morning, indicating a new day has arrived. It didn't take long for Cyrus to tire of newspaper crossword puzzles, which were a waste of time even in Azkaban. If you have this much free time, it would be better to practice more magic. These days, he has become more and more proficient in the Patronus charm. The short-term freedom and happiness filled almost all his emotions, and the silver thread turned into a huge flying bird, an eagle, before his eyes. After Sirius left Azkaban, the number of Dementors remaining in Azkaban prison became much smaller. Fudge used them as manpower to search for signs of Sirius, But unfortunately, this plan was doomed to begin with. But for Cyrus, that's a good thing. After the number of Dementors was reduced sharply, their impact on the climate near Azkaban was also reduced. The dark clouds seemed to be a little thinner, and sometimes there were even a few weak rays of sunlight. Soon, the deadline for the second full moon is approaching. A big black dog suddenly rushed up to the shore, shaking off the wet water droplets on its fur. There is also a small cloth bag in its mouth. Sirius glanced upwards with his round eyes. The hateful bunch of Dementors were still flying aimlessly in the sky, showing no interest in a black dog like him. However, he still moved cautiously towards the gray tower. After passing through many prisoners' cells, Sirius finally found Cyrus in the deepest part. He passed through the iron bars and transformed back into his human form in front of Cyrus. He looked the same as before not long ago, except for a change of clothes, but he was still dirty and unkempt, and his hair was even greasier than Snape's. You finally were free after a long time, but you still didn't know how to clean yourself up? Cyrus took a step back in disgust, pointed at Sirius, and cast a cleaning spell. In an instant, the stench on the dirty homeless man's body disappeared immediately, revealing a thin face that didn't look so healthy. I didn't have that much time. Besides, the waterproof spell you cast on me last time is of no use at all. It was ineffective immediately after leaving the prison. Sirius threw the bag to Cyrus, and he wished he could do it now, that is, to return immediately. Anyway, he has done everything according to his oath. This is because Dumbledore's magic locked my magic in this cell. Cyrus said, I believe you don't mind doing me another favor? What? Sirius did not refuse directly, but looked at Cyrus in confusion. In fact, he was also very curious about what Cyrus asked Malfoy to bring. The fear that Malfoy showed when he heard the name, Tom Riddle, also made Sirius very surprised. But due to his oath, he couldn't inquire about anything related to Cyrus. At this time, Cyrus took out the contents from the small bag that had been cast with the invisible stretching charm, a wand, a Nimbus 2000, a small transparent bottle, a bottle of dew, and the most outrageous thing about the pupa of the Grimace Hawkmoth is that Malfoy even thoughtfully prepared a small bottle of Felix Felicis. The transparent glass bottle contains a few drops of golden potion. Now, Sirius knew what the other party wanted to do. Are you planning to practice Animagus here? He asked with a ridiculous look on his face. Animagus is not an easy transformation. Generally speaking, in order to practice Animagus, a wizard may need to prepare for a long time, some even for several years. Not to mention in a harsh environment like Azkaban. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Cyrus first picked up the wand and looked at it carefully. He quickly figured out that the wand was made of yew wood, and the core was phoenix feathers. Malfoy custom-made a wand made of the same material as the wand Voldemort used before, but Cyrus felt that it was not as smooth as the one he remembered. Of course, for a powerful wizard like him, unless it is some special wand, there is no big difference. Of course, there is a problem. Moonlight, how are you going to solve it? That's why I want you to help me. Cyrus spat out the mandrake blade that had been in his mouth for a month, protected it with magic, and then pulled out a piece of his hair and placed them together. Everything was handed over to Sirius now. I could have thought of a way to break through the clouds with these things on my own, but Dumbledore's magic restricted me, and my spell couldn't leave the cage. But you can. Cyrus looked at him and continued. In exchange, I can give you another piece of information. You have something to do with Peter Pettigrew that you are hiding from me? Not Peter Pettigrew, but your brother, Regulus Black. Sirius fell into a brief silence, with surprise and a little sadness on his face, but it was soon replaced by a sneer, and he said sarcastically, Regulus? Why do I need to know about that coward? Why do I need to know about a filthy Death Eater? I don't want to know at all what stinky corner he died in. But what if he is not a coward? He is just a child who accidentally went astray, but returned. Cyrus looked into Sirius's eyes and said softly, he is actually a hero. And more importantly, he also holds the key to destroying the mysterious man. What an irony, isn't it? The well-known war hero Pettigrew is actually just a traitor who betrayed his friends. Yet the man who was always thought to be a loyal follower of you-know-who is actually a true hero. What are you talking about? Do you even know anything about him? At least I know your brother better than you do. Sirius was speechless for a moment. He had been at odds with his family when he was a child, and had already defected to the Potter family before he graduated. He really didn't understand his submissive brother at all, and he never cared about him. He just remembers that the other person was always proud of being a pure-blooded wizard, and the heir to the Black family that his mother, who hates muggles, is most proud of. They were not that close to each other when they were in school, and they parted ways immediately after graduation. Today someone actually told him that his brother, a Death Eater, was actually an unknown hero? But what concerned him more was what Cyrus said was the key to eliminating the mysterious man. Didn't they make so many sacrifices more than 10 years ago just to eliminate the mysterious man? Sirius couldn't say no. In fact, he wasn't going to say no in the first place. Cyrus had done him a great favor by telling him about Peter Pettigrew and Harry's situation. What happened with Regulus could only be an unexpected surprise to him. As for the mysterious Cyrus himself, although Sirius was still very curious, he could at least be sure that the other party was not one of Voldemort's group, and that was enough. ________. Chapter 95. Adding word Imago Magus to the original spell. The big silver-coated black German shepherd broke through the deep clouds, driving away the Dementors, Sirius Patronus. And Sirius took the mandrake soaked in morning dew and the grimace hawkmoth riding a broom through the clouds and came under the moonlight. The magic of the silver moonlight began to have some influence on the materials in the small glass bottle. It was very cold in the high altitude of Azkaban, and the icy wind cut his thin body. He needed to perform some delicate operations under the moonlight in the sky. He had to put the mandrake into the glass bottle under the moonlight, and then add the dew, Cyrus' hair, and chrysalis of the ghost moth. The sequence of this process must not be disrupted, otherwise a magic accident is likely to occur, so he must be very focused at the moment. After a while, Sirius came back with the glass bottle containing the potion in his mouth, and he threw the broom on the ground. Okay, now you just need to put it in a dark corner where the sun doesn't shine. Fortunately, there are places like this everywhere. Yes. Cyrus waved his hand, and the small bottle disappeared immediately. Then you need to wait for the first burst of thunder before the storm comes. Sirius was just halfway through speaking when thunder sounded outside the window, and the heavy dark clouds could not even be penetrated by lightning. His expression was very helpless. That's the worst part. In Azkaban, it's hard to tell which burst of thunder is a sign of a storm. Don't think about using magic to summon a storm, otherwise, it may have a bad impact. Don't worry, even if I want to, my magic can't break through this cage for the time being. Cyrus said. It would be possible to force a breakthrough, but Cyrus didn't want to alarm Dumbledore. That's best. In addition, don't forget to point your wand at your heart and recite a spell at every sunrise and sunset while waiting for the storm. Sirius reminded. You are new here, so I think you shouldn't have adjusted much. Things like forgetting the time in the outside world must not be a problem, right? How could it be? There has always been a clock keeping time in my memory. And last time Malfoy told me the time, and I already know the general direction of Azkaban. It is not difficult to calculate the time of sunrise and sunset. Cyrus said. There are still a few hours before dawn. I'd better tell you about Regulus first. Cyrus spent about half an hour telling Sirius about Regulus's experience. Of course, he concealed the existence of the Horcrux and that it was Slytherin's pendant. He just said that it was something very important to Voldemort. You mean, he gave Creature a chance to live and died in that huge lake? Sirius' face was full of disbelief. There is such a kind-hearted child in the Black family. If only those ancestors who were proud of being pure-blooded and liked to chop off the heads of house elves as decorations knew that Regulus had given the chance of survival to a lowly creature and willingly met his death. The Black family ancestors would probably be furious to the point of bursting their coffins, wouldn't they? He was a good boy, but he took the wrong path, Cyrus said softly. But later he saw clearly the true nature of Death Eaters, and he immediately abandoned the darkness and turned to the light. Where is the cave? Where is that thing that is important to the Dark Lord? Who knows? Maybe Regulus has found a way to destroy it. Or maybe he hasn't. Cyrus said nonchalantly. In fact, he was very interested in the pendant. Among the treasures left by the four founders, only the pendant was the one whose power is unknown. If you have a chance, you can talk to Dumbledore about this. Dumbledore, Sirius laughed self-deprecatingly. I think if he sees me, he would probably capture me immediately and give me to the Dementors. I'm not afraid of death, but at least I have to first kill that despicable traitor. Sirius left in a hurry again. Cyrus originally wanted to give him the broom, but the guy ran so fast that Cyrus had no time to speak. It can be seen that he actually cares about his brother, but the most important and urgent thing now is to kill Peter Pettigrew first. This is not easy. The Ministry of Magic is hunting him very closely, and even the Muggle world is looking for him. Once he sets foot on British soil, he doesn't even get a chance to return to his human form. If he hadn't been an unregistered animagus, he might have been arrested several times. Cyrus felt the humidity in the air and the movement of clouds and rain. Soon, the clock that kept turning in his memory turned to 3 o'clock in the morning, and it was soon the time of sunrise. Azkaban is located in the North Sea. Considering the climate here, it should be relatively north. The summer nights may only last 5 or 6 hours. Cyrus faced northeast, and the clouds seemed a little darker in the middle and brighter on that side. However, in order to avoid making mistakes, Cyrus still chose to take a small drop of Felix Felicis. Suddenly, a strange feeling immediately lingered in his heart. He felt as if he was very light, and his confidence spread like a devil's net. The aura in my mind exploded like a bolt of lightning. I'm feeling so lucky. He suddenly felt that maybe he should do something else. The incantation for Animagus was Amato, Onimo, Onomato, Animagus. It's natural to use what kind of spell you want. It's impossible for you to have fluorescent lights stuck in your mouth and flicker, but your wand will shoot a death curse. But what if I changed the incantation? The voice kept echoing in Cyrus's mind. It was very tempting, but reason made Cyrus hesitate. Lucky potion is not a lucky potion, nor is it a panacea. It cannot change the inherent factors of the outside world. All it can do is make you feel that everything is going well and is going to go well in the future too. But the strong omen in his heart gradually convinced Cyrus. He picked up the wand and pointed it at his heart, and a new but vague spell burst into his mind inexplicably, as if a distant voice was whispering in his ear. Amato, Onimo, Onomato, Animagus, Imagmagus. He added the word. In the black world, a big golden bird spreads its broad wings. Boom, boom. A powerful second heartbeat suddenly began to beat in Cyrus's chest, as if it were a violent drumbeat. Usually, wizards couldn't feel the second heartbeat immediately when practicing Animagus, but at this moment, the two beating hearts in Cyrus's chest seemed to start overlapping. The entire Azkaban was engulfed in a huge whirlpool of magic, as if the black rocky clouds were also flowing, forming a huge wind barrier. The sky seemed to have a hole, engulfing everything. A huge eye of the storm appeared over Azkaban. The rising morning light and the moonlight about to fall into the sea tilted down together, like a gentle veil enveloping Cyrus. He suddenly felt that the air became even more humid than before. This was a sign that a storm was approaching. Boom! The first lightning tore through the night sky. Cyrus immediately took out the glass bottle. In just a few hours, the mandrake and the chrysalis of the ghost moth in the bottle had disappeared, replaced by a crystal-clear, blood-red potion. Following the premonition in his heart, Cyrus drank all the blood-red potion in one gulp. He immediately felt a severe pain in his body, and the sound of the second heartbeat was stronger than before. He felt as if his body was being replaced by something else. It was a huge bird with golden wings. His handsome face began to distort. His mouth protruded forward, turning into a sharp beak. His ears turned into beautiful feathers on both sides. His hands became wings, and two smaller wings grew behind him. His legs also became huge claws. In an instant, the huge body filled the entire cell. ___________. Chapter 96. Home is behind you, and the world is in front of you. What the fuck? Sirius rolled awkwardly in the water and was almost knocked into the bottom of the sea by the surging waves. The weather was still fine when he left Azkaban. It had only been 2 or 3 hours, so the storm came a little too hastily. In fact, he has been in Azkaban for almost 12 years and knows the climate here better than anyone else. Although the weather on the sea is unpredictable, Azkaban will only experience frequent and severe storms after October. It's only July, and this storm is a little too unusual. He turned his head and glanced behind him, and found that the distant Azkaban was completely shrouded in darkness. The heavy black clouds were almost connected to the sea surface, and thunder and lightning were moving through the clouds like snakes. Now he couldn't help but worry about Cyrus. I finally made preparations for him, but I didn't expect to encounter a storm on the first day. It would have been better if the storm came after a day or two. That way, he would have been prepared. It seems that he may not be able to become an Animagus this time. However, Sirius didn't feel much regret. It would be strange if Animagus could be trained so easily. They had spent several years practicing on their own back then, and it was perfectly normal to accidentally swallow the mandrake leaves. Sometimes the four of us oversleep together. We even forget the incantation sometimes, or fail to figure out when the sun rises and sets on a rainy day. Anyway, you are not afraid of the Dementors. After I kill the traitor, I will come back and help you slowly, if I am still alive at that time. Thunder. A bolt of lightning struck the sea in the distance. Sirius suddenly came to his senses, took a deep breath, and plunged into the sea. The thunderstorm was so powerful that he couldn't help but suspect that there was a huge thunderbird soaring in the clouds, exerting its power. In fact, his guess was absolutely correct. At this moment, in the huge clouds, a golden bird with 3 pairs of wings entangled by thunder and lightning stirred the thunderclouds. The powerful magic turned into terrifying thunder and lightning in the gaps between its feathers, shooting down the ugly soul-eating dementors floating in the air one by one. And this Thunderbird is Cyrus himself. The spell that popped out of his mind in a flash of inspiration really worked, and he became the first wizard to complete the transformation of magical animals. This is completely different from the five-legged monster failure. Thunderbirds are related to phoenixes and are recognized as 5X level magical animals by the Ministry of Magic. In terms of danger alone, Thunderbirds are on the same level as fire dragons. After becoming a Thunderbird, Cyrus also gained the power of a Thunderbird. Controlling thunderstorms seemed to be his innate talent, as simple as breathing. He only needs to flap his wings now, and the thunder clouds will grow. With just one thought, the thunder will fall like a heavy hammer. His body undulated in the clouds like a dragon, and his huge claws pierced the thick clouds like gold and iron, catching a Dementor. There are almost 100 Dementors left in Azkaban. They are frantically surrounding Cyrus, but they are unable to get close to the sacred figure. The turbulent airflow and fierce thunder and lightning have become an impenetrable barrier. In the end, they were unable to follow behind Cyrus. They could only raise their empty faces one by one and watch the golden bird take one of their tribe members and fly away. None of the Dementors had any intention of pursuing him. They are actually not interested in animals at all, and the reason why they attacked Cyrus in the first place was just to protect their territory. Now that the Thunderbird has left, they don't bother to pursue it. Cyrus finally felt what true freedom was. He flew on the clouds for an unknown length of time, but it was obvious that the surrounding climate had become warmer. The dark sea area of Azkaban has long been left behind, replaced by tall and green mountains. Home is behind you, and the world is in front of you. So he immediately folded his wings and prepared to land. The land beneath his feet might not be new, but it was new life for him. At the same time, his posture also changed a little. The two pairs of smaller wings on his back disappeared first, and his size began to shrink rapidly, so small that his claws could no longer grasp the Dementors, allowing it to break free. Then, the long tail behind him also became much smaller. Instead of immediately changing back into a human being, he first transformed into an eagle. This is his second transformed form, not a magical beast, but a true animagus. That wonderful spell not only allowed Cyrus to accomplish an unprecedented feat, but also allowed him to complete his animagus transformation. At that time, it was not just a second heartbeat that sounded in his chest, but also a third. In fact, it was only because of his animagus form that he could pass through the iron bars of the cell without Dumbledore noticing anything unusual. He dived down quickly and turned back into his human form when he was about to land. His slender body rolled on the ground. When he stood up, the prison uniform on his body had disappeared and was replaced by a green robe, which was the same as the night he planned to escape. The only difference is probably that Cyrus' appearance has changed slightly at this moment. The ends of his hair were dyed with a little bit of gold, and his pupils were like an eagle, and his vision could see very far. This is probably a side effect of the incantation Imago Magus. Just like Animagus will leave some characteristics of the shapeshifter after transforming, when it comes to Imago Magus, the situation is reversed. The characteristics of Thunderbird are reflected in Cyrus' original appearance, but this only made him look more handsome than before. Finally, finally free. Cyrus exhaled deeply. No one knew how much pressure he felt after fighting Dumbledore that night. That is the most powerful wizard in the world. But now, he successfully hid it from the other party and escaped from Azkaban. Moreover, the Ministry of Magic is busy hunting down Sirius, so the Dementors probably won't care about the disappearance of a food that they can't taste. This time no trace is left. Dementors won't tell so early. The Ministry is already busy and they don't even come to prison to check on inmates. And unlike the previous time, after fighting Dumbledore this time, no one has seen him escape, so for some time, they will think he is still in Azkaban. It would probably be a long time before Dumbledore found out that he had left. He could completely hide, live in the United States or other countries, and study magic. As for the British affairs, he no longer had to get involved. I'm not in a weakened state. I even have power to transform into a magical animal. No one is chasing me this time. My eye shape and hair are different than before. Isn't it a true freedom? The resurrection and freedom that had been weighing on his heart before have been completely realized, and all the joy burst out at once. The Dementor that originally planned to escape seemed to have noticed this high-spirited mood. It found that the terrifying giant bird suddenly disappeared, and the person who appeared in this wilderness at this moment was exuding seductive happiness. It leaned down and rushed towards Cyrus without hesitation. When its body was close to Cyrus, the sudden drop in temperature gave Cyrus a wake-up call. Cyrus raised his head and raised his wand high towards the Dementor. "Oh, weren't you cowering a moment ago? Heh, expecto patronum." A huge silver bird flew out of his wand with bright lightning. The giant bird's claws penetrated the Dementor's body, and the silver lightning exploded in an instant, blasting the Dementor into ashes. After practicing Imago Magus, even his patron saint changed. The usual patron saint can only drive away the soul-eating monster, but when the silver thunderbird released lightning, the soul-eating monster that even real thunder and lightning could not kill died. Seeing the black smoke falling like ashes, Cyrus felt a strong sense of pride in his heart. He succeeded in transforming into a magical animal that no one had succeeded in, and he also killed the unkillable Dementor. Is there anything else he can't do? The vast world is now at his feet. Volume 1 end. ________. Chapter 97. From Riddle. Volume 2 starts. ________. The public is reminded that Blake is armed and extremely dangerous. A dedicated hotline has been set up, and anyone who sees Blake is asked to report it immediately. The man's thin and haggard face on the TV was surrounded by long, dirty, messy, tangled hair. Compared with that man, Harry felt that he was quite neat. Sirius Black's most wanted TV show has been reporting for weeks. This story had been in the newspaper since the first day after returning to Privet Drive from Hogwarts this summer. His uncle, Vernon Dursley, always angrily wanted to know which prison the man had escaped from, so that he could make a phone call and complain to the warden of that prison. But today's news seems to be different. After the TV reported on Sirius Black again, it surprisingly did not jump to a boring program like agriculture and fisheries, but instead talked about another prison escapee. It is reported that another criminal, Riddle, is also currently missing from prison. According to relevant speculation, Black and Riddle are suspected accomplices, and both of them possess lethal weapons. Harry, who was frying eggs, was immediately stunned. Hearing the name Riddle again made him feel as if he had suddenly returned to the magical world from this quagmire-like Muggle world, but the emotion pouring out of his heart at this moment was not happiness, but surprise. Tom Riddle, he once thought that the other party was a friend, and he had been acting with the other party for almost half of the semester, but in reality, this was the man who killed his parents that night 12 years ago, and even wanted to kill him too. In the last school year, he also controlled a giant basilisk, wreaking terror attacks in Hogwarts and petrifying several people. Fortunately, Dumbledore, who everyone said was the greatest wizard, caught him and sent him to Azkaban, a prison specially prepared for wizards. Hearing the name Tom Riddle again, and the news that he had escaped from prison, Harry felt very confused for some reason. He didn't know how to face this. Logically speaking, he should be angry at the escape of the enemy who killed his parents, but in fact, he is not. On the contrary, he was a little happy for the other person. It was always difficult for him to overlap the shadows of Riddle, whom he had spent time with, and Voldemort, even though Dumbledore had repeatedly emphasized that what that man was best at was deceiving people. But how did Riddle get involved with a criminal from the Muggle world? Or is it just a coincidence of having the same name? He raised his head and secretly looked at the TV. The Dursley family had gotten a color TV a long time ago. On the TV, the handsome Tom Riddle was half smiling, with every strand of his hair neatly combed, and a small handful of slightly curly black hair hanging down from his forehead. It was indeed the Riddle that Harry knew. Harry had seen Riddle's appearance in the other person's memory before. Tom Riddle looked completely different from his accomplice Sirius. He was obviously wearing a prison uniform, but he didn't seem to be worried about himself at all. Hair and clothes are clean and looks well organized. He didn't look like a prisoner at all, but like he was about to serve in a prison. Perhaps he had expected this day when he was imprisoned? Harry didn't know, but at least one thing was clear to him. If Sirius Black was an accomplice of Tom Riddle, it meant that the prisoner who had escaped for several weeks was actually a wizard. Maybe this was a method to find wizard criminals in the Muggle world, so the people could call the hotline number if they happened to see the face. But no matter what, he guessed that he might be able to understand what happened tonight. His good friends Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger are not as closed-minded about the news about the wizarding world as he is, and the two of them have also spent a long time with Tom Riddle. If there was any news, Harry believed they would write to him. Not to mention, after 12 o'clock tonight, it will be his birthday. In the past 12 years, he had never looked forward to his birthday. Even last year, he had a very bad birthday. But this year, as long as another house elf didn't show up trying to save him, maybe he could get some letters from friends. Harry put the omelet, which was a little burnt on one side, on the plate, and then counted the clock and waited for the day to pass. Time passed hard at night, and then midnight arrived. He glanced expectantly out the window, but there was nothing outside. For a while, Harry thought he wouldn't hear from anyone on his birthday again. But an hour after he turned 13, against the backdrop of the golden moon, a large creature flew towards Harry with a strangely tilted body and flapping wings, getting bigger and bigger. Harry stood motionless, watching its descent. Then 3 more owls flew into his small room. Harry was very lucky that he moved from the storage room on the stairs to this small room last year. Otherwise, he would never have imagined that he would receive so many letters in one night. Just now, 4 owls, 2 of them from Ron and Hermione, who sent the other 2. Soon he knew where the 3rd owl came from, Hogwarts. This owl from the school brought 2 letters, one from his friend Rubius Hagrid and the other from the school. And the 4th owl, Harry didn't recognize who it was from. The letter looked very plain, with no signature on it, and a badge printed on the seal with the image of a handsome eagle. He originally wanted to read the letter from Ron first, but this unsigned letter attracted him like magic, and his hand couldn't help but tear open the seal. If there was someone familiar with magic by his side, he might be immediately prevented from opening an unknown letter, lest he be cursed. But he never thought for a moment that such an accident would happen. He tore open the envelope, and a greeting card fell out. The card showed a flying Quidditch star. It was the first card he'd ever received, and it was his favorite Quidditch. Harry couldn't help but feel a lot of joy in his heart, and now he was eager to know who knew him so well. Dear Harry, happy birthday. I'm sure you're wondering who sent you this letter, Harry, and I'm guessing you've heard about Tom Riddle's escape. Yes, I am Riddle. ________. Chapter 98. Continued reading. This letter is from Tom Riddle. Harry only read the first few sentences and stood there blankly. He never dreamed that one day he would receive a letter from that person, and that person also sent him a greeting card with birthday wishes written on it. A blessing and a spell he had never heard of. For a moment, he didn't know whether to continue reading, but surprisingly, Harry felt no sadness or anger at all, but felt a little happy. Ever since he learned something about Tom Riddle, Harry found that his own experience was very similar to that person's. He should have been angered, disgusted, even horrified by the similarities. Because Voldemort was a terrible person, he killed many people, including his own parents. I have to live under someone else's roof now because of his gift. But in fact, he felt a sense of familiarity. He felt a little lucky. There was someone who was very similar to him, almost like a brother. The feeling was very wonderful, just like the Weasley twins he knew. They are always together and are always inseparable. Harry felt that he regarded Hogwarts as his home, which was the same for Mr. Riddle, and there was a strong resonance between them. Another reason that prevented Harry from hating Mr. Riddle was that Harry had met Voldemort at the end of his first year. Therefore, it was difficult for him to equate Voldemort with Mr. Riddle. The madman was very weak at the time, but still terrifying. He possessed Professor Quirrell and almost killed Harry. Fortunately, Harry had a protective spell left by his mother before she died, which made Voldemort unable to harm him. He or Quirrell's hand just touched him a little and immediately disappeared into ashes. But this time, for the whole year, Harry had been in contact with Mr. Riddle many times, but the spell had never been triggered once. Perhaps the spell failed? But Harry preferred to think that Mr. Riddle never meant to harm him. In fact, he didn't truly hurt anyone. According to Hermione, the basilisk can actually kill everyone easily. Even if it can't, Mr. Riddle can do it himself. This is not difficult for him, but all those who were attacked were eventually rescued. Harry continued reading. Yes, I am Riddle. But actually I would rather you call me Cyrus. Yeah, that's the name I have taken now. Whether it is Riddle or Voldemort, they are all in the past for me, not the present, and not the future. As for everything else is pretty much the same as what's said in the news. It was indeed Sirius Black who helped me leave Azkaban, but it's a bit far to say he was an accomplice. We just made a deal, with different purposes. On the contrary, it's you who will be in trouble again next semester. Harry was slightly embarrassed. He had been in constant trouble over the past 2 school years. He could already imagine the mocking expression on Mr. Riddle's face when he wrote these words. However, Harry was confused by the trouble mentioned by Mr. Riddle. He really didn't understand what else could be related to him. He continued reading, hoping to get some information from the rest of the letter. But Cyrus changed his words and talked about something else. I guess you are probably wondering now why I am still writing to you now. In addition to the fact that it happens to be your birthday, I also want you to help me apologize to Ginny for betraying her trust. I had something else, and I was also helpless. Harry noticed that the text on the letter seemed to pause here for a long time, and the ink was smeared on the letter paper. It seemed that Mr. Riddle had more words to explain, but he finally ended the topic and continued. Let me give you some advice, Harry. The professor of the divination course you and Ron chose this semester, Sybil Trelawney, is just an old delusional lady most of the time, but in fact she does have the gift of prophecy. If you can still trust me, and you happen to hear the prophecy coming from her mouth, if you don't mind, tell me about it. And as for how to tell me, it's simple. I will know as long as you write it in that diary. Please keep that I can read the diary a secret from Ginny. She has been writing a lot, and I can't handle the bombardment of her messages. And it took me a while to calm down for a few days, so if she knows I can actually read that, she will start bombarding more. Seeing this, Harry suddenly laughed. That night, after confirming that there was no danger, Dumbledore left Riddle's diary to Ginny. Harry didn't expect that Mr. Riddle actually had a backup plan, even though Ginny persisted in writing many words in the diary without any response. The second suggestion is that there is a high probability that you will be able to use the spell behind the birthday greeting card I sent you with this letter. It is a good thing to learn it early. The third suggestion, or should be said to be a reminder, is more appropriate. Remember, sometimes things seem dangerous. The omen may be just the opposite, and if you spend time with things day and night, they will show their fangs. Your friend, Cyrus. P.S. I don't think you will tell Dumbledore what happened today, right? At this time, the letter in Harry's hand suddenly burned, and he was so frightened that he quickly threw it away. A small ball of flame burned the letter cleanly in the air before falling, leaving only the birthday greeting card, and he knew immediately that the letter was enchanted. Harry picked up the greeting card, and there was a spell written in a corner of the card that was full of blessings. Summons a powerful guardian to fend off dark creatures. Expecto Patronum. Note: you must recall happy bits of memories in your mind when casting the spell. Calling a powerful guardian? Harry had never heard of this spell, but he thought that since Mr. Riddle suggested that he needed it, he could at least remember the name first. Last year, Ginny excelled in many subjects because of the guidance of Mr. Riddle. Especially in charms, Harry dared to say that at least many third- and fourth-year wizards were not necessarily Ginny's opponents. Harry held the greeting card in his hand and couldn't calm down for a long time. Reason told Harry that he should tell Dumbledore about all this. No one was wiser than Dumbledore. But something felt strange, and he felt there was nothing wrong with this. Mr. Riddle, no. It should be said that Mr. Cyrus and Voldemort may not be the same person at all. As he said in his letter, sometimes what seems to be a sign of danger may be exactly the opposite. He put the envelope away, wondering what Mr. Cyrus was doing at the moment. Would he know that both Ginny and Hermione were missing him? After the truth of the attack came out, no matter what Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Weasley said, Ginny believed that Mr. Riddle might not be a bad person. Even the petrified Hermione said that the man just wanted her to sleep for a while. He probably thought I was too smart and was a bit of a hindrance, and he even reminded me to use a spell to weaken the basilisk's magic, Hermione had said. Perhaps Ron was the only one who firmly believed that Mr. Cyrus was a formidable enemy. Ginny believed that Ron was just frightened by the Voldemort-related things, while Hermione believed that it was due to Ron's dissatisfaction with Mr. Cyrus' unwillingness to help him with his homework and exams. But in fact, Harry just felt that Ron was a little worried about his sister, so he was behaving like that about this matter. But even Ron didn't oppose Mr. Cyrus on everything. At least he felt that Mr. Cyrus had done a very good job of beating up Slytherins in the dueling club and wiping out the Acromantulas in the entire Forbidden Forest. It can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people. ________. Chapter 99. The Shadow Behind Destiny. Germany, a country that has only been unified for a short time, seems to be a little chaotic. But for wizards, there is only one German magical world from beginning to end, and the wall that isolates muggles cannot isolate wizards. Gregorovic got up very early. August would be his busiest month. Little wizards who had received letters of admission to Durmstrang Institute, one after another would come to his wand shop under the leadership of their parents to buy wands. He counts on this month for most of his business. But today seems a little different. When Grigorovich opened the window, he saw a huge eagle passing in the sky. Its golden feathers were shining brightly in the morning light, and it looked very beautiful. But he was not happy at all. He was reminded of a man who had disappeared for a long time, Gellert Grindelwald. When the thief stole the Elder Wand from his hand, he squatted leisurely on the windowsill, looking like a big golden bird. I hope it won't be a bad day, he sighed. At this moment, the bird in the sky had disappeared. Grigovich retreated into the house. It was time for him to prepare for the opening. After taking care of everything, Grigovich opened the door, thinking about when he would welcome his first guest. However, to his surprise, his first guest was already in front of the door waiting patiently. Not a little wizard, but a young boy, very tall and handsome. Compared to wizards, the other party is dressed more like a muggle. Even though Grigovich doesn't understand the muggle dressing style very well, he has to admit that the other party's outfit looks very suitable, as if it were placed on a perfectly shaped mannequin, and the mannequin doll that served as the mold came to life and appeared in front of his shop. Of course, the most peculiar thing is the other party's hair color and eye color. The ends of the thick black hair are dyed gold, and the pupils are also golden, as if they are inlaid with two golden ambers. Gregorovic had never seen the person in front of him, and he was sure that the person was not one of his previous clients. However, Cyrus's appearance still made him feel good, and he couldn't help but say in a friendly tone, "Come to buy a wand?" Yeah, the wand from before was broken. The wizard appearing here at this moment is none other than Cyrus. In fact, his wand was not broken. Malfoy specially made him a wand that was very similar to the one Voldemort used before. It was made of yew wood, had phoenix tail feathers, and even the appearance of the wand was exactly the same. But the wand didn't work well for Cyrus. Wandology is a very deep knowledge. Even wands made from the same kind of materials will not be exactly the same. Even if they are taken from the same tree, the same magical animal, or they are like brothers, they may not be the same. It is to choose two wizards with completely opposite personalities. Moreover, the combination of yew wand and phoenix tail feathers may be suitable for Voldemort, but it may not be suitable for Cyrus because Voldemort's and Cyrus's personalities differ greatly. The conditions were limited before, but now that he is finally free, Cyrus naturally plans to get a brand new wand that suits him, preferably one that is powerful enough. Although he is now temporarily free from the threat of Dumbledore, Cyrus actually believes that his situation is not so optimistic. While in Azkaban, Cyrus took a few drops of Felix Felicis to give himself some confidence. As a result, he developed the unprecedented Imagamagus. He was very excited at the time, but when the effect of the elixir completely disappeared, he suddenly realized something was wrong. The elixir of blessing can indeed give people a little inspiration, but it is impossible to directly create such a powerful spell. The transformation of Magus from fantastic beasts is a problem that has troubled wizards for thousands of years, and it is impossible to get the answer so easily. The voice that appeared in his mind at that time was still a bit weird now that he thought about it. If he hadn't been under the influence of Felix Felicis at the time, Cyrus would never have tried it rashly. An unknown voice, an invisible thought. He himself had used this method to deceive Ginny, only to lose his vigilance. Even if the results seem good now, who knows what impact this voice will have. But what scared him the most was that the spell that echoed in his mind countless times was immediately forgotten by him after he practiced magic. This is a bit too weird. You know, he was resurrected from the diary, but his abilities when he was in the Horcrux state did not disappear. It can be said that he himself is a living pensieve. All the memories, as long as he thinks about them, must be there. But at dawn when the storm came, Cyrus's memory about the spell was not so clear that he shuddered. He only remembered one spell, but when he tried to replay that memory in front of his eyes over and over again, the spell in his mind turned into a harsh noise as if it had been cast with magic to prevent eavesdropping. It's like a TV that can't receive a signal. There can only be two reasons for this result. The first is that he did not hear the spell and had no relevant memory, so the spell naturally did not exist. But obviously, he heard and tried it, so this possibility is not established. Another possibility is that someone has tampered with his memory, and it was without him noticing. But who could modify his memory without him noticing? Not even Dumbledore could have done this. Cyrus felt as if he had suddenly fallen into a huge net. Destiny seemed to be intertwining with something, and someone was standing behind the loom of fate to control everything. He felt very urgent, and also longed for stronger power. No one wants to be a pawn that can be sacrificed at any time, even if the person standing behind it is fate itself. For this reason, Cyrus especially wrote to Harry, hoping that he could help pay attention to whether Professor Sybil Trelawney would leave any new prophecies. This old lady didn't leave many serious prophecies in her life, but two of them were related to Harry and Voldemort. Cyrus was born out of Voldemort, reborn like a snake that shed its skin, but he also had to admit that he did have a huge connection with Voldemort now. Maybe the new prophecy will also mention a bit of his destiny? But no matter what, it is impossible to fight against fate without enough strength. You must first make yourself stronger. Come in and take a look. It's still early. After a while, there might be many little wizards coming. Gregorovic slowly turned sideways and let Cyrus walk into the store. This wand shop is almost the same as Ollivander's was, and Grigovich himself was much older than Ollivander. In fact, he was more than 10 years older than Dumbledore. Chapter 100. Is 79 galleons expensive? Planning to buy a new wand? Do you have any requirements, sir? Grigorovich took Cyrus to look around the store. The shelves were filled with items left by Grigorovich's ancestors. Many of the wands have accumulated dust, and the store always smells like time. I hope to get a powerful wand, Cyrus said as he looked up at Gregorovich's wand shop. There are probably tens of thousands of wands here, and the dense and tall shelves are filled with wand boxes that have been dusty for a long time. This makes the light in the store very weak, and the huge shadows make the temperature in the store a bit cold. But the environment inside is anything but bleak. Dust danced in the dry air. Everyone who comes here to buy a wand says so. Grigorovich smiled and said proudly, "Among the 3 most famous wand manufacturers in Europe, only the wands I make are the most powerful. But I have to say, others also have their own advantages. Some are looking for the most suitable, while others are pursuing the most stable." He took a box off the shelf without thinking too much. Elderberry, the nerve of the dragon, a combination of death and power, 12 inches, very powerful and proud. Only the most talented wizards can subdue it. After Cyrus took the wand, he immediately felt its magic. He has not tried the power of the Elder Wand, but the wand in his hand is indeed the most powerful wand he has obtained in a while. He could feel the power of the wand and waved it slightly. Magic power immediately spurted out from the tip of the wand, and red sparks exploded. You control it very well. Every wizard who has tried this wand before has made a lot of noise, and they weren't able to make this wand surrender. Grigorovich said in amazement, "This is indeed the most powerful wand I have ever encountered. Let this be it." Cyrus was very pleased with the wand. But after Grigorovich saw how easily he had subdued the wand matched with the dragon's nerves, he had other thoughts. "Of course, I am not modest to say that I am the most outstanding wand maker in the history of the Grigorovich family," Grigorovich said with a smile. "But I think maybe you can try another one first. The wand makes the decision." As he spoke, he cast a flying spell, and a delicate box flew quickly, knocking over many wand boxes. But Grigorovich didn't look distressed at all. After studying the Elder Wand, he tried many different combinations. For example, the Elder Wand's Elder and Thestral's tail feathers were completely reproduced. Unfortunately, this combination did not show the expected magic power. On the contrary, Grigorovich made several in a row, and they were all very mediocre. After that, he tried some new materials and gradually mastered some rules. Phoenix feathers and elderberry are also a good match, but the number of phoenixes is too rare, and there are a lot of uncertainties. Sometimes it makes for an extraordinary wand, and sometimes it seems ordinary. On the contrary, the dragon's nerves or the dragon's heartstrings are more compatible with the elder, and the two can often bring unexpected effects. As for other magical animals, he has also made many attempts, such as thunderbird feathers. A wand made of this material is already very powerful, but it is more sensitive and uncontrollable than wands made of thunderbird feathers and other materials. Until now, not many wizards had the ability to use that wand well. Cyrus also wanted to know what kind of good thing he was hiding. When Grigorovich opened the exquisite box, a very gorgeous wand appeared in front of Cyrus. It's also elderberry, and the core comes from a very strong and special thunderbird. Cyrus was attracted to it the first time he saw it. It was about 12 1/3 inches, straight, with clear joints. The end looked like 2 gathered wings, and the body of the staff was engraved with patterns that looked like thunder and lightning. He couldn't help but reach for the wand, and its power immediately resonated with him. He seemed to see a pair of dark wings of death spread out in front of his eyes, and the wand sprayed out sparks. Grigorovich was so excited, as if some long-cherished wish had finally come true. "This is my favorite work. It's been almost 100 years, and no one has been able to conquer it so far. Maybe Dumbledore can? But I guess he doesn't need it anymore. I thought I would never find a suitable wizard in my life. I also thought that maybe my children and grandchildren would have the opportunity to meet an outstanding wizard of the new generation. Unexpectedly today, yes, today is the lucky day." Grigorovich took a deep breath, and his chest seemed to explode. His eyes, which were already a little cloudy, seemed to be moist. He looked at Cyrus seriously and grabbed his shoulders with both hands. "Boy, you will achieve a great career." Cyrus was noncommittal. With his talent, whether he wants to achieve something has never depended on whether he can, but on whether he is willing to do it. If you can, studying magic alone is also very interesting. But for Cyrus, the crisis in his heart has not been completely resolved. Just this wand. "Thank you very much, 79 galleons." 79. Cyrus' hand holding the galleons suddenly froze. "Isn't it too expensive?" "Expensive? Where is it expensive? It has been this price for so many years. Don't talk nonsense with your eyes open. It is difficult to make a brand of wands. Sometimes you have to look for your own reasons. After so many years, hasn't the salary increased?" "Yes, but the wand is still the same price. How is it expensive?" Looking at the arrogant Grigorovich, Cyrus resisted the urge to hit him with a death curse and said through gritted teeth, "As far as I know, a wand from Ollivander's wand shop only costs 7 galleons." When it came to price, Grigorovic immediately changed his face. This is a preferential price for young wizards who have just entered school. Ollivander's has reached an agreement with Hogwarts, and the school will pay the extra money. The new students at here will come to me to buy wands. But they are all purebloods, and not many are short on money, sir. Moreover, this wand is very special, Grigorovic said with a sigh. I know you came to Germany specifically to buy a wand, and you must have heard some rumors about me. I have never responded directly before. Yes, but now I can tell you. Yes, those rumors are true. Grigorovic paused and looked at Cyrus seriously and solemnly, as if expecting to see a surprised expression on his face. But what disappointed him was that Cyrus was very calm from beginning to end, as if the legend about the Elder Wand was far less surprising to him than the 79 galleons. But Grigorovic had no choice but to continue. In the time since I got the Elder Wand and lost it, I have been working hard to figure out the secret of the Elder Wand's power, which is why the wands I've made since then have always been more powerful than any other wand. This wand is the most powerful of all imitations. Although its power is still very different from the Elder Wand, I think that among all existing wands, there are few that can match the power on it, especially since I lost the Wand of Destiny, and I've never made such a powerful wand again. All right. Although Cyrus felt that 79 galleons was indeed expensive, considering that the power of this wand with Thunderbird feathers was indeed amazing, unlike a certain eyebrow pencil brand that could be replaced at any time, he decided to buy this magic wand. Fortunately, I asked for some money from Malfoy before I came to Germany. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to give it. Grigorovic took a large bag full of galleons, weighed it a few times, and his old face immediately beamed. You will achieve great things, kid. Maybe. Cyrus put the wand in his sleeve, opened the door, and left Grigorovic's wand shop. At this time, the flow of people in this town began to increase, and adult wizards held hands with exquisitely dressed children to buy things they needed for school. Not far from the wand shop are several shops selling robes, and further ahead is a pet shop. It looks no different from Diagon Alley. He sideways squeezed out of the crowd, intending to walk into a remote alley and cast Animagus to leave. Having already obtained the wand, there was nothing worth stopping for in this place. Of course, he believed that there might be some ancient legends here, but Cyrus didn't know much about them. Instead of looking for these illusory things, it would be better to get what he already knew. For example, Deathly Hallows. The end.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.